Chapter 719. Whoosh! As soon as Tao ancestor Hongjun finished speaking, the investiture of the gods immediately reacted and flew in front of the three pure ones and landed in Haotian's hands. How stingy! Although Feng Zichen expressed his understanding of Tao ancestor Hongjuan's actions, he could not help but scold him for being stingy in his heart. However, there was nothing he could do. Among the 10 people present, he was the only outsider. The rest were all disciples of the Tao ancestor. Even if there were benefits, the Tao ancestor would definitely think of his own disciples first. That was human nature. Fellow Taoist Haotian, can you lend the poor Wei the investiture of the gods? Feng Zichen asked Haotian, who was slightly excited because of the investiture of the gods. Why do you want to borrow this treasure? Although he was a little confused, Haotian still handed the investiture of the gods to Feng Zichen. What can the poor Wei use the investiture of the gods for? Naturally, he has to fill in a few names on it. Feng Zichen took the investiture of the gods from Haotian and said with a smile. Then, he used his finger as a pen and wrote the names of Yang Jian and his mother on the investiture of the gods. When Heavenly Lord Yuanshi and Taoist Kundi saw this, they could not help but feel angry. They wanted to stop them, but they could not say anything when they opened their mouths. It was really unreasonable. Moreover, for the dignity of the heavenly court, Yang Jian and his mother had to be on the investiture of the gods. Otherwise, the emperors of the heavenly court would definitely not let it go. At that time, there would be another huge wave. Thinking of this, Yuanshi Tianzuan and Daoist Juanti snorted coldly and turned their heads to look at the investiture of the gods. However, they did not want to look, but Feng Zichen forced them to look. Why are you not convinced? Fellow Taoists, have you forgotten that these two people are wanted criminals of the heavenly court and will be executed on the immortal execution stage? If you hadn't interfered, the two of them would have died long ago. It was fortunate that the investiture of the gods appeared, allowing them to leave their names on the investiture of the gods and preserve their lives. This is truly a great fortune. Even so, the two of you are still not satisfied. Will you only be satisfied if fellow Taoist Poor Wei and fellow Taoist Haotian give up their thrones? Seeing the unhappy expression on their faces, Feng Zichen couldn't help but mock them. How dare you? After being mocked by Feng Zichen, the heavenly lord of the Origin and Taoist Juanti could not take it anymore, and wanted to retort back. However, before the two of them could speak, they were interrupted by Feng Zichen. Don't be unconvinced. Yang Jian is only the beginning. Your disciples will also enter the investiture of the gods. Do you really think that the heavenly court's criminals are so easy to rob? Not paying any price? What a joke. What do the 12 golden immortals of Chan School take the heavenly courts for? The back garden of Kunlun Mountain? You can come and go as you please. Can you find anyone more arrogant than them in the primordial world? Today, I'll tell you that the prisoners of the heavenly court are not so easy to rob. If we don't bring those fanatics to justice, where will the heavenly court's face be? Where will the heavenly laws and heavenly rules be? As he spoke, a powerful aura rose from Feng Zichen's body and pressed towards the heavenly lord of the Origin and Taoist Juanti. At this moment, Feng Zichen wanted the 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect to enter the investiture of the gods. He wanted to vent his anger and let the world know that the heavenly court could not be humiliated. Haha. He even wanted to rob the execution ground. When the 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect entered the investiture of the gods, Feng Zichen asked them to guard the immortal slaying platform. Isn't it just robbing the execution ground? I'll let you rob as much as you want. If the 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect couldn't be punished, who would take the heavenly court seriously in the future? How dare you? At this moment, the heavenly lord of the Origin and Taoist Juanti were really angry. They roared and released their auras at the same time, pressing towards Feng Zichen. Rumble! The three powerful auras met in the air and entangled with each other. The terrifying fluctuations spread out, and the void was distorted. There were signs of instability, as if it could not withstand the power and was about to collapse. A great battle was about to break out. At the critical moment, Tao ancestor Hongjun scolded unhappily. Enough, are you going to tear down the poor Wei's purple cloud palace? As he spoke, an invisible force spread out from Tao ancestor Hongjun's body. With the momentum of the autumn wind sweeping away the fallen leaves, it quickly wiped out the auras of Feng Zichen and the other two. Master, teacher, Tao ancestor, we don't dare. The three of them hurriedly said when they saw this. Humph. After stopping the three of them, Tao ancestor Hongjun only snorted coldly and did not argue with them. Instead, he said, the heavenly court is the face of the untainted world. Its dignity is indeed inviolable. At this point he paused, as if he was considering his words. Then he continued, however, the 12 golden immortals bear the heavy responsibility of the inheritance of the Chan school. If all of them are sent to the God role, wouldn't the Chan school exist in name only? Therefore, in the opinion of the poor way, how about letting the 12 golden immortals of the Chan school choose a few disciples to be on the list on their behalf? After saying that, Tao ancestor Hongjun looked deeply at Feng Zichen, as if hinting for him to stop while he was ahead. Master is right. Guang Qingzi and the others are wrong, but they don't deserve to die. Why don't we let them find a few people to suffer on their behalf? Heavenly Lord Yuanshi, who was originally worried about the safety of his disciple, because Tao ancestor Hongjun was on the side of the heavenly court, agreed without thinking when he suddenly heard Tao ancestor's suggestion, as if he had grabbed a life-saving straw. At that moment, Feng Zichen seemed a little hesitant. He naturally understood the principle of stopping while he was ahead. However, the problem was that the premise of stopping while he was ahead was to see the benefits. However, he had yet to see the benefits. Where could he stop? Feng Zichen's goal was to send the 12 golden immortals of the Chan school to the God role, so that he could save the face of the heavenly court and vent his anger. Of course, he did not intend to send all the 12 golden immortals of the Chan school up. That was obviously unrealistic. If he really did that, wouldn't it be equivalent to destroying the Chan school? In that case, the heavenly lord of the origin would flip the table. On this point, he could refer to the Grand Master of Heaven after the Jie school was destroyed. After the Jie school was destroyed, the Grand Master of Heaven went crazy and used the Qingping sword to cut off the 4 heavenly pillars. He said that he wanted to destroy this world and re-establish the earth, fire, water, and wind. It was because of this that the God conferment tribulation, which was originally a small fight between the younger generation, had turned into a calamity that destroyed the world. The primordial world had shattered because of this. Worried that he would force the heavenly lord of the origin into a corner and cause him to be alone, Feng Zichen naturally did not dare to send all the 12 golden immortals of the Chan school to the God role. His goal had always been very clear. He wanted to send a portion of the 12 golden immortals of the Chan school to the God role. This portion might be 3, 2, or even 1. Even if he only sent one of the 12 golden immortals of the Chan school to the God role, it would be a great success for Feng Zichen. Therefore, as long as he did that, Feng Zichen would naturally stop when he was ahead. However, he had not seen it yet. How could he stop? Moreover, the Western sect was involved in the robbery of the execution ground. For this reason, it was impossible for the Western sect to stay out of the immortal God tribulation safely. How could Feng Zichen stop if he did not pull them into the Great Tribulation and let them shed a layer of skin for the Western sect? Tao ancestor, that's not appropriate. After hesitating for a while, Feng Zichen still said, the price that the 12 golden immortals of the Chan school had to pay was at most a portion of the luck that they had to give to the disciples. In that case, what was the difference between the 12 golden immortals of the Chan school and not being punished? This move was too far from the bottom line that Feng Zichen had set. How could he be satisfied? It's not that the poor way has to let the 12 golden immortals of the Chan school be on the list. It's just that they have made such a huge mistake. If none of them are on the list, it's really unreasonable. After all, this killing tribulation was caused by the 12 golden immortals of the Chan school. It's already like this. If none of them are on the list, how innocent should they be compared to the disciples of the Jie school who are on the list? Why should the disciples of the Jie school be responsible for the mistakes of the disciples of the Chan school? Seeing that Tao ancestor Hongjun's expression had begun to turn ugly, Feng Zichen hurriedly explained and brought up the matter of the Jie school. Dao ancestor Hongjun might be unfair to Feng Zichen. However, he still had to be fair to the Chan school and the Jie school. They were all disciples of the celestial sect of wonders. There was no reason to differentiate between them. Indeed, after hearing Feng Zichen talk about the Jie school, Dao ancestor Hongjun hesitated. If one were to investigate this matter carefully, although the disciples of the Jie school were not too innocent, they were still implicated by the disciples of the Chan school. If not for the 12 golden immortals of the Chan school, the immortal god tribulation might not have erupted. With the abilities of the three pure ones, as long as they were given enough time, the backlash from the Khanate myriad Dao would be resolved by them sooner or later. However, at this critical moment, the 12 golden immortals of the Chan school suddenly caused such a thing and directly detonated the immortal god tribulation. It could only be said that this was the will of the heavens. Even the saints could not do anything about it. However, it was a fact that the disciples of the Chan school had implicated the disciples of the Jie school. If none of the second-generation disciples of the Chan school were on the list, it would be unfair to the Jie school. Regarding the God-conferment tribulation, as long as one was not blind, one could tell that the candidates on the God roll had to be prepared by the disciples of the Jie school in the end. However, the three sects had agreed to discuss it, but in the end, the ones who produced the candidates were all from the Jie school. Wasn't that a little bullying? Even if it was just an act, the Run school and the Chan school should produce some disciples, so that the Grand Master of Heaven would not lose face. The Grand Pure One had done a good job in that regard. He did not have a disciple, but he had given up an incarnation. That was enough, right? In comparison, the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginnings' table manners were much worse. Although he did not have many disciples, there were almost 10 of them. However, he was unwilling to give up a single person. That was a little too much. It was no wonder that the Grand Master of Heaven fell out with him. Teacher, it's not that I have to let the 12 golden immortals be on the list. If they are not on the list, how can I explain to the heavenly courts and the living beings of the three realms? You have to know that they have humiliated the heavenly courts in front of all the living beings of the three realms. In that case, it would be difficult for this disciple to cover up for them. Therefore, in order to save the face of the heavenly courts, someone from the disciples of the Chan school who robbed the execution ground that day must be on the list. If not, it will not be enough. If not, it will not be enough. If they are not on the list, who will take the heavenly court seriously in the future? As if he could see Dao ancestor Hongjun's dilemma, Hao Tian suddenly stepped forward and said a lot of impassioned words, giving Feng Zichen the best assistance. What was a good teammate in the primordial world? That was it. This time, Hao Tian was really angered to death by the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning and Taoist Zhuan Ti. In his backyard, his wife was almost beaten to death by others. No man would be able to tolerate such a thing. Therefore, when he saw Feng Zichen pressuring the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning step by step, Hao Tian did not hesitate to assist him to completely destroy the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning's hope. On the other side, even though the Grand Master of Heaven knew that Feng Zichen was using him, he still looked at Dao ancestor Hongjun with anticipation. The Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning was really not a son. He did not care about the brotherhood at all. Since that was the case, why should he treat him as an elder brother? If Feng Zichen's words made Dao ancestor Hongjun fall into a dilemma, then Hao Tian's words and the Grand Master of Heaven's expectant eyes made him make his final decision. However, just as Dao ancestor Hongjun was about to speak, he suddenly heard the voice of the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning. Hao Tian, how dare you? Hearing Hao Tian's words, the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning seemed to be greatly shocked. He looked at Hao Tian in disbelief. He did not expect that Hao Tian, who was usually respectful to him, would dare to stab him in the back in the Purple Cloud Palace today. After the shock, endless anger followed. That anger came too suddenly and too fiercely. It directly drowned the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning's rationality, and made him want to kill Hao Tian. In the Purple Cloud Palace, in front of Dao ancestor Hongjun, the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning wanted to kill Hao Tian. From this, one could see the anger in his heart. However, although the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning was angry, There was one person who was even angrier than him. That was Tao ancestor Hongjun. At this moment, Tao ancestor Hongjun could be said to be both shocked and angry. What did the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning want to do? Did he ever take him seriously? Moreover, he dared to kill Hao Tian in front of him. If he was not here, would the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning directly attack Hao Tian, so that he could get rid of him? Tao ancestor Hongjun was furious. He looked at the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning with a cold gaze. At the critical moment, the Grand Pure One was more reliable. The moment he sensed that the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning's condition was not right, his reaction was not slow. He directly reached out and grabbed the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning's arm and squeezed it hard. After being stimulated, the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning immediately woke up and realized what he had just done. Master, I lost my composure. Without daring to hesitate for a moment, the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning directly apologized. P.S. I'm afraid that someone won't be able to see it. Let me add more. Then I'll say the rule of adding more. If the monthly votes this month are more than 2,000, then the next month's day will be 8,000 per week. If it's a premium product, then the next month's day will be 10,000 per week. Chapter 720. What do you think about the matter of the disciples of Chan School entering the list? After staring at the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning for a long time, Tao ancestor Hongjun asked expressionlessly, I have no objections. I'll follow Master's instructions. After hesitating for a long time, the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning gritted his teeth and agreed. At this point, he had no room to refuse. If he refused, he would really become the target of public criticism. At that time, everyone would target Chan School. Not even one of the 12 golden immortals could be protected. That's good. Nodding, Tao ancestor Hongjun turned to look at Feng Zichen and asked, in your opinion, how many of the 12 golden immortals of Chan School should be on the list? Hearing that, Feng Zichen could not help but curl his lips. Ask for his opinion? How many of the 12 golden immortals of Chan School should be on the god roll? All of them should be on it. But could Feng Zichen say that? Tao ancestor Hongjun would probably kick him out of the Purple Cloud Palace as soon as he opened his mouth. How about 6? While paying attention to Tao ancestor Hongjun's expression, Feng Zichen probed. 6. You really dare to ask? Then why don't we be more straightforward? Poor Wei will make the decision for Yuqing and write the names of the 12 golden immortals of Chan School on the god roll. As expected, after hearing Feng Zichen's words, Tao ancestor Hongjun's face darkened and he said unhappily, Haha, it's just a joke. Tao ancestor, don't take it seriously. Actually, in my opinion, it would be best if the names of all the disciples of the Chan School could be written on the investiture of the gods. However, that's not realistic. Moreover, Tao ancestor, you've already spoken. Of course, I have to give you face. Look, how about 2 or 3? Feng Zichen laughed and said with a straight face. 2 or 3 could be said to be his bottom line. Moreover, he had calculated the number before. Not only would he save the face of the heavenly court, but he would also not shake the foundation of Chan School. It was just right. Okay. After pondering for a moment, Tao ancestor Hongjun nodded, indicating that he agreed with this number. Then he turned to look at the Heavenly Lord of the Origin. Among the 12 golden immortals of Chan School, there should be 2 people on the rankings. As for who they are, it's up to you to decide. In the end, ancestor Hongjun felt sorry for his disciple. He automatically ignored the number 3 out of the 2 or 3, and chose a smaller number to tell Heavenly Lord Yuanshi. Both are flesh and blood. How can this disciple make such a decision? Let them all descend the mountain to undergo their tribulations. As for who makes it onto the rankings, that will depend on their own fate. The primeval Lord of Heaven shook his head and said sorrowfully. Sending a disciple that he had personally taught to death was not something that anyone could do. Seeing this, Feng Zichen pursed his lips. If you really want what's best for them, why didn't you do it earlier? If the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning had restrained his disciples, they would not have made such a big mistake. Spoiling a child is akin to killing a child. This has been the case since ancient times. After dealing with the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning, Feng Zichen looked at Saint Juanti. Fellow Taoist Juanti, fellow Taoist Primordial Beginning has contributed a few spots on the God roll. Isn't the Western sect going to express their gratitude? After all, you have a part in embarrassing the heavenly courts. Fellow Taoist, don't tell me that you don't want to pay anything and just let this matter go. He turned around and walked to Taoist Juanti. Feng Zichen handed him the God roll in his hand and gestured for him to fill in a few names. You. Seeing this, Taoist Juanti was so angry that his face turned green. What do you mean that he did not pay any price? Can't you see that such a huge Mount Meru has been destroyed? If this is not a price, what else can be called a price? It's really bullying. With anger in his heart, Taoist Juanti was about to argue with Feng Zichen. However, at that moment, the Taoist guide beside him suddenly pulled him. It was also at that moment that Taoist Juanti realized that the situation around him was not right. Why were the three pure ones looking at him faintly? Even Tao ancestor Hong Jun looked at him inexplicably, as if he was silently plotting something. On second thought, Taoist Juanti understood what was going on. Good fellow, I've suffered a loss, but I can't see others doing well. The disciples of the three pure ones are already on the list. Isn't it inappropriate for the Western sect to watch the show from the side? Therefore, why don't you choose a few disciples to be on the list? In that case, wouldn't everyone be in the same boat? No one would laugh at each other. After understanding the sinister intentions of the three pure ones, although Taoist Juanti felt upset, he knew that the Western sect could not refuse this matter. Once they refused, the three pure ones and the others would definitely join forces to plot against the Western sect, so that they could pull the Western sect into the immortal god calamity. Since fellow Taoist Primordial Beginning has 2 disciples, the Western sect will be the same as him. We will also have 2 disciples. When the killing tribulation erupts, they will naturally come to the east to face the tribulation. In that case, what do you think, fellow Taoists? After pulling Taoist Juanti to the side, Taoist Jieyin stood up and said to everyone, "Okay." When the crowd heard this, they all agreed. Seeing that the 2 people from the Western sect had retreated, the 3 pure ones retracted their gazes. Taoist Juanti heaved a sigh of relief. On the other side, Feng Zichen looked at Taoist Juanti, who had heaved a sigh of relief. He was thinking about how to plot against him ruthlessly, so that he could pull the Western sect into the immortal god calamity. That was actually not difficult. Feng Zichen already had a rough plan in his heart. As for how to operate it, he could refer to how the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning dealt with Chan School during the God Conferment period. Do you think that you can avoid the Great Tribulation by going into seclusion and singing in the Yellow Court? Let me tell you, that's a dream. If you don't come to face the tribulation, I'll find someone to pull you into the tribulation. The Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning used the interpersonal relationships between the disciples of Jie School to pull the entire Jie School into the immortal god calamity. That method could be said to be brilliant. Everyone had friends, and friends had friends of their own. In this way, a huge network of relationships was formed. And that was an opportunity. Feng Zichen understood the plan of the 2 people from the Western sect. It was nothing more than sending 2 disciples who were not valued to deal with the immortal god calamity. However, as long as they sent their disciples over, they would give others a chance to take advantage of them. Through these 2 disciples of the Western sect, they could completely involve their friends and fellow disciples in the immortal god calamity. In the end, the Western sect would be like the Jie School in Feng Zichen's previous life. They would be pulled into this vortex and could not escape. In fact, when plotting against the Western sect, Feng Zichen could even cooperate with the Grandmaster of Heaven. The Grandmaster of Heaven definitely did not want his disciple to be on the list, but he had no choice. There were too few disciples of Chan School. Even if all of them were on the list, they could not meet the requirements of the God roll. For that, the list on the God roll could only be chosen from the disciples of Jie School. That was because there were enough disciples of Jie School that could completely meet the requirements of the God roll. Therefore, this immortal god calamity seemed to be specially targeted at Jie School. However, don't forget, In the primordial world, apart from Jie school, there was another sect with many disciples that could completely meet the requirements of the God role. That was the Western sect. The Western sect was far away from the East. The few great calamities of the world did not affect it. Although it had experienced several demonic calamities, it was difficult to shake its foundation. Even if there were not as many disciples of the Western sect as there were at their peak, there would not be fewer. After all, the Western sect owned the entire Western sect. The current Western sect was barren, but it was not as barren as imagined. One had to know that in the ancient Lich era, the Lady of Earth had once used the power of Panga's heart to repair the Western Earth meridians. It was true that even Goddess Hutu was unable to restore him to his peak state even after giving it her all. However, even if it was only repaired a little, it would allow the Western sect to regain its vitality and give birth to new living beings. The new living beings had no other choice but to join the Western sect. In the Western sect, there was only one sect, the Western sect. Other Tao teachings were not allowed to exist. If those new living beings wanted to become cultivators, they could only become disciples of the Western sect and cultivate the Dharma formulation of Zhuan-Ti. The number of disciples of the Western sect, which owned the entire Western sect, could be imagined. Even if they were not as good as Jie school, they were not far away. If the disciples of the Western sect were to replace the disciples of Jie school on the God role, would the Grand Master of Heaven be willing? He would definitely be willing. He reckoned that as long as Feng Zichen told the Grand Master of Heaven about this plan, the Grand Master of Heaven would be able to arrange the rest without Feng Zichen's interference. It could even be said that even if he risked his life, the Grand Master of Heaven would drag the Western sect down for the sake of the inheritance of Jie school. The saying that a fellow Taoist would rather die than die was applicable everywhere. Since you already have a plan, the poor way will not ask about what happens next. It's up to you to decide how the Great Tribulation will begin and how it will unfold. After confirming the God role, Tao Ancestor Hong Jun said to everyone. Then he took out a long whip and handed it to the Grand Pure One. This item is called the God Striking Whip. It's a treasure that comes with the God role. It specializes in hitting the gods on the roll. Today, the Poor Way will give this item to you so that you can use it when you become a god in the future. The God Striking Whip was a supreme-grade connate numinous treasure that could seal one's Dharma powers. Those who were hit by it would instantly have their Dharma powers sealed and be like mortals. It was extremely terrifying. Moreover, that was not the greatest use of the God Striking Whip. The greatest use of the God Striking Whip was just like its name. It was used to strike gods. Anyone who left their name on the God roll would be restrained by it. They would be unable to resist the whip holder. In other words, the so-called God Striking Whip was a weapon that controlled the gods on the God roll. It was just like the shepherd's whip in the hands of a shepherd. Thank you, Master. After receiving the God Striking Whip, the Grand Pure One bowed and thanked him. Seeing that, Feng Zichen only narrowed his eyes and did not do anything extreme. That was fair, wasn't it? Since the God roll was handed over to Haotian, the God Striking Whip naturally had to be handed over to the three Pure Ones. There was nothing wrong with that. Both sides had half of the treasures. It seemed fair, didn't it? Actually, Feng Zichen was already very satisfied with that outcome. After all, if he followed the normal procedure, the God Striking Whip and the God roll would fall into the hands of the three Pure Ones. As for Haotian, he did not get anything. However, now under Feng Zichen's strong arguments, not only did they obtain the God roll, but they also forced the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning and Taoist Zhuan-Ti to sign their disciples on the God roll. Such an outcome had greatly exceeded Feng Zichen's expectations. He was very satisfied with that. Any more and it would be too much. Since all of you are here, why don't we set the rules for this immortal God-killing tribulation? It's better than calling you here in the future. It'll save us some trouble. After dealing with the God roll and the God Striking Whip, Tao Ancestor Hong Jun instructed everyone. After saying that, Tao Ancestor Hong Jun ignored everyone's reaction and disappeared. Regarding this, the crowd felt very helpless. What else could they do? They had to do as the Tao Ancestor said. Although he said that he was discussing with them, Tao ancestor Hongjun used his actions to tell them that it was not a notice but an order. Fellow Taoists, how should we carry out this immortal God-killing tribulation? The Grand Pure One broke the silence and asked. After Tao ancestor Hongjun left, the Grand Pure One was the strongest. Therefore, he was the one who presided over the meeting. Why don't Jie School and Chan School send out their disciples and have a fight? The dead will enter the role, and the living will be free. Big brother, what do you think of this method? The Grand Master of Heaven was angry, and said directly. Those were really angry words. If they really followed that method, Chan School would definitely not be a match for Jie School. There was no need for Duo Bao and Xianqing to attack. As long as the disciples of Jie School swarmed forward, just their Dharma treasures could bury the disciples of Chan School alive. Third brother, what are you saying? The immortal God-killing tribulation is not a child's play. How can it be like a boorish man fighting each other? Afraid that the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning and the Grand Master of Heaven would quarrel again. The Grand Pure One did not wait for the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning to speak, and scolded the Grand Master of Heaven. At the side, Feng Zichen and the others sat there, and watched the three brothers quarrel with interest. It was said that everyone was discussing together, but other than the three pure ones, they could not interrupt. After all, this immortal God-killing tribulation was mainly targeted at the three pure ones. Unless you were willing to enter the tribulation, it was better not to interfere in such matters. As long as you dared to interrupt, the three pure ones would dare to pull you into the tribulation. After arguing for a long time, the three pure ones finally reached a consensus. They agreed to use the next change of the human dynasty as the battlefield. Each of them would support one side and kill each other. In the process of competing for the true dragon, they would complete the killing tribulation. Feng Zichen did not have any objections to that. It was inevitable that the three pure ones would choose the human race as the battlefield. After all, the human race was the protagonist of the world. Moreover, this matter was not without precedent. Be it Xianyuan Zhanqiyu or Chengtang destroying Xia, there were immortals behind them. The three pure ones used the dynasty as the battlefield. They were just following the old rules. As for the prosperity of the dynasty and the peace of the country, so what if it was not suitable to be a battlefield? That did not matter. He just had to wait. There was no immortal dynasty in the world. As long as he waited, there would always be a ruler of a fallen country. Anyway, the thing that immortals did not lack the most was time. P.S. I will start updating on May 1st at least 7 days. Chapter 721. After the results were out, everyone bade farewell to Tao ancestor Hongjun, and left the Purple Cloud Palace. However, the three pure ones were traveling together. However, when he left, the Grand Master of Heaven was traveling alone. He did not travel with the two saints. Humph! Everyone left the Purple Cloud Palace. The Grand Master of Heaven snorted at the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning, and left alone. Big brother, look at him. Does he even have the slightest bit of respect for you? Seeing this scene, the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning said to the Grand Pure One beside him with a displeased expression. He was very dissatisfied with the Grand Master of Heaven's attitude, and felt that he did not take him, his brother, seriously. Enough! Second brother, how could you say those words when we were discussing the God role in the Purple Cloud Palace? You're just dissatisfied with third brother's disciple. It's fine if you say it in private, but how can you say it in front of everyone? If that's the case, where will third brother go? The Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning was dissatisfied with the Grand Master of Heaven, but the Grand Pure One was also dissatisfied with him. Until now, he still did not understand what the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning was thinking that he could say those words in the Purple Cloud Palace, saying that the disciples of Jie School were all cowards in front of everyone and scolding their disciples as beasts. Wasn't this equivalent to making Sect Master Tian lose face in front of everyone? No one would be able to tolerate that. Moreover, the immortal god Calamity this time was clearly a very simple matter, but the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning had made it complicated. The Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning only needed to give up a few disciples, and send them to the god role, so that the Grand Master of Heaven could be appeased. The Grand Master of Heaven would naturally make up for the remaining candidates. In that case, wouldn't the immortal god calamity be over? However, the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning's operation was really hard to explain. In any case, in the end, he could not avoid it. He had no choice but to send his 2 disciples to the god role. Moreover, he had offended the Grand Master of Heaven and ruined the relationship between the brothers. The Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning was the one who had failed to win. Big brother, I'm doing this for third brother's sake. Take a look at his disciples. Other than the top few, what kind of people are the rest? There are those who cultivate demonic arts, those who cultivate evil arts, and even those who cultivate with the blood of living beings. How could such actions be said to have the slightest bit of immortal atmosphere? It's even more demonic than the demonic path. What's the point of keeping such a disciple? Why don't we let them face the tribulation right now and correct the immortal Tao? Furthermore, third brother's talent is not inferior to ours in the slightest. However, his cultivation level is indeed the lowest among the 3 of us. Is third brother not working hard enough? Of course not. The main reason is that I was implicated by those disciples. The disciples of Jia school are doing evil outside. As their master, he will naturally be affected. As a result, my Tao heart is covered in dust and my cultivation progress is abnormally slow. In the Purple Cloud Palace, the poor Wei wants to send the disciples of the Jia sect to the investiture of the gods. Perhaps she has some selfish motives, but most of it is definitely for the good of third brother. The Jia order has been in chaos for too long. Now is the time to set things right. Get rid of those evil disciples and return peace to the Xian sect. It's also good for third brother to focus on cultivating. After being reprimanded by the Grand Pure One, the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning could not help but cry out in grievance. Just as he had said, he might have some selfish motives for sending the disciples of the Jia school to the god role. However, his fundamental goal was definitely for the good of the Grand Master of Heaven. The friendship between the 3 pure ones was still very stable. There were really too many disciples of the Jia school. Moreover, the Grand Master of Heaven did not have many restrictions on them. That could be seen from the rules of the Jia school. There were only 2 rules. They had to respect their teachers and not betray the sect. In other words, apart from that, the disciples of the Jia school had no taboos. In a sense, the disciples of the Jia school were more detestable than the disciples of the Chan school. After all, apart from being a little arrogant, the disciples of the Chan school could not be picked out. However, the disciples of the Jia school were different. They really dared to harm living beings. The disciples of the Jia school were indiscriminate. Basically, there were all kinds of demons and ghosts. Was it possible to say that they were all good people? Demons like to eat humans the most. Most of the disciples of the Jia school had deep negative karma. The Grand Master of Heaven was implicated by it. That was why he was entangled in karma, and his Tao heart was covered in dust. It was difficult for his cultivation to advance. The Grand Master of Heaven might have sensed such a situation, but it was impossible for him to attack his disciples. No matter what the disciples of the Jia school were like outside, they still respected their teachers. How could the Grand Master of Heaven do anything to his disciples who respected him so much? However, he could not do it, but the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning could. In order to solve the hidden dangers of the Grand Master of Heaven, the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning said those words in the Purple Cloud Palace. He wanted to send all the disciples of the Jia school to the god role. As a matter of fact, the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning did not make any mistakes in letting the disciples of the Jia school be on the god role. Such an outcome was because some of the disciples of the Jia school were guilty. The Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning's mistake was that he used the wrong method and did not care about the feelings of the Grand Master of Heaven. He felt that he did this for the good of the Grand Master of Heaven. However, the Grand Master of Heaven felt that the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning was slapping his face. Then wasn't there a problem? The Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning thought that I was doing it for your own good. It's fine if you don't appreciate it, but you still dare to throw a tantrum at me. You really don't know what's good for you. How could the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning not be dissatisfied with the Grandmaster of Heaven? The Grandmaster of Heaven thought that after you slapped my face, you still want me to understand you. If I tolerate this, I won't be able to survive in the primordial world in the future. Therefore, he exploded and fell out with the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning on the spot. After hearing the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning's words, the Grand Pure One could not help but fall silent. If the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning could think of the Grandmaster of Heaven's current situation, he could naturally think of it too. Therefore, when the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning wanted the disciples of the Jia school to be on the God roll, he chose to remain silent. Since his younger brother could not do it, he would let his older brothers do it. They would help the Grandmaster of Heaven get rid of those disciples with deep roots and return peace to the Jia school of the Celestial Sect of Wonders. However, the Grand Pure One, who had tacitly agreed to the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning's plan, did not expect him to be so unreliable. At the same time, he did not expect the Grandmaster of Heaven to have such a huge reaction and fall out with the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning. It was supposed to be a matter of brotherhood. However, under the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning's manipulation, it had turned into a scene of brothers quarreling. The Grand Pure One was quite tired. However, he could not blame the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning. After all, although the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning had some selfish motives, his starting point was for the good of the Grandmaster of Heaven. No, it was because of this selfishness that the matter had developed into the current situation. At the thought of this, the Grand Pure One felt even more tired. Forget it. With third brother's current attitude, I don't think he will listen to the poor way. Then I'll explain to him in the future. The Grand Pure One sighed and said helplessly. Then he turned to the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning and said, on the other hand, second brother, can you pay attention to the way you speak in the future? Don't be so aggressive. He wanted to say something unpleasant, but after thinking about it, he felt that it was a little harsh, so he changed his words. Yes. Hearing that, the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning's mouth twitched, but he did not say anything. Next, the two of them looked at each other without saying anything and returned to their respective dojos. On the other hand, after Feng Zichen returned to the boundless starry sky, he immediately began to make arrangements. First, he sent the Black Tortoise in Luo Shui into reincarnation. This immortal god calamity might be a killing calamity to others, but to this Black Tortoise, it was a huge opportunity. With his status and merit, he would definitely not die in the calamity. The Heavenly Tao would not allow such a situation to happen. If he could not die in the calamity, he would undoubtedly be able to reap enough benefits. He believed that after experiencing the baptism of this killing calamity, the Black Tortoise would definitely undergo a shocking transformation. After sending the Black Tortoise into reincarnation, Feng Zichen looked at the Gaochen Heavenly Palace. There, the Gaochen Emperor was in a deep sleep, waiting for the opportunity to return. In today's world, the immortal god calamity was about to arrive, and the human race would also encounter unprecedented changes. Wasn't this the opportunity for the Gaochen Emperor to return? With a thought, Feng Zichen's will left the Emperor Star and descended into the Gaochen Heavenly Palace. Dong, dong, dong. In the depths of the palace, an incomparably sacred Khanate Taoist embryo could be seen wandering in the sea of incense and willpower, still beating by itself. With every beat, heaven and earth would resonate and intertwine with countless laws of heaven and earth. Moreover, during this process, the origin of heaven and earth appeared and poured into the Khanate Taoist embryo endlessly, as if accelerating its growth. In addition, the origin of the Gaochen Star, the origin of the power of incense and willpower, as well as the majestic power that belonged to the human Tao, were also absorbed by the Khanate Taoist embryo as it beat. Heaven and earth, human Tao, Gaochen Star. So many powerful forces appeared at the same time just to provide power for the Khanate Taoist embryo to help it grow. In that case, the identity of the natural Taoist fetus was obvious. Feng Zichen, the heavenly emperor of supreme polarity of the West. Only he could enjoy such luxurious treatment. Heaven and earth spontaneously provided him with the origin of heaven and earth to help him revive. Even the human Tao, which had always been ethereal, gave him power to support him. It's about time. Feng Zichen could not help but say when he felt the great power contained in the Khanate Taoist embryo. Of course, the so-called about time did not mean that the Gaochen Emperor had accumulated enough power to revive him. Instead, it meant that the current power was almost enough to restore the Gaochen Emperor's intelligence. It had only been tens of thousands of years since the Gaochen Emperor's fall. Even with the help of heaven and earth and the human Tao, it was impossible for him to accumulate enough power to revive him in such a short time. If primordial chaos Daoyuo Jingxian could be revived so easily, they would not be so afraid of death. The more powerful an existence was, the harder it was to truly kill them. At the same time, once they fell, it was even more difficult for them to return and recover to their peak. However, this was obviously not applicable to Feng Zichen. This was because his providence was too strong. In the Eldritch world, providence was really a good thing. As long as one had enough providence, they could almost do whatever they wanted. Feng Zichen's providence, how should he describe it? Putting aside his identity, just the Gaochen Emperor's alias was enough. It could be said that he was the alias with the most karma of heaven and earth. The great Taoist priests, the post-celestial Tao ancestor, the human Tao emperor, the celestial demon Tao ancestor, the Khanate sword ancestor, the martial Tao ancestor, the Gaochen emperor, the incense divine Tao ancestor. With so many karma of heaven and earth, one could imagine how strong the Gaochen emperor's providence was. Even if he was not the first in the Eldritch world, he was still able to squeeze into the top 10. Even with the identity of the great Emperor Ziwei, who controlled the entire boundless starry sky, his providence might not be as strong as the Gaochen Emperor's. Why did heaven and earth love the Gaochen Emperor so much that it did not hesitate to use its origin to revive him? The reason was that he had enough identities and sufficient providence. Fellow Taoist, it's time to wake up. Standing in front of the Khanate Tao embryo, Feng Zichen said softly. Following it, a great will was awakened in the Tao fetus. In a trance, an illusory image appeared above the Khanate Tao embryo. Greetings to me. After waking up from the silence, the Gaochen Emperor opened his eyes and said to Feng Zichen, who was in front of him, Fellow Taoist, it's time for you to go. Without standing on ceremony with the Gaochen Emperor, Feng Zichen said straightforwardly. In fact, there was no need to stand on ceremony. After all, they were one. There was no need to stand on ceremony. It was strange for him to be polite to himself. It was even stranger than him speaking to himself. I already know. Don't worry. The two of them were telepathically connected. Without needing Feng Zichen to say his plan, the Gaochen Emperor naturally understood his plan. Okay. Then fellow Taoists, go ahead. As they spoke, Feng Zichen took out a streak of imperial purple qi and sent it into the Gaochen Emperor's body. This streak of imperial purple qi was the first streak of imperial purple qi nurtured by the Emperor Star. It could be said that it had existed since the beginning of the world. It was the purest Emperor Tao origin. Its power could be said to be shockingly great. With this streak of imperial purple qi, not to mention the human emperor, he could even compete with the heavenly emperor. Back when the real spirits of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors were nurtured, Feng Zichen was reluctant to use this streak of imperial purple qi. Now that it was his turn, he was going to use this streak of imperial purple qi. In this life, it was his turn to compete for the position of the human emperor. That's right. The reason why Feng Zichen woke up the Gaochen Emperor was to let him reincarnate as a human and compete for the position of the human emperor. This was to prepare for the immortal god Calamity in the future. Once the immortal god Calamity was activated, it would definitely happen in the era that he ruled. In this way, Feng Zichen was confident that the immortal god Calamity would happen according to his rhythm. Since he was going to be reincarnated, Feng Zichen would definitely not treat him unfairly. Everything had to be prepared to the best. The scale and extravagance would definitely be greater than the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors combined. If not, it would not be enough to show his nobility. After giving the imperial purple qi to the Gaochen Emperor, Feng Zichen was still worried. After giving him the 10,000 spirit crown and the human Tao Emperor seal, he nodded his head in satisfaction. Chapter 722. Since ancient times, the North Star was the first to be born with 2 innate cardinal treasures. After arranging everything, Feng Zichen prepared to send the North Star's incarnation into the cycle of reincarnation. The North Star's goal in reincarnation was to become the human emperor, and secretly lead the process of the investiture of the gods. It would be a great opportunity to take down the Western sect. Since that was the case, it had to be done secretly so that no one would discover it in advance. At the very least, before the North Star's reincarnation became the human emperor, no one could discover his true identity. For this reason, the North Star's reincarnation could not start from the 6 paths of reincarnation. A special reincarnation passage had to be opened for him. With a thought, the Hongmeng Daozhong appeared in Feng Zichen's hand. Open! Feng Zichen raised the Hongmeng Daozhong and knocked on the void. Suddenly, boundless primordial qi descended and surged continuously in the void. In the end, it formed an incomparably deep passageway. No one knew where it led to, but it was surrounded by dense reincarnation power. This was the reincarnation passage that Feng Zichen opened with the Hongmeng power. Feng Zichen was proficient in the path of reincarnation. In addition, the Hongmeng power had the ability to evolve all kinds of powers. With the 2 of them working together, they could definitely hide from the perception of others, and open up a reincarnation passage that could allow an existence like the North Star to pass through. The primordial chaos Daoyuo Jingxian was simply too powerful. Every move of his was like the might of the heavens. If such an existence reincarnated, the commotion it caused would definitely alarm the entire Eldritch world. Even if he wanted to hide it, it would be extremely difficult. Only Feng Zichen, who had a large number of innate cardinal treasures, and the support of the boundless starry sky, was confident that he could completely conceal the phenomenon of the North Star's reincarnation. Deity, I'll take my leave. Seeing the reincarnation passage appear, the North Star Emperor did not hesitate. He nodded at Feng Zichen and walked over. Whoosh! The illusionary figure of the North Star Emperor, and the innate Tao embryo behind him turned into a ray of light, and entered the reincarnation passage. At the same time, the Zichen sword and the Pantheon painting, which were hanging in the Gaochen Heavenly Palace, seemed to have sensed their master's departure. After swaying for a while, they also flew into the reincarnation passage. Only then did the reincarnation passage slowly close and disappear from the world, as if it had never appeared. The Gaochen is truly amazing this time. Feng Zichen lamented as he looked in the direction where Gaochen disappeared. 2 Khanate cardinal treasures, and 2 supreme-grade Khanate spiritual treasures. Such treatment was truly hard to find in the world. He really hoped that the birth of the Gaochen would not scare the family that he reincarnated into. East Sea, Golden Turtle Island. The first thing sect leader Tang Tian did when he returned to the Jie sect was to order the Boy of Fire and Water to ring the immortal gathering bell on the highest scale, so as to summon all the disciples of the Jie sect to the main hall of the Jie sect for a meeting. Dang 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 dang. The melodious sound of the bell reverberated in the eastern sea for a total of 108 times before it stopped. This time, the disciples of the Chan sect were frightened, and they felt deeply uneasy. The more times the immortal gathering bell was rung, the more serious the matter was. For it to ring 108 times in a row was already the highest scale. This meant that the Jie sect was on the brink of destruction. However, the Jie sect was the orthodoxy of a sage. In this world, who had the power to destroy a sage's orthodoxy? With deep worries, the disciples of the Jie sect put down what they were doing and rushed to the main hall of the Jie sect on Golden Turtle Island with a solemn expression. With the immortal god Calamity, the Jie sect had become the target of public criticism, due to the large number of disciples. They were about to be targeted by everyone. In the face of everyone's unfriendly gazes, would the Jie sect not have the power to destroy them? With the calamity right before them, sect leader Tang Tian summoned his disciples. Other than warning them, he also planned to give them some treasures to increase their chances of surviving the calamity. The immortal gathering bell has rung 108 times in a row. It seems like something big has happened to the Jie sect. Opening his eyes, Xianqing could not help but say. The ringing of the immortal gathering bell was so loud that it woke him up from his seclusion. That's right, Xianqing was in seclusion. To be precise, He had been in seclusion ever since he stepped down from the position of the Heavenly Emperor. After careful calculation, it should have been millions of years. During this period, he did not even move, let alone go out. He was no different from a stubborn rock. He was really in seclusion. That was the reason why Jie school gradually became chaotic. One had to know that Xianqing was the celestial lord of the Xian sect who was personally conferred by Tao ancestor Hongjun. He had the power to punish the Xian sect. Once a disciple of the Xian sect did evil in the world, and was discovered by him, he could suppress him or kill him directly without any negative karma. Because of this, with Xianqing in charge of the Jie sect, the disciples of the Jie sect were afraid. Naturally, every one of them was obedient and followed the rules of the Xian sect. However, as Xianqing went into seclusion and did not show up for millions of years, the disciples of the Jie sect were no longer restrained. Naturally, they grew solid and started to do evil. It could only be said that these disciples of the Jie sect should go to the investiture of the gods. Is the investiture of the gods about to start? As Xianqing woke up, he and his original body began to share their memories again. Soon he knew what happened recently. Tisk. It seems that during the time when the poor Wei was in seclusion, the eldritch world was unusually exciting. Xianqing smacked his lips and said with interest. Then, his figure gradually became illusory and soon disappeared without a trace. He went to Golden Ao Island. Such a big thing happened in the Jie sect. As the eldest senior brother of the Jie sect, he had to be there. Moreover, if Feng Zichen wanted to cooperate with the Tongtian sect leader in the future, he would need his help to bridge the gap between the two of them. The people now might not know, but the people of the older generation definitely knew that Xianqing and the North Star Emperor had been good friends since they were young. He vaguely remembered that the two of them were called the two heroes of the eldritch world. No one in the younger generation could be on par with the two of them. Even many of the people of the older generation could not be compared to them. They were really too outstanding. The North Star Emperor opened the way of the sword and created the way of the gods and demons. The 9 heaven immortals established the way of the talisman, and established the currency system of the eldritch world. These were all matters of great merit. Many people could not do it in their entire lives. However, they did it one after another. As a result, for a period of time, their legends were spread everywhere in the eldritch world. The brilliance of the rest of the people, even the Saint Donghuang, was overshadowed by the two of them. It could be said that the younger generation would surpass the older generation. As he thought, Xianqing came to Golden Ao Island in front of the Tongtian sect leader. Xianqing greets master. Xianqing bowed respectfully in front of the Tongtian sect leader. Xianqing, why are you here? Looking at Xianqing, who suddenly appeared in front of him, the Tongtian sect leader's face was full of shock. With his strength, he did not realize how Xianqing appeared in front of him. In his opinion, this was extremely unbelievable. But immediately, the Tongtian sect leader seemed to realize something and looked at Xianqing with his Dharma eye. He was shocked by what he saw. Xianqing, how can your realm be? In the eyes of the Tongtian sect leader, Xianqing's cultivation had already reached the half-step primordial chaos realm. He was only one step away from becoming the carefree primordial chaos Daoyuo Jingxian. After being in seclusion for millions of years, I was lucky to have gained something and my realm was able to increase a little. Xianqing smiled and said modestly. His character setting could not fall. The North Star Emperor, who was as famous as him, had already achieved the Tao for many years. Naturally, he could not fall too far behind. At least, he had to have the cultivation of a half-step primordial chaos realm. This time, after being in seclusion for millions of years, Xianqing's biggest gain was to increase his realm from the middle stage of the Sage-to-Be realm to the half-step primordial chaos realm. He was one of the top great divines in the eldritch world. In addition, he had cut off all 3 corpses, and they had achieved the same mind. As long as he took them back into his body, he could take another step forward. But it was this step that was difficult for Xianqing. It was difficult to cut off the 3 corpses, but it was even more difficult to take them back. No matter how hard Xianqing tried, he could not perfectly merge the 3 corpses into one. However, he was not in a hurry. At his level, Breaking through to become the primordial chaos Daoyuo Jingxian was inevitable. It was nothing more than grinding. Slowly grinding, he would eventually grind his cultivation up. Good. Very good. Xianqing, you are indeed the most outstanding disciple of the Xian sect. I see your cultivation. It won't be long before you can achieve the Tao and become an existence on par with me. After being stunned, the Tongtian sect leader was ecstatic. If there was a primordial chaos Daoyuo Jingxian in his sect, it would be worth it even if the Jie sect was gone. Among all the saints, who could cultivate a primordial chaos Daoyuo Jingxian like him, having a disciple who was comparable to a sage was a matter of pride no matter where one went. However, when he thought of the Jie sect, the Tongtian sect leader seemed to have thought of something. He was suddenly stunned, and then took a deep look at Xianqing. No one knew what he was thinking. You flatter me. Master, you flatter me. Even though he was praised by the Tongtian sect leader, Xianqing was still as humble as ever. I see that your 3 corpses are unstable. I think you are stuck at the step of merging the 3 corpses. As for how to do this step, I have never experienced it, so I have nothing to teach you. However, when your grandmaster preached in the past, he talked about this. I will sort it out for you later, and you can study it yourself. The Tongtian sect leader was very experienced. He saw the problem that Xianqing encountered at a glance. However, he only cut 2 corpses back then, and did not cut the 3rd one. He did not know much about how to merge the 3 corpses, so he had nothing to teach Xianqing. The only thing that could help him was to give him a piece of enlightenment from the Tao ancestors' preaching. He hoped that he could understand it. Thank you, Master. Hearing this, Xianqing's eyes lit up. The method of cutting the 3 corpses was created by the Tao ancestor. If he could get the Tao ancestors' enlightenment, even if it was just a few words, it would be enough for him to gain something. Just like this, the 2 of them started to communicate. Just as the 2 of them were communicating, the rest of the disciples of the Jie school also arrived one after another. The first to arrive was Taoist Duobao. After him were the true disciples of the incongruence Divine Mother. Next were the inner disciples like Zhao Gongming and the 3 Shao Immortals. Seeing that everyone gradually arrived, Xianqing and the Tongtian sect leader consciously stopped communicating. After all the disciples of the Jie school had arrived, the Tongtian sect leader first told the disciples about the immortal god Calamity. Then, after the disciples recovered from their shock, he distributed the Khanate spirit treasures in his hand. Then he told everyone to cultivate in peace so that when the immortal god Calamity came, they would have a better chance of survival. Until then, things were very normal. But when it was over, the Tongtian sect leader suddenly changed the topic to Xianqing. Xianqing, this calamity is the postnatal calamity. It is also the calamity of the Jie school and the Chan school. You obtained the Tao from the Khanate realm, so this calamity has nothing to do with you. Therefore, you don't have to participate in this immortal god calamity. During the calamity, you can cultivate in seclusion and hope to achieve the Tao as soon as possible. Looking at Xianqing, the Tongtian sect leader suddenly said. Hearing that, Xianqing was stunned. What was the meaning of not letting him participate in this calamity? What did he mean by he obtained the Tao from the Khanate realm? Didn't Duobao also obtain the Tao from the Khanate realm? Why could he participate but not him? This reason was completely unconvincing. Moreover, the God conferment tribulation was such a big matter, but he, the eldest senior brother of the Jie school, could not participate. What was the reason? Master, what do you mean? Junior brother also obtained the Tao from the Khanate realm. Why can he participate in this calamity, but I can't? Xianqing asked directly with doubts in his heart. Because Duobao is a disciple of the Jie school, but you are not. Therefore he can participate in this calamity but you can't. The Tongtian sect leader frowned and explained. What? Eldest senior brother is not a disciple of the Jie school? As soon as the Tongtian sect leader said that, the disciples of the Jie school were shocked, and their faces were filled with disbelief. How could eldest senior brother not be a disciple of the Jie school? But Shizuan wouldn't lie. Once the saint opened his mouth, it was the truth. If he said that Xianqing was not a disciple of the Jie school, then he was not a disciple of the Jie school. But how was that possible? Could it be for a moment? The disciples of the Jie school could not help but have a bold guess in their hearts. Could it be that eldest senior brother had angered master, and was expelled by him? Indeed, if someone who did not know heard the Tongtian sect leader's words, they would have the same thoughts as the disciples of the Jie school. However, as the person involved, Xianqing suddenly realized something after the Tongtian sect leader finished speaking. He was indeed not a disciple of the Jie school, nor was he the eldest senior brother of the Jie school. From the beginning, the eldest senior brother of the Jie school had always been Duobao, not Xianqing. Everyone called him eldest senior brother because he was the first disciple of the three pure ones, the eldest disciple of the Xian sect. When Xianqing became a disciple of the Tongtian sect, he entered the Xian sect, not the Jie school, because at that time, the Tongtian sect leader had not become a saint yet, so how could there be a Jie school? After that, the Tongtian sect leader established the Jie school and became a saint. He included the disciples he had accepted previously, Duobao, the goddess of fire spirit, and the others as direct disciples. Chapter 723. As for Xianqing, he was not included in the Jie school because he had the inheritance of the three pure ones. He still considered himself a disciple of the Xian sect. Xianqing was the disciple of the Grand Master of Heaven, but he was actually a common disciple of the three pure ones. They had taught him together. Such an awkward identity was indeed not suitable to be included in the Jie school. Back then, the Grand Master of Heaven had considered this point. That was why he did not pull Xianqing in when he established the Jie school. Since he was not a disciple of the Jie school, Xianqing had no reason to interfere in the battle between the Jie school and the Chan school. The disciples of the Jie school were Xianqing's junior brothers, but the disciples of the Chan school were also his junior brothers. Master this. After coming back to his senses, Xianqing still looked at the Grand Master of Heaven in confusion. Although it made sense to reject him because he was not a disciple of the Jie school, it was still a little far-fetched. Xianqing could not be a disciple of the Jie school, but he was definitely a disciple of the Grand Master of Heaven. Even if he could not fight for the Jie school, he could fight on behalf of his master. Moreover, with Xianqing's strength, if he interfered in the immortal god-killing tribulation, the Jie school would definitely win. Unless the saint interfered, Xianqing could kill the three sects alone. Since that was the case, the Grand Master of Heaven still did not let him interfere in this killing tribulation. Obviously, he had some difficulties. Thinking of this, Xianqing looked up at the Grand Master of Heaven. What he saw was the Grand Master of Heaven's eager gaze. In a trance, Xianqing seemed to understand why the Grand Master of Heaven did not let him participate in the battle. The Grand Master of Heaven wanted to use this opportunity to completely draw the line between him and the Jie school so that he could be free of worries and devote himself to cultivation, so that he could achieve the Tao as soon as possible and cultivate the primordial chaos Tao fruit. How could the Grand Master of Heaven not know the benefits of letting Xianqing and the Jie school participate in the battle? Of course he knew. However, he also knew that Xianqing was not suitable to be involved with the Jie school at this moment. The Grand Master of Heaven knew what the Jie school was like now. Even he was implicated, causing the progress of his cultivation to be abnormally slow. If Xianqing was involved in the Jie school, he would probably not have the chance to break through to the primordial chaos Daoyuo Jingxian. In order to break through the primordial chaos Daoyuo Jingxian, one had to first transcend the primordial chaos. If Xianqing was tainted with karma because of the Jie school, how could he break through? Seeing that a primordial chaos Daoyuo Jingxian was about to be born in his sect, how could sect leader Tongtian delay his best disciple for the sake of the broken ship of the Jie sect? If Jie school was gone, it could be rebuilt. On the contrary, if Xianqing was gone, it would be difficult to cultivate another disciple like him. Furthermore, if Xianqing could successfully break through to become the primordial chaos Daoyuo Jingxian, then Jie school would be gone. It would not be a big deal. He, the Grand Master of Heaven, could still hold his head high in front of his fellow Taoists with the help of Xianqing. After all, he had cultivated a primordial chaos Daoyuo Jingxian. Alas! Yes, Master. Xianqing obeys. Seeing sect leader Tongtian like this, Xianqing knew that he was determined not to let him participate in this great calamity. Therefore, Xianqing did not force him and directly accepted the order. Sect leader Tongtian's idea was quite good, but once the killing calamity started, even the saints could not help themselves, let alone Xianqing. His involvement with the three pure ones was so deep that he could not avoid this immortal god-killing calamity, no matter what. He had to enter the calamity and even die. This immortal god-killing calamity might be the opportunity for Xianqing to cut off the karma between him and the three pure ones. If he entered the calamity and died, his body would turn into ashes. He came and left cleanly. In this way, when Xianqing returned, it would be the time for him to become the primordial chaos Daoyuo Jingxian. However, before Xianqing died, he still had to repay his master's kindness. Sect leader Tongtian was worthy of his master's name. Xianqing naturally had to repay his master's kindness. Then, he would do his best to preserve a trace of inheritance for the Jie school. Not to mention other things, he could ignore the outer and inner disciples, but those personal disciples must be protected. In this way, Xianqing could die without any worries. Okay, go back and cultivate in seclusion first. I will handle the matters of the Jie school. You don't have to share the burden. Seeing that Xianqing understood his painstaking efforts, sect leader Tongtian nodded with satisfaction. After that, sect leader Tongtian dismissed many disciples and asked them to rush back to their cave residences and focus on refining magic treasures to wait for the immortal god-killing calamity. The immortal god-killing calamity was about to arrive, and the boundless killing aura began to gradually spread between heaven and earth. When it completely covered the untainted land, it meant that the immortal god-killing calamity had taken shape, and it was time to erupt. At that time, the immortal god-killing calamity would completely erupt and sweep across the whole untainted land, affecting all the living beings who practiced the acquired path. It should be known that in the immortal god-killing calamity, not only the disciples of the three religious sects had to go through the calamity, but also countless living beings who practiced the acquired path. However, compared to the disciples of the three religious sects, their treatment was much worse. The disciples of the three religious sects at least had the investiture of the gods as a guarantee. If they died, except for a few unlucky ones, most of them could enter the investiture of the gods to survive. However, if those ordinary cultivators died, unless they made great contributions or were lucky enough to enter the investiture of the gods, they would die. As for the rest, if they died, they would really die. Their souls would enter the netherworld to be reincarnated, or completely turn into ashes and fly away. There was no other way. After all, the master of the three religious sects was a sage. With such a powerful background, naturally, they would receive treatment that others did not have. The privileged class had always existed. Since ancient times, it had always been like this. However, compared to the mortal society, the mythical world was more cruel. As the tribulation aura spread, more and more cultivators in the untainted land sensed the impending killing calamity, because when they were meditating, they could occasionally see that the untainted land was filled with a layer of blood. That blood-red color was formed by killing intent. It was a boundless killing intent that stretched as far as the eye could see. Wasn't such a strange phenomenon a sign of the impending killing calamity? For a moment, a tense atmosphere spread in the untainted land. While the three religious sects were constantly moving and everyone was in a state of anxiety, the netherworld, which was isolated from the world and almost forgotten, also had some movements at this moment. Fengdu City Netherworld. At this moment, the powerhouses of the netherworld were gathered here to discuss a major event that could change the current situation of the untainted land. Fellow Taoists, I think you all have a premonition that the next calamity of the untainted land is coming. On the main seat, the ghost emperor of Fengdu looked at the people below and said slowly. Below him were all famous big shots of the untainted land. For example, ancestral shaman Xianming, patriarch Nether River of the Blood Sea, and other top great divine abilities of the untainted land. Even goddess Hutu had left the reincarnation palace and rushed here personally to participate in this gathering. I did sense it. This calamity is called the immortal god calamity. It seems to be caused by the backlash of the Khanate myriad Tao. It's a calamity specially targeted at the three religious sects. However, it doesn't matter. The netherworld is located in a remote corner and has not cared about worldly affairs for many years. No matter how powerful this immortal god calamity is, it won't affect this place. As soon as the ghost emperor of Fengdu finished speaking, Patriarch Nether River, who was sitting below him, said. However, judging from his attitude, he clearly did not care too much about this calamity. When the rest of the people heard this, they nodded their heads in agreement. Just as Patriarch Nether River said, the netherworld was located in a remote corner. Since its birth, no calamity of the world had affected this place except for the chaos demon god calamity. Moreover, the netherworld also had the protection of the most powerful Dharma treasure in the untainted land, the Chaos Supreme Treasure, the 6 Paths of Reincarnation disc. Even if a calamity of the world affected this place, it would not be able to escape the suppression of the 6 Paths of Reincarnation disc. As such, they naturally had an indifferent attitude towards the impending apocalypse of heaven and earth. However, such an outcome was obviously not what the Ghost Emperor of Fengdu wanted to see. Therefore he frowned and said, "Fellow Taoist Nether River, you're wrong. How can the eruption of this calamity of the world have nothing to do with the nether world? You should know that every time the calamity of the world erupts, countless living beings will be affected and die tragically in the calamity. And after they die, they will come to the nether world. They will either be reincarnated and start all over again, or they will stay in the nether world and become a member of our world. So, how can you say that it has nothing to do with the nether world? Every time the calamity of the world erupted, the nether world would be in chaos for a period of time. Moreover, after these ghosts were reincarnated, the population and strength of the netherworld would welcome an explosive growth. Countless ghosts entering the netherworld would definitely affect the order of the Yin court. Therefore, the netherworld would inevitably be in chaos for a period of time. Order would only be slowly restored after all these ghosts were sent into the cycle of reincarnation. As for why the population and strength would increase, it was even simpler. In this world, not everyone was willing to be reincarnated. Those who were unwilling to be reincarnated would naturally choose to stay in the netherworld and cultivate the ghost Tao in order to attain the great Tao again. In this way, the strength and population of the netherworld would naturally welcome an explosive growth. So what? Hasn't it always been like this in the past? Could it be that this calamity is different from the past? Or does fellow Taoist Fengdu have some ideas? Hearing this, Xianming asked curiously. He heard another meaning from the Ghost Emperor of Fengdu's words. Otherwise, why would he talk about things that he was used to? Indeed, this calamity is different from the past. As far as I know, when the saints were discussing in the Purple Cloud Palace, the Tao ancestor gave the heavenly book Investiture of the Gods to Hao Tian. The Investiture of the Gods has the power of the gods. As long as one writes their name on it, when they die, they can be resurrected on the list and obtain the power of immortality and indestructibility. Of course, those who are on the list are not without a price. From then on, they will lose their freedom and will be controlled by the list master. The Tao ancestor used this method to select war generals for the heavenly court to expand the strength of the heavenly court. Faced with Xianming's doubts, the Ghost Emperor of Fengdu told him the information he had obtained. Then fellow Taoist Fengdu means. Hearing this, Xianming and Patriarch Nether River seemed to have guessed and asked at the same time. That's right. I want to imitate the investiture of the gods and create a ghost investiture of the gods and ghosts in the world to strengthen the strength of the Yin court. Nodding, the Ghost Emperor of Fengdu said in an excited tone. If the heavenly court could confer gods, the Yin court could naturally do the same. However, the heavenly court conferred righteous gods, while the Yin court conferred ghostly gods. One managed the living, and the other managed the dead. This method sounds feasible. But the heavenly book Investiture of the Gods is a supreme-grade connate numinous treasure. With our strength, I'm afraid it's difficult to refine it. The Ghost Emperor of Fengdu's method sounded very good, but how could a supreme-grade connate numinous treasure be easy to refine? Not to mention the problem of materials, just refining a connate numinous treasure was difficult for them. Apart from the cauldron of heaven and earth in Niua's hands, They had never heard of anyone who could refine a connate numinous treasure. Ha! Fellow Taoist Xianming, you don't have to worry about refining a connate numinous treasure. You've underestimated the power of a chaos treasure. I believe that as long as Goddess Hutu is willing to help, it won't be difficult to refine a supreme-grade connate numinous treasure. Hearing ancestral witch Xianming's worry, the ghost emperor of Fengdu laughed and turned to look at Goddess Hutu. At the same time, ancestral witch Xianming also looked at Goddess Hutu with a puzzled expression, as if he wanted to verify the authenticity of the ghost emperor of Fengdu's words. Indeed, the 6 paths of reincarnation disc can refine connate numinous treasures. Nodding, Hutu confirmed that what the ghost emperor of Fengdu said was true. The 6 paths of reincarnation disc did have the ability to refine connate numinous treasures. In fact, as long as there were enough materials, the 6 paths of reincarnation disc could even refine connate numinous treasures, let alone supreme-grade connate numinous treasures. One had to know that the 6 paths of reincarnation disc was a chaos treasure. And what was a chaos treasure? It was an existence that stood at the peak of all Dharma treasures. It was equivalent to the Pangu of cultivators. It was the peak that all Dharma treasures could not surpass. In the vast world, there were only 4 chaos treasures. Each of them was accompanied by countless legends, and their power was beyond imagination. Such a Dharma treasure already had the ability to nurture connate numinous treasures, and even connate numinous treasures, let alone refine connate numinous treasures. As long as the 6 paths of reincarnation disc was given enough time, it would definitely be able to nurture connate numinous treasures, or even connate numinous treasures with the reincarnation attribute. However, this time was a little long. At this moment, the 6 paths of reincarnation disc had already nurtured a connate numinous treasure embryo. As long as Hutu could remain calm and not touch it, it would definitely be a powerful numinous treasure in the future. Although the 6 paths of reincarnation disc can refine connate numinous treasures, it can't be refined out of thin air. So, I wonder what kind of heavenly treasures have you prepared to refine the ghost sealing roll? After confirming the ghost emperor of Fengdu's words, Goddess Hutu continued to ask. Supreme-grade connate numinous treasures were rare, but the heavenly treasures to refine them were even rarer, especially for a Dharma treasure like the ghost sealing roll, whose purpose had been determined in advance. It was even more difficult to refine. The heavenly treasures needed to refine it were undoubtedly very precious and abnormally difficult to find. You don't have to worry about this, goddess. Since Fengdu dared to suggest this idea, he naturally has already made preparations. Goddess Hutu smiled confidently. Chapter 724. Oh, what is it? Everyone's curiosity was piqued. Take a look. As he spoke, the ghost emperor flipped his hand, and 2 broken Dharma treasures appeared in his palm. Everyone looked over, and saw that it was a few pieces of paper, and a broken flag. Those few pieces of paper should be a book-type Dharma treasure. No one knew what hit it, but it was completely broken. Only a few pages were left hanging, and they could barely make out the shape of a book. The tattered flag was in an even more miserable state. The flag had completely disappeared, leaving only a bare flagpole. Even so, it did not affect their strength at all. Everyone could feel an extremely powerful aura from the 2 broken Dharma treasures from afar. The aura was as strong as a superior-grade connate spiritual treasure. It might even be stronger. Everyone was a little moved when they saw the 2 items. They were already broken to such a state, but the aura they emitted was not weaker than a superior-grade connate spiritual treasure. How powerful were they before they were broken? A supreme-grade connate spiritual treasure would definitely not be able to do that. It had to be at least a connate cardinal treasure. These 2 treasures are fragments of the Chaos Spiritual Treasure Netherworld Treasure Record and the Underworld Banner. In the past, when the Chaos Demon God tribulation had just erupted, I had a conflict with the 2 demon gods who had rushed out from the depths of the 9 underworlds, the Netherworld Demon God and the Underworld Demon God. In the Great Battle, in order to force the 2 of them to retreat as soon as possible, I used the power of the Netherworld Realm's origin to forcefully break the Dharma treasures in their hands, forcing them to leave. And this Dharma treasure fragment in my hand was obtained at that time. Faced with everyone's doubts, the Ghost Emperor of Fengdu explained the origin of the 2 Dharma treasures. I see. Hearing this, everyone had a look of realization on their faces. Obviously, they all had an impression of that great battle, but they did not expect the Ghost Emperor of Fengdu to have such a harvest. The names of the Netherworld Demon God and the Netherworld Demon God are obvious. They must be related to the Netherworld realm. In fact, that is the case. The reason why the Netherworld realm could be born, other than the nurturing of the origin of the earth, was because it had merged with the origin of many chaos demon gods. The Netherworld Demon God and the Netherworld Demon God are one of them. Therefore, the Tao of these 2 devil gods is the most compatible with the Nether realm. By the same logic, their accompanying spirit treasures are also spirit treasures that are most compatible with the Nether realm. If we use its fragments to refine the ghost sealing roll and the ghost beating whip, the 2 treasures that we refine will definitely become important treasures of the Nether realm. They will have the ability to suppress the fortune of an entire realm. Placing the chaos spiritual treasure fragment in front of everyone, the Ghost Emperor of Fengdu slowly explained his plan. The Netherworld treasure record was a chaotic spirit treasure that was born from the Netherworld's Grand Tao, and it could be said to be innately capable of carrying the karmic luck of the Netherworld. Using its fragments to refine the ghost sealing list, even if the resulting treasure was not as good as the heavenly book's investiture of the gods, it would not be much weaker. On the other hand, the Nether Spring Banner was a chaotic spirit treasure that was born from the Nether Spring Grand Tao, and it complemented the Netherworld treasure record. So it was most suitable to refine the ghost beating whip. The combination of the 2 happened to be a complete ghost sealing supreme treasure, which was no different from the God sealing supreme treasure. You're right. Seeing that the Ghost Emperor of Fengdu was so well prepared, everyone nodded in agreement. They had no choice but to agree. Since the Ghost Emperor of Fengdu was so well prepared, it was obvious that he had a plan. At this time, unless they planned to fall out with him, they could not refuse at all. Refusing would not shake the Ghost Emperor of Fengdu's determination. It would only make them stand on the opposite side of him and become his target. In this way, everyone was very clear in their hearts about what to choose. Moreover, once the ghost sealing matter was completed, the origin of the Netherworld would definitely be strengthened. Then they, the rulers of the Netherworld, would also obtain a lot of benefits. Since that was the case, why would they refuse? Fellow Taoist, I'll take my leave first. I'll try to refine the ghost sealing list and the ghost beating whip before the immortal god calamity erupts. After Goddess Hutu reached out and took away the 2 chaos spiritual treasure fragments, she said to the Ghost Emperor of Fengdu, "Thank you, Goddess." Seeing this, the Ghost Emperor of Fengdu hurriedly thanked her. "It's fine." Shaking her head, Goddess Hutu left. After he left, the crowd also took their leave. The great era is about to arrive. Looking at the backs of everyone, the Ghost Emperor of Fengdu said faintly, once the ghost sealing list was completed, he would hang it in front of the gate of hell when the immortal god calamity erupted. He would take in the souls of the dead who were fated with the Netherworld, and complete the great cause of sealing the 10,000 ghosts. At that time, Luzai would come. The god sealing list was hanging on the southern heavenly gate of the heaven realm, and the ghost sealing list was hanging on the gate of hell of the Netherworld. It would be strange if they did not fight. With the outbreak of the immortal god calamity, if a cultivator really died, would his soul enter the god sealing list or the ghost sealing list? Those cultivators who had already left their names on the god sealing list would definitely have their souls enter the god sealing list after they died. However, those who were not on the god sealing list would face a difficult choice after they died. Should they go up to the sky to become a heavenly god, or go down to become a Yin god? Oh, no. They had no choice. Since they were already dead, they had no right to choose. Which list to enter depended on which of the 2 lists was more powerful. Whoever was stronger and whose methods were more brilliant would be able to pull more people into the list. As for those dead cultivators, they were like lambs waiting to be slaughtered, allowing the 2 lists to choose. However, no matter which of the 2 lists was stronger or weaker, The appearance of the ghost sealing list would always take away some of the candidates who belong to the God sealing list, causing the pressure on the God sealing list to increase greatly. At the same time, this also caused the competition in the immortal god calamity to become even more intense. In the past, 365 people could fill the god sealing list. However, with the appearance of the ghost sealing list, this number would at least double. This undoubtedly caused the three sects, who were already under a lot of pressure, to feel even more pressure. In other words, the three sects could not afford this loss at all. 365 people. By sacrificing the Jia school, the three sects could barely gather enough people for him. However, if this number doubled, although the three sects could gather enough people, the price they would have to pay would be too great. It would even shake the foundation of the entire immortal Tao. Not everyone was qualified to be listed on the investiture of the gods. Those with deep negative karma, even if they were from the three sects, would not be able to enter the god sealing list. If they died, they would really die. Only those with good fortune were qualified to be on the list. Thus, even though the god bestowment list only required 365 people, it was unknown how many people would have to die in order to gather all 365 people. If this number were to double, then most of the new heavenly immortal Tao cultivators would probably be killed. In this way, how could the foundation of the immortal Tao not be shaken? However, this was not the end. According to Feng Zichen's plan, not only did the heavenly court and the Yin court have to become gods, but the human world also had to become gods. One had to know that in addition to the god sealing list and the ghost sealing list, there was also a divine Tao treasure called the myriad god painting in this world. And this treasure was in the hands of the North Star Emperor. Now he carried this treasure and reincarnated into the human world, wanting to unveil the prelude of the human world's god sealing list. Now there was the god sealing list in the heavenly realm, the ghost sealing list in the nether realm, and the myriad god painting in the human world. When the immortal god calamity broke out, the three realms of heaven, earth, and man would unveil the god sealing list together. That scene would definitely be spectacular. The entire untainted land would be shaken because of it, and the saints would go crazy because of it. The ghost sealing roll was already enough for them. If they were to add the god sealing roll to it, it would not only shake their foundation, but also destroy their foundation. In order to protect the immortal Tao, the three pure ones would definitely expand the scale of the immortal god calamity without leaving any leeway, so that more forces would be involved in this calamity and reduce the pressure on the three sections. This was the only way. The three realms would unveil the god sealing list together, so the disciples of the three sects would definitely not be enough. The forces of the three realms would have to enter the calamity together to complete this calamity. Under Feng Zichen's plan, this god sealing calamity might not be the biggest calamity in the untainted land, but it would definitely affect the widest and most. All the forces of the three realms would be involved in this calamity. All living beings and countless cultivators, unless they had merit, would have to walk into the killing tribulation to end their own karma. They would either escape the calamity or die on the list. As for those with deep karma, they were destined to be turned into ashes in this great calamity and vanish into thin air. The heaven, earth, and mortal realms were all conferred gods at the same time. The scale of this investiture of the gods' cataclysm was absolutely unprecedented. Ever since the Lady of Earth entered the 6 paths of reincarnation to refine the ghost sealing list and the ghost striking whip, the netherworld realm returned to peace. Everyone returned to their respective cave residences and cultivated as usual. It was as if nothing had happened before. It was the same in the heaven realm. After the great Emperor Ziwei and the Jade Emperor returned from the Purple Cloud Palace, they had been living in seclusion and did not show any signs of nervousness in the face of the great calamity. It was as if the calamity did not exist. It was a sharp contrast to the immortals who were worried because of the calamity. Just as the heaven realm and the netherworld realm fell into a strange silence, the human realm, which had been peaceful for many years, was in turmoil. Rumble. On this day, the destiny of the human race, which had not changed for a long time, suddenly became restless. It manifested the image of a 5-colored torch flame and stirred up the entire river of destiny. Affected by this, the destiny of the Shang dynasty also became turbulent. In the sky above Shangdu, a huge Xian bird suddenly appeared and circled above the royal city, crying out continuously. Such a change naturally alarmed the human king in the Shang dynasty's royal palace. At that time, the human king, Dijia, walked out of the palace with a solemn expression and looked in the direction of the Xian bird above his head. How could this be? Why would the Xian bird appear for no reason? In recent years, nothing major has happened in the Shang dynasty. Looking at the Xian bird that suddenly appeared, Dijia's eyes were filled with doubt. There was a saying that the Xian bird of destiny descended and gave birth to Shang. The Xian bird was the totem of the Shang dynasty. At the same time, it was the manifestation of its destiny in the human realm. Since it was formed by destiny, it naturally would not appear unless something major happened. Every time the Xian bird appeared, it meant that something major had happened. However, no matter how Dijia thought about it, he could not think of anything major that had happened in the Shang dynasty recently. While he was puzzled, Dijia secretly used a secret technique and communicated with the Xian bird. Xian bird, did something major happen? A dignified voice came from Dijia's mouth and resounded in the Xian bird's heart. However, something that shocked Dijia happened. Although he had communicated with the Xian bird did not give an answer to his question. Instead, through the connection, it transmitted an extremely fearful emotion. It was as if some great existence was about to descend, causing the Xian bird to feel fear from the bottom of its heart and want to submit. At that moment, Dijia only felt that it was extremely ridiculous. The Xian bird was formed by the destiny of the Shang dynasty. Its strength was comparable to that of a great perfection quasi-saint expert. Even if a saint personally came, at most it would be fearful and not submit. The Xian bird's behavior was like something out of a fairy tale. However, while he felt that it was ridiculous, Dijia could not help but feel curious. Just what kind of existence could make the Xian bird submit? That was something that even a saint could not do. Dijia's doubts didn't last long. Soon the answer he wanted appeared before him. Rumble. In the sky above the royal capital, endless five-colored flames suddenly appeared, burning through the entire void. Then he saw the faint silhouette of a vast river behind the void. That was the River of Destiny, the most mysterious place in the untainted land. After the River of Destiny appeared, the five-colored brilliance became even more resplendent. Like the sun, it hung above the royal capital. At that moment, the Xian bird formed by the destiny of the Shang dynasty had already folded its wings. Like a mortal, it knelt in the void and bowed in worship in the direction of the five-colored brilliance, as if it was welcoming the arrival of some supreme existence. Seeing this scene, the human king Dijia finally felt fear. Just as he was about to move, he saw an unfathomable majesty suddenly spread out. In an instant, that terrifying majesty pressed down on Dijia and forced him to kneel on the ground. Even someone as strong as the human king could not summon any strength to resist in front of this majesty. He could only submit, and that was the only way. Rumble. As if the sky was collapsing, the space shattered in an instant. A ball of resplendent Xianhua accompanied by five-colored light appeared before Dijia's eyes. This is Xianhua? Slightly stunned, Dijia recognized the origin of the Xianhua before him. It was the manifestation of the destiny of the human race. No wonder the Xian bird submitted. Compared to Xianhua, it was not worth mentioning. The Xian bird was formed by the destiny of the Shang dynasty. However, Xianhua represented the destiny of the entire human race. The difference between them was clear at a glance. The Xian bird itself was just a part of Xianhua. Ever since Xia Qi changed the world to a family world, the destiny of the human kings was no longer represented by Xianhua. Instead, it was represented by their respective totems. Chapter 725. That was because neither Xia nor Shang could represent the entire human race. Therefore, Xianhua left them. And in this world, the only ones who could use Xianhua as a symbol were the legendary three sovereigns, 5 emperors, and king of Great Yu. Could it be that they had descended? Looking at Xianhua in front of him, Dijia could not help but have a bold guess. Unfortunately, he guessed wrong, and it was a big mistake. That was not Xianhua formed by the destiny of the human race, but the manifestation of Feng Zichen's destiny. With Dijia's shallow knowledge, he did not know that other than the 3 sovereigns' 5 emperors, there was another person who could use Xianhua as a symbol. That was Fengzi, the human race's Saint Emperor Feng Zichen. He was really too ancient, so ancient that the world had almost forgotten him. Feng Zichen attained the Tao in the primordial era, and he had already become the human emperor before the 3 sovereigns' 5 emperors. He was the first human emperor of the human race, and at the same time, the greatest human emperor. He had single-handedly created the glory of the primordial human race. Feng Zichen's greatness not only allowed him to use Xianhua as a symbol, but even his own destiny was also manifested in the image of Xianhua. In other words, the reason why the destiny of the human race was in the image of Xianhua was because he had once imprinted the image of his own destiny on the destiny of the human race. The destiny of the human race was the manifestation of his destiny. As such, the two were naturally identical. When Dijia saw Xianhua, his first reaction was that the destiny of the human race had manifested. In fact, that was not the case. It was the result of Feng Zichen's destiny manifesting. The two were exactly the same, so he naturally could not tell them apart. Of course, this was also related to Dijia being too weak. As long as he could pull himself together and look directly at the ball of Xianhua that Feng Zichen had transformed into, he would be able to tell the difference between him and the human race's Xianhua. As a sovereign personage, Dijia was not qualified at all. It had to be said that compared to the world of the public, it was indeed easier to produce mediocre people. Take Dijia for example. If it was during the era of the public, he would never be able to become the human king. It was only during the era of the family that he was able to steal the position of the human king, by relying on his status as a member of the royal family. The decline of the human race with each generation might not necessarily be due to the incompetence of the human king. If the human kings were more outstanding with each generation, then why would the human race worry about not being able to prosper? However, it didn't matter. This was because Feng Zichen had been reincarnated. As long as he could become the emperor, whether it was the family world or the public world, everything would become history. From now on, the human race would only have one emperor, and that was Feng Zichen. Rumble. Feng Zichen ignored Dijia's question and focused on controlling Xianhua. Dijia wasn't displeased at all. Although he was the human king, in front of those mighty existences who could control the destiny of the human race, his position as the human king was nothing. He could be stripped of his position at any time. In fact, even if his ancestor, Cheng Tang, was here, he would not dare to be disrespectful to such a character, let alone him, Dijia. Just wait patiently. As time passed, the ball of Xianhua continued to emit light and gradually enveloped the entire Shang dynasty's capital. Then a shocking change happened. The Xian bird formed by the destiny of the great Shang dynasty began to slowly evaporate under the illumination of the Xianhua, turning into wisps of light that merged into the Xianhua. No, Your Majesty, please stop. Seeing this, Dijia finally panicked. He couldn't care less about the other party's identity and hurriedly stopped him. The Xian bird could be said to be the foundation of the great Shang dynasty. If it was completely devoured by the Xianhua, the great Shang dynasty would be finished. For a faction without the slightest bit of destiny, Dijia couldn't think of a second possibility other than gradually heading toward destruction. He was the king of the great Shang dynasty. He could be incompetent and absurd, but he would never watch his country be destroyed in front of him. Therefore, even though he knew the other party's identity, Dijia still spoke up. As the emperor of the Shang dynasty, his duty was to stop the other party from devouring the great Shang dynasty's destiny. However, although Dijia spoke up to stop him, Feng Zichen clearly didn't care about his words. He completely ignored him and continued to devour the great Shang dynasty's destiny. You've gone too far. After all, he was a human king and had his dignity. Dijia's previous humble attitude was already the limit of what he could do. Now, even though he was so humble, Feng Zichen still didn't give him any face. Dijia was instantly enraged. Immediately, he was about to use the martial arts that the Shang dynasty's royal family had inherited from the great emperor of the human race, Diku, and kill Feng Zichen. The founder of the Shang dynasty was Diku's son. Therefore, the Shang dynasty had Diku's inheritance. Dijia's heart moved, and an unparalleled power burst out from his body, turning into a majestic emperor's aura that rushed towards Xianhua in midair. Noisy. Seeing the emperor's aura coming towards him, Feng Zichen snorted in displeasure. Immediately, an even stronger emperor's aura swept out, easily shattering the incoming emperor's aura and suppressing the emperor's aura. Dijia was naturally extremely unwilling to be suppressed by someone so casually. He forcefully raised his spiritual energy, wanting to use a secret art to increase his strength at all costs to break free from Feng Zichen's suppression. However, just as Dijia was about to make his move, he suddenly realized that something was wrong. Things seemed to be different from what he had imagined. In his senses, after the mystic bird was devoured by Xianhua, not only did the great Shang dynasty's destiny not decrease, but it also became stronger. This wasn't right. That person wasn't devouring the great Shang dynasty's destiny. On the contrary, he was pouring the human race's destiny into the great Shang dynasty's destiny to strengthen it. Oh no. After realizing this, Dijia didn't feel happy at all. Instead, he became even more terrified. He was scared. He was really scared. If the great Shang dynasty's destiny weakened, the great Shang dynasty would be in danger of being destroyed. Therefore, Dijia was terrified. However, if the great Shang dynasty's destiny continued to increase, his life would be in danger. For this, he was even more terrified. The more foolish a person was, the more afraid they were of death. Dijia still cared about his life very much. Therefore, he shouted desperately, "Your Majesty, please stop. You can't increase it anymore. If you're at home, I'll die." The stronger the great Shang dynasty's destiny, the stronger the human Dao Dragon Qi would be. Similarly, the backlash from the human Dao Dragon Qi would also be stronger. Normally speaking, if a country's destiny suddenly increased, it must be because the monarch had done something beneficial to the world. In this way, the monarch would receive merits, the wishes of the people, and the support of the Ziwei star. Thus, he wouldn't have to worry about the backlash from the human Dao Dragon Qi. However, the increase in the great Shang dynasty's destiny was because Feng Zichen had merged his own destiny into the great Shang dynasty. It had nothing to do with Dijia. Thus, an extremely frightening thing happened to Dijia. In his body, the backlash from the human Dao Dragon Qi grew stronger and stronger, but the Ziwei star's power didn't move at all. In this way, the balance between the two was immediately broken. The backlash from the human Dao Dragon Qi directly broke through the seal of the Ziwei star's power, and pounced on Dijia's origin, wanting to devour it. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. In just a few breaths' time, half of Dijia's origin was devoured by the backlash from the human Dao Dragon Qi. The loss of source energy was reflected on his body. The outer appearance of the emperor armor was visibly aging. In the blink of an eye, Dijia went from youth to middle age. Moreover, he was moving towards old age at a very fast speed. His hair had turned white, and wrinkles had appeared on his face. A rotten aura spread from Dijia's body, indicating that he didn't have long to live. He was about to die. At the crucial moment, it was Feng Zichen who noticed Dijia's situation and saved his life. He's about to die? What a piece of trash. Although he was displeased, Feng Zichen still acted. He used a strand of Ziwei star qi to protect Dijia's origin, preventing him from dying from the backlash from the human Dao Dragon Qi. Although Dijia was crippled, he was related to Feng Zichen's future plans. He couldn't die. After an unknown period of time, the Xian bird of fortune was finally devoured by Xianhua. Then, Xianhua suddenly twisted and turned into the appearance of a Xian bird. It looked exactly like the Xian bird from before. It was impossible to tell the real one from the fake. Even Dijia, who was very familiar with the Xian bird, could tell the difference just by looking at the appearance. It was a Xian bird to begin with, so what was the difference? However, although the Xian bird was still the same Xian bird, Dijia clearly knew that its core had undergone a tremendous change. The power contained in this Xian bird was much stronger than the Xian bird condensed from the Great Shang's national fate. It was as vast and unfathomable as the starry sky. One couldn't see the end. It was too strong. Facing this Xian bird made Dijia feel like he was facing the Great Tao. Facing the Great Tao. Thinking of this, Dijia's heart skipped a beat. He seemed to know who this existence in front of him was. It was an existence he didn't dare to imagine at all. The Great Tao was the primordial Daoyuo Jingxian. Since the birth of the human race, only one person had reached that level. He cultivated to the level of the primordial Daoyuo Jingxian and became the Great Tao. That person was the oldest emperor of the human race. He later became one of the supreme rulers of the Eldritch world, Emperor Goken Upper Palace Heavenly Emperor. However, in Dijia's memories, didn't this emperor fall long ago? Why would he appear here? For a moment, Dijia was dumbfounded. A legendary figure who had fallen long ago suddenly appeared in front of him. This brought great shock to his young heart. Feng Zichen's existence was even older than the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. In the hearts of Dijia's generation, he was a myth, a legend. If it weren't for his deity position in the imperial ancestral temple that could prove his existence, the human race would think that he was a fictional character. After all, Feng Zichen's life was too legendary. Even novels didn't dare to write it like that. There was a limit to exaggeration. However, Feng Zichen's experience didn't have that. That was a myth. Forgive Dijia for not knowing that Emperor Goken liked to fake his death. After all, he was only a junior. The older generation naturally knew that Emperor Goken liked to fake his death, but the younger generation didn't know. And the older generation wouldn't tell them either. Gossiping about a primordial chaos expert behind his back would damage his luck. The saying that the Great Tao couldn't be humiliated was not just a saying. Over time, the new generation of experts naturally didn't know about Emperor Goken's dark history. Moreover, the sages also deliberately diluted the existence of Emperor Goken in an attempt to prevent his return. Therefore, there were even fewer living beings in the primordial world who knew about Emperor Goken. Only the disciples of those top factions knew a thing or two about him. However, because his experience was too bizarre, they treated him as a legend and didn't take it to heart. Dijia was like that. He was a fatuous ruler. Could you expect him to have any extraordinary abilities? Are you His Majesty the Sacred Emperor? After hesitating for a long time, Dijia asked respectfully. How could he not be respectful? If this person was really the Sacred Emperor, then he was the most noble existence of the human race. His status was already at the peak. Other than Empress Niwa, he was the most powerful. Yes. In the void, Feng Zichen replied indifferently. Now that the luck had been merged, it was time for him to explain some things to Dijia. This time, he planned to reincarnate into the Shang dynasty's royal family. However, he wasn't willing to find himself a parent. Therefore, his reincarnation method was a little special. He needed the cooperation of the current human king. Oh, greetings, Your Majesty. He thought that the other party wouldn't answer, but he didn't expect the other party to actually answer. Dijia couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. A moment later, he realized what had happened and hurriedly bowed. May I know why Your Majesty has fused the luck of the human race with the luck of the Great Shang? After bowing deeply, Dijia asked cautiously. Recently, when I was traveling the river of time and space, I discovered that the human race was about to face a great calamity. Therefore, I decided to reincarnate into the human race to help the human race survive this calamity. Seeing his appearance, Feng Zichen couldn't be bothered to correct the mistakes in his words and directly said, what had fused with the luck of the Great Shang wasn't the luck of the human race, but his own luck. It wasn't that Feng Zichen didn't have the ability to mobilize the luck of the human race, but that he couldn't. At the very least, before he completely stabilized the situation, he couldn't touch the luck of the human race. Otherwise, once he touched the luck of the human race, the saint would definitely notice and expose his existence. Therefore, the luck of the human race couldn't be touched. Fortunately, Feng Zichen's own luck was strong enough to allow him to complete his layout. Then, Your Majesty, do you mean to reincarnate into the Shang dynasty? At this point, Even if Di Jia was muddle-headed, he should have guessed Feng Zichen's purpose. If it wasn't for the sake of reincarnating into the Great Shang Dynasty, why would he come to the Great Shang Dynasty? Yes. Nodding, Feng Zichen said. He wanted to descend into the Great Shang Palace as an innate saint and become a member of the royal family. Then, after Shang Jia abdicated, he would naturally replace him as the new human king. And this plan couldn't do without the support of the current human king. Otherwise, he would have to spend more effort. Chapter 726. If your majesty has any requests, please feel free to tell me. As long as I can do it, I will do my best to cooperate. Without any hesitation, Di Jia expressed his attitude. He would do his best to cooperate with Feng Zichen. There was no way he would reject him. Di Jia was muddle-headed, but he wasn't a fool. He could clearly recognize the difference between the Great Shang and Feng Zichen. A big shot like him could destroy the Great Shang with a single thought. Facing him, the Great Shang had no room to reject him. Was he rejecting him? What could he change? The outcome was still the same. In the end, they could only obediently welcome him into the Great Shang Palace. He was already giving the Great Shang a lot of face by informing them before he reincarnated. On the contrary, if the Great Shang dared to reject him, they would be ignorant. What can you do if I destroy you with a flip of my hand? From the moment Feng Zichen spoke, there were two paths in front of the Great Shang. One was to take the initiative to cooperate, the other was to be beaten into taking the initiative to cooperate. Di Jia was a smart person. Since the outcome of the two paths was the same, he would definitely choose the one with the lowest price. Rejecting him would only offend him. However, if he took the initiative to cooperate, although there was a high chance that he would lose the throne in the end, he would also gain a favor from the other party. A favor from primordial chaos Daoyuo Jingxian was enough to protect the Great Shang for a long time. Later, I will reincarnate into the Great Shang Palace as an innate saint. You need to make up a suitable identity for me and protect my reincarnation for 20 years. In the void, Feng Zichen instructed Di Jia indifferently. With a suitable identity, it would be convenient for his next plan. As for protecting him for 20 years, it was because he had to seal his memories for 20 years after reincarnating. The sudden appearance of a clansman in the Great Shang royal family would inevitably attract the attention of people with ulterior motives. If he acted a little special, he would not be far from exposing his identity. Therefore, Feng Zichen decided to be straightforward. He directly sealed his memories, so that his reincarnation could live an ordinary life for 20 years to avoid the eyes of people with ulterior motives. He had not asked about her for 20 years. Naturally, he needed a guardian to take care of her. Otherwise, if something happened to her reincarnation, it would be a big joke. Your Majesty, what do you think if I arrange for your reincarnation to be my younger brother who is wandering outside? Di Jia said hesitantly after some thought. The inheritance of the Great Shang dynasty's throne was a little special. It coexisted with the death of the father and the death of the father. The younger brother's right of inheritance was greater than the son's. Emperor Jia had arranged for Feng Zichen's reincarnation to be his younger brother. His intention was clear. He wanted to make him his successor. However, in the face of Di Jia's good intentions, Feng Zichen did not agree. That's too much. Just arrange for him to be an ordinary member of the royal family. Feng Zichen shook his head and refused. It was too eye-catching. The identity that Emperor Jia had arranged for him was too conspicuous. Anyone who saw the sudden appearance of an heir to the throne, and who was even found from outside, would feel that there was something wrong. All right then. Zhu Jia understands. The corner of Di Jia's mouth twitched as he replied. With the current strength of the Great Shang dynasty, the position of the human king had become a death sentence. Apart from the person in front of him, no one else could escape the fate of being devoured by the dragon energy of the human Tao. Therefore, for the sake of the lives of the other members of the royal family, Di Jia could not wait to give up the throne. Although the throne was good, the Zi family no longer had the fortune to enjoy it. After the two of them reached an agreement, Feng Zichen began his journey of reincarnation. In the void, a seven-colored brilliance appeared and covered the entire Shang Palace. Then, The void trembled inexplicably. Faint shadows of gods and demons crossed the river of time and space to appear in this world. Boom, boom, boom. All kinds of shocking, strange phenomena appeared one after another. However, right at that moment, the sound of a bell suddenly sounded from that unknown spacetime. Then purple gas appeared in the sky and devoured all of the abnormal signs of heaven and earth. It was Hongming Daozhong. It was covering up the strange phenomena to prevent Feng Zichen's reincarnation from being discovered. Whoosh! In front of Feng Zichen, Dijia only saw a flash of purple light. Then he could not see anything. When he came back to his senses, he realized that he had returned to the palace without him noticing. It was as if he had just been in a dream. What Xian Bird? What Xian Hua? What Emperor Gaochen? None of them had appeared. However, right at this moment, the sound of a baby crying suddenly came from beside Dijia, causing him to suddenly realize that everything that had happened earlier was real. With a thought, Emperor Jia looked at the baby. What he saw caused his heart to tremble. That infant's appearance was no different from that of an ordinary infant. However, in that infant's hand was a small and exquisite imperial insignia. Dijia had never seen the imperial insignia before. But when he saw it, his human instincts told him that it was a treasure. This was the supreme treasure of the human race, the human Dao imperial insignia. Seeing this, Dijia was shocked. He no longer had any doubts about Feng Zichen's identity. In his heart, he did have doubts about Feng Zichen's identity. It was just that he was weak and did not dare to say anything. After all, he had time to verify it in the future. But now, after seeing the human Dao imperial insignia, he no longer had any doubts. The Emperor Gaochen could be impersonated, but the human Dao imperial insignia could not be. Even if this person was not the Emperor Gaochen, he was still one of the emperors of the human race. Thinking of this, Dijia no longer had any doubts about cooperating with Feng Zichen. A few days later, news came from the palace. The royal family had another prince. His name was Chun. Prince Shang's surname was Zichen, which was why the new child was named Zichen. Zichen. Perhaps Feng Zichen's reincarnation into the Shang dynasty was also fated. After the Emperor Gaochen's reincarnation was completed, Feng Zichen's original body in the boundless starry sky, the great emperor of Ziwei, let out a long sigh of relief. The reincarnation of the Emperor Gaochen did not suffer much. Instead, he was exhausted. In order to hide the phenomenon of the reincarnation of the Emperor Gaochen, he had been operating the boundless starry sky with all his might. Now that the Emperor Gaochen had successfully reincarnated, he could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Time flew. In the blink of an eye, 20 years had passed. The reincarnation of the Emperor Gaochen, Prince Zichen, had finally grown up. At the same time, it was time for him to awaken his memories. It's already been 20 years? Time really flies. Feng Zichen sat up from the bed while holding his head. He sighed. He had not experienced the life of a mortal for a long time. Now that he had experienced it for 20 years, he could only say that it felt really good. Of course, this was also related to Feng Zichen's identity as Prince Zichen. Otherwise, his 20 years of life as an ordinary human might not have been so good. Since my memories have been awakened, it's time to start my plan. After combining the two lives, Feng Zichen quickly determined the path he would take in the future. That was to become the human emperor and force the saints to trigger the immortal god calamity. According to the results of the discussion of the three pure ones, the immortal god calamity should erupt at the end of the dynasty. At this time, the new and old dynasties were changing. There were disputes everywhere in the world, and the flames of war were endless. Everywhere was filled with murderous aura. Such an environment was just in line with the requirements of the immortal god calamity. The immortals would enter at this time and kill each other to escape the calamity. At the same time, they could also get some merit for assisting the human emperor. Wouldn't that be great? The three pure ones' plan was good. Unfortunately, their plan conflicted with Feng Zichen's plan. He was reincarnated to become the 9th human emperor, to complete the magnificent feat that Yu the Great did not manage to accomplish in the past. However, if he became the human emperor, the so-called change of dynasties would not exist. In this way, the Three Pure Ones' plan would naturally fail. If the human emperor was in power, he would have to rule the world for at least 1,000,000 years. This meant that if the Three Pure Ones wanted to wait for the change of dynasties, they would have to wait at least 1,000,000 years. The Three Pure Ones definitely could not wait for 1,000,000 years. Not to mention whether the immortal god Calamity could be suppressed for 1,000,000 years. Just the fact that the immortals could not break through during the calamity was enough for the Three Pure Ones. If they could not break through for 1,000,000 years, the immortals would go crazy. Therefore, in the end, the Three Pure Ones would definitely personally take action to promote the operation of the immortal god Calamity. There was no doubt that the way they chose to promote the immortal god Calamity would definitely be to destroy the Shang dynasty, because the human race should not have the birth of the 9th human emperor. When Feng Zichen chose to become the 9th human emperor of the human race, he was already standing on the opposite side of the saints. Even if there was no immortal god Calamity, the saints would still attack him. And with the immortal god Calamity, wouldn't it be better? He could use this opportunity to suppress the human emperor, to complete the immortal god Calamity in one fell swoop. It would save him a lot of trouble. It seems that this time, I have to have a good fight with the saints. Thinking of the scene when he became an emperor in the future, Feng Zichen could not help but look forward to it. This time, he became an emperor was different from that time when Yu the Great became an emperor. This time, he just happened to be in time for the immortal god Calamity. And this gave Feng Zichen room to operate. Because of the immortal god Calamity, there was a crack in the relationship between the Three Pure Ones. The Grand Master of Heaven and the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning were already showing signs of falling out for their respective disciples. This gave Feng Zichen a chance to rope in the Grand Master of Heaven. If the Grand Master of Heaven wanted to protect his disciples, he could only cooperate with him. If the two sides reached a consensus, then Feng Zichen's matter of becoming an emperor would be completely settled. Roping in the Grand Master of Heaven was equivalent to blocking two saints at once. All of a sudden, two saints were gone. In addition to Goddess Nuwa, the number of saints that Feng Zichen had to deal with increased from 5 to 2. Two saints could not stop Feng Zichen. As for the Heavenly Tao, it was even simpler. The Heavenly Tao could kill Yu the Great, but it could not kill Feng Zichen. It was because Feng Zichen was the great Taoist priests and the orthodox Pangu. He was not going to destroy the world. He was just going to be the human emperor. Even if the Heavenly Tao was dissatisfied, it could only pinch its nose and accept it. Otherwise, what else could the Heavenly Tao do? Kill Feng Zichen ruthlessly? That was obviously impossible. The words orthodox Pangu were the greatest life-saving talisman in the primordial world. The 12 ancestral shamans had done more than 1 or 2 heaven-defying things back then. They were much more excessive than Feng Zichen. They did not take the Heavenly Tao seriously at all. However, even so, the Heavenly Tao did not send down any heavenly punishment to kill them. Unless it was really the end of the world, the Heavenly Tao would not attack the orthodox Pangu. The strongest second generation of the primordial world was not just a saying. It really had special privileges. After Feng Zichen awakened his memories, he no longer hid his sharpness. He began to come into contact with political affairs and entered the center of power of the Shang dynasty. He first observed the politics in the imperial court. Then, with his outstanding performance, he obtained the qualifications to be in power. After that, he relied on this place to start his path of hegemony. With knowledge that far exceeded this era, Feng Zichen quickly increased his reputation. In less than 100 years, his good name spread throughout the entire Shang dynasty. After another 300 years, Feng Zichen was about to become a saint in the Shang dynasty. The people of the world bathed in his kindness and worshipped him like a god. After another 50 years, Dijia finally could not bear the burden and decided to abdicate. Even with the protection of Feng Zichen's Ziwei Emperor Qi, he could not withstand the backlash of the dragon Qi of the human path. Dijia abdicated, and Feng Zichen ascended the throne under the unanimous recommendation of everyone, becoming the new human king. Amidst the solemn music, Dijia abdicated the position of the human king and went to the ancestral land of the human race to cultivate in seclusion. Feng Zichen was crowned king. The transfer of power between the new and old king was completed. The ascension of a new king was naturally a big deal for the Shang dynasty and the human race. However, to the immortals and gods, it was not something worth paying attention to. This was because such a scene had happened too many times. They were already used to it. Although the human king was strong, he could not live forever. He had to change every few hundred years. As long as one lived long enough, they would have experienced the change of the human king several times. After experiencing so much, they naturally did not care. Under the habitual thinking, these immortals thought that the human king of this generation would be the same as the previous human king. After a few hundred years, he would choose to abdicate because he could not withstand the backlash of the dragon chi of the human path. However, as time passed, they gradually realized that they were wrong. The human king of this generation seemed to be more outstanding than they had imagined. At first, when Feng Zichen reigned for 500 years, no one noticed anything unusual. However, when he reigned for 1,000 years, everyone gradually realized that something was wrong. This human king seemed to be quite outstanding. He actually persisted for 1,000 years under the backlash of the dragon chi of the human path, and did not fall. For a time, many people began to pay attention to this human king, predicting how long he could last. Then another 5,000 years passed. This human king was still alive. At this time, even those mighty figures began to pay attention to this human king. 6,000 years, this human king had the bearing of a Daluo. It seemed that it would not be long before another Daluo Taoist priest appeared in the human race. Chapter 727. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, another 5,000 years had passed. At this moment, Feng Zichen had already been in power for 11,000 years. This time had already exceeded the time that the founder of the Shang dynasty, Cheng Tang, had been in power. This undoubtedly meant that he was already stronger than Cheng Tang. That's right, more than 10,000 years was enough for Feng Zichen to recover his strength to the level of Daluo Jingxian. Rumble. As Feng Zichen's reincarnation stepped into the realm of Daluo Taoist priests, the long river of destiny trembled endlessly. The moment the fire leaped up, a large amount of destiny gushed out, and flowed into the body of the mystic bird formed by the destiny of the Shang dynasty. In an instant, the destiny of the Shang dynasty skyrocketed. It was also because of this that the great divine arts practitioners of the primordial world were alarmed. They all looked in the direction of the imperial capital of the Shang dynasty in shock and bewilderment, wanting to see the origin of the human king. Unfortunately, in the sky above the imperial capital of the Shang dynasty, the mystic bird spread its wings like a cloud in the sky, blocking all the peeping gazes, making it impossible to see the true situation of the current human king. With such a commotion, the saints were naturally alarmed. They glanced at the imperial capital of the Shang dynasty from afar. No one knew what they saw, but they shook their heads and retracted their gazes. It was just another Xiaqi. This was the conclusion that the saints came to after seeing Feng Zichen. Xiaqi was the one who changed the world into his home. He was also the first human king to fall due to the backlash of the dragon chi of the human path. Before he fell, Xiaqi was already the Daluo Taoist priests. Originally he would not die. Unfortunately, in order to prove his excellence, Xiaqi actually chose to withstand the backlash of the dragon chi of the human path. In the end, the human king of a generation fell on his throne. In the eyes of the saints, the current human king was completely another Xiaqi. In order to continue staying in the position of the human king, he did not hesitate to use his powerful strength to suppress the backlash of the dragon chi of the human path. Little did they know that the result of doing so was nothing more than ending up like Xiaqi. However, the human king's luck was clearly better than Xiaqi's. That was because he had an advantage over Xiaqi. That was, he had the protection of the Emperor Star, but Xiaqi did not. The protection of the purple star power appeared precisely after learning the lesson of Xiaqi's fall. He believed that with the protection of the purple star's power, this human king would be able to last longer than Xiaqi. However, this didn't change anything. Could it be that this generation's human king could take another step forward and become the human emperor? A person who was about to die was not worthy of the saint's attention. The fact that the saint could come to such a conclusion was naturally the result of Feng Zichen's deliberate disguise. In order to deal with the prying eyes of others, ever since he became the Daoyuo Taoist priests, Feng Zichen had always acted as if he was doing his best to suppress the backlash of the dragon qi of the people Dao. Therefore, when the saints saw him, they felt that he was the same as Xia Qi. After all, he had 2 connate cardinal treasures with him. He still had the ability to deceive a saint. Quietly, another 10,000 years passed. At this moment, Feng Zichen was still the sovereign personage, showing no intention of abdicating. However, he was not in a good state right now. After enduring for 10,000 years, he was about to reach his limit. Everyone looked over, and could see that the sovereign personage sitting on the throne still looked so valiant and mighty, and his body was emitting an unparalleled aura. However, the aura of decay and death that lingered around his body was all indicating his weakness. He was about to die. Under the backlash of the dragon qi of the people Dao, the current sovereign personage was about to die. At this moment, he had already entered a state of being an arrow at the end of its flight. However, he was still holding on and had no intention of abdicating. It was really enough for him to be greedy to such an extent. The expert outside the human race silently thought when he saw the current state of the human king. At this moment, not to mention the great divines, even the human experts could not stand it anymore. Thousands of years ago, when the current sovereign personage was beginning to show signs of fatigue, many human ancestors walked out of the ancestral land of the human race and came to the capital of the great Shang dynasty to persuade the sovereign personage to abdicate. These human ancestors did not come here because they were dissatisfied with the current sovereign personage, nor did they think that he was greedy for power. On the contrary, these human ancestors admired the current sovereign personage very much. They thought that he was the greatest sovereign personage of the human race, after you the Great. It was precisely because of this that they had to rush to the capital of the great Shang dynasty to persuade the current sovereign personage to abdicate. Such an outstanding person should not be like Xia Qi, who died under the backlash of the dragon qi of the people Dao. He should have a brighter future, just like the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. He should advance to a higher realm and cultivate to the legendary realm of great divines. Afraid that the current sovereign personage would die under the backlash of the dragon qi of the people Dao, the human ancestors in the ancestral land could not sit still anymore. They personally rushed to the capital of the great Shang dynasty to explain the pros and cons to him, persuading him to give up the position of the sovereign personage and rush to the ancestral land of the human race to cultivate. For a time, the human Khanate Taoist priests gathered in the capital of the great Shang dynasty. That's right, it was the Khanate Taoist priests, which was also the Khanate Daoyuo Jingxian. Among the human ancestors who came to the capital of the great Shang dynasty, there were virtuous people from the era of the 5 emperors, old officials who had followed the 3 sovereigns, and even the founder of the Shang dynasty, Cheng Tang, came. These people might have different identities and backgrounds, but without exception, they had all cultivated to the realm of the immortal Daoyuo Taoist priests. If not, they would not have the qualifications to guard the ancestral land of the human race. These human ancestors could be said to be the upper echelons of the human race. Under the circumstances where the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors did not make a move, their will could represent the will of the human race and could control the general trend of the primordial world. They came to the capital of the great Shang dynasty together, and the shock they brought to the world could be imagined. Almost at the moment they arrived at the capital of the great Shang dynasty, the capital of the great Shang dynasty became the focus of the primordial world, the center of the storm, and the attention of various forces. These people were enough to destroy a large clan if they attacked together. After the human ancestors arrived at the capital of the great Shang dynasty, they did not have time to rest and went straight to the palace to persuade the current sovereign personage. But the result was not as they wished. The sovereign personage did not agree to abdicate. He wanted to go against the heavens and lead the human race to glory, recreating the scene of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors when the sovereign personage ruled the primordial world. Your Majesty, you should already know the purpose of our visit. So I won't say much, but I hope you can consider it carefully. In the palace of the Shang dynasty, the human ancestor Feng Kangmeng looked at the sovereign personage sitting on the throne and said slowly. Feng Kangmeng, surnamed Feng, was the leader of the Feng clan, the royal family of the human race, and also one of the people in charge of the ancestral land of the human race. His high status in the human race was not much weaker than the sovereign personage. It could even be said that he was one of the noblest people below the sovereign personage. For him to come forward to persuade the sovereign personage, it was obvious that the ancestral land valued him. Senior, I have given up. You should go back. On the throne, the current sovereign personage, Wang Zichen, who was also Feng Zichen, looked at Feng Kangmeng and said firmly. Hearing this, Feng Kangmeng knew that it was difficult to change the sovereign personage's decision. But he was not willing to let such a person die under the backlash of the dragon chi of the human race, so he was still trying his best. Your Majesty, do you know that your body can't hold on for much longer? Perhaps you will die in less than 100 years. Feng Kangmeng let out a long sigh and tried to persuade him one last time. It's just death. Zichen has no regrets dying for the human race. Moreover, is it certain that I will fail? What king you can't do, it doesn't mean that I can't do. Feng Zichen looked down and said firmly. You. Hearing this, Feng Kangmeng stood up in anger and pointed at Feng Zichen, speechless. What do you mean by what king you can't do? It doesn't mean that you can't do. Let's not talk about whether you can compare to King Yu. Just your current state, coupled with what you said just now, is not convincing at all. Surpassing King Yu? You are already an arrow at the end of its flight, and will die soon. Do you know that? Looking at the current human king, Feng Kangmeng really wanted to shout out. But he could not. The human king had such ambition, and he had no reason to discourage him. Sigh. After pointing at the current human king for a long time, Feng Kangmeng did not say a word. In the end, he sighed helplessly and sat down again. Senior, you don't have to worry. Since I have the determination to become an emperor, I naturally have complete confidence. Although I am not in a good state now, it is not a problem for me to hold on for tens of thousands of years. If I still have no hope of becoming an emperor after tens of thousands of years, then I will go to the ancestral land without any advice from you elders. Seeing the other party like this, Feng Zichen had no choice but to reveal some information to prevent instability. Is this true? Hearing Feng Zichen's words, Feng Kangmeng stood up and asked in disbelief. At this moment, his mind was filled with the words, I can hold on for tens of thousands of years. I can hold on for tens of thousands of years. Tens of thousands of years. They seemed to have underestimated this human king. He was far more powerful than they had imagined. However, after the shock, Feng Kangmeng's first reaction was disbelief. The current human king had been on the throne for more than 20,000 years. It could be said that he was the human king who had been on the throne for the longest time. If he could hold on for another tens of thousands of years, then his achievements would probably catch up to King Yu. However, being on the throne for more than 50,000 years, even with the protection of the Emperor Star's power, was not something that the Daluo Taoist priests could do. One had to know that although the human king had the protection of the Emperor Star's power, the human king was not the master of the Emperor Star. He could receive its protection, but he could not receive its full protection. This meant that there was a limit to the protection of the Emperor Star for the human king. However, there was no limit to the backlash of the dragon energy of the people Dao on the human king. Under this situation, the Emperor Star's power would gradually lose its effect. Someone had calculated that the Emperor Star's protection for the human king had an upper limit of 50,000 years. After 50,000 years, the Emperor Star's power in the human king's body would reach its limit and would not continue to increase. At this time, if the human king wanted to resist the backlash of the dragon energy of the people Dao, he would need to use his own strength to resist it, or use the wishes of the people, merits, and other special powers to weaken the power of the backlash. Apart from this, if he could condense an imperial purple chi, he could also resist the backlash of the dragon energy of the people Dao. The imperial purple chi was born from the origin of the way of the emperor. Its might was endless, and its power was immeasurable. With an imperial purple chi, He would not need to worry about the backlash of the dragon energy of the people Dao for at least 1,000,000 years. This item was the treasure to resist the backlash of the dragon energy of the people Dao. However, the imperial purple qi was extremely difficult to nurture. Apart from the Emperor Star, it could only be nurtured with the help of the imperial purple qi. However, after the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, only King Yu managed to nurture an imperial purple qi, and it was destroyed by Xia Qi. As for the other human kings, none of them had been on the throne for 50,000 years, let alone nurturing an imperial purple qi. This human king before him, Feng Kangmeng, glanced at him and felt that he was indeed extraordinary. However, he did not believe that he had reached the level of being able to condense an imperial purple qi. Then why was he so confident? Was it because of his strength? Feng Kangmeng vaguely had a guess. Then he looked expectantly at the current human king, hoping to get a definite answer from him. That's right. I've broken through and surpassed the Daoyuo Jingxian. I'm standing in the Sage-to-Be realm. Facing Feng Kangmeng's expectant gaze, Feng Zichen said slowly. At the same time, a vast and boundless aura rose from his body, shaking the void and sweeping through thousands of Daos. Sage-to-Be. Without a doubt, he was in the Sage-to-Be realm. Feeling this power that far surpassed his own, Feng Kangmeng confirmed that Feng Zichen's realm was above the Daoyuo Taoist priests. Sage-to-Be. He could already be called a mighty figure. I've already broken through to the Sage-to-Be realm. The backlash of the people Dao dragon energy will not affect me in the short term. Moreover, it won't be long before my plan in the human race is completed. At that time, I'll obtain a large amount of people Dao merit and the power of will of the people. In this way, I'll be able to hold on for hundreds of thousands of years, let alone tens of thousands of years. The throne of the human emperor will belong to me. The great cause that King Yu has yet to complete will be completed by me. I'll eventually become the 9th great emperor of the human race. In the Human King Palace, the current human king shouted his great wish to the sages of the human race. Good. Since the human king has the determination to become the human emperor, then we'll go all out and do our best to help the human king attain the Dao. After confirming that the human king's realm was Sage-to-Be and not the Daoyuo Taoist priests, Feng Kangmeng changed his previous attitude of persuading the human king to fully support him. Of course, the sages of the human race treated the Sage-to-Be differently from how they treated the Daoyuo Taoist priests. If the human king was only the Daoyuo Taoist priests, then his chances of becoming the human emperor would naturally be very slim. They wouldn't put the human king in danger just to gamble on this slim hope. Therefore, the sages of the human race would definitely persuade the human king to abdicate. However, if the human king was a Sage-to-Be, then the outcome would be completely different. The human king in the Sage-to-Be realm could be said to have touched the threshold of the human emperor and had a great chance of becoming the human emperor. It should be known that throughout the history of the human race, there were only 9 people who could cultivate to the Sage-to-Be realm during the human race's rule. The 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors and Yu the Great. There was no need to elaborate on the merits of these 9 people. As for the current sovereign personage, he was the 10th. With these 9 examples, the sages of the human race had reason to believe that the current human king was also qualified to aspire to the human emperor realm. They couldn't be happier that such a person wanted to attain the human emperor realm. Why would they refuse? Of course, they would fully support him. Chapter 728. No one knew what Feng Kangmeng and the current human king discussed in the palace. In short, the final result was that Feng Kangmeng, a sage of the human race, walked out of the palace with a helpless expression. Obviously, he had failed to persuade the human king. Although Feng Kangmeng had decided to support Feng Zichen, in order to cooperate with his plan, he still pretended that his persuasion had failed. It had to be said that those who could cultivate to the level of Daoyuo Taoist priests were all good actors. Feng Kangmeng's expression and actions were so real that no one could see any flaws. After Feng Kangmeng returned, a few more sages of the human race went to the palace to persuade the human king to abdicate. However, without exception, they all failed. At this moment, Everyone understood that the current human king was determined to prove his Tao and become the human emperor. Even if he died for it, he would not hesitate. When the other experts of the human race saw this, they naturally admired the human king's ambition. However, in the eyes of those powerful people, the human king's actions were a little foolish, just like Xiaqi back then. How naive was it to bet with one's life on that unrealistic possibility? Ridiculous. This was the evaluation of the human king, after the saint heard of his determination. The word ridiculous showed that the human king's actions were all useless. Even if he endured until the end, what could he do? The heavenly Tao did not allow him to become the human emperor, and the saint would not allow him to become the human emperor. If he went against the heavens, he would definitely die. The terror of the Tao-blocking calamity had been proven by Yu the Great. Even Yu the Great, whose strength was not inferior to the 5 emperors, could not survive the calamity. How could the current human king survive it? With a cold smile, the saint no longer paid attention to the current human king. After this person died, the Shang dynasty would definitely collapse, and the immortal god calamity would begin. With a thought, the saint decided on the following procedures. He wanted to destroy the Shang dynasty after the current human king died, and use this to open the curtain of the immortal god calamity. The current human king had been in power for too long. The immortal god calamity had been delayed for too long, and it could not be delayed any longer. Otherwise, the scale of the immortal god calamity's counterattack would definitely be greater than expected. Moreover, the great Shang dynasty seemed to have flourished a little too much in the hands of this human king. The strength of the great Shang dynasty's fate was enough to move the saints. In the saint's vision, he could see threads extending from the mystic bird formed by the destiny of the great Shang to the unknown void. The mysterious and unknown long river of destiny was tightly connected to the destiny of the human race. Undetectable fortune flowed out from Xianhua's body through these lines and surged into the Xian bird's body, causing the fortune of Great Shang to grow stronger and stronger. Slowly, the fortune of Great Shang seemed to be fusing with Xianhua. This was a sign that the Great Shang was about to take another step forward. Once Xianhua and the Xian bird were fully integrated, the human race would be able to relive the prosperity of the ancient era of the 3 sovereigns and 5 monarchs. However, this was something that the saints did not wish to see. The stronger the human race was, the harder it was for the saints to control them. Therefore, they did not want to see the human race become too powerful. After Yu the Great, in order to weaken the strength of the human race, Xiaqi established the Great Xia under the scheme of the heavenly Tao. For this reason, the human race's providence was split into 2. One was in the dynasty, and the other was in the ancestral land. The ancestral land respected the human emperor, and not the human king. Naturally, it would not submit to the dynasty. With the strength of the dynasty, it was impossible to suppress the ancestral land. In fact, it was not even a match for the ancestral land. In this way, both sides would do their own things. Wouldn't the destiny be split in half? The heavenly Tao's move weakened the strength of the human race without damaging the destiny of the human race. It could be said to be brilliant. Why couldn't the human race produce a supreme emperor after Yu the Great? The backlash of the human Tao Dragon Qi was one reason, but more importantly, it was because the destiny was not enough. With only half of the previous destiny, how could an existence comparable to Yu the Great be born? Whether it was to trigger the immortal god-killing tribulation, or to prevent the great Shang from taking another step forward, after the human king died, there was no need for the great Shang to exist. Sometimes, being strong was also a sin. The saints could ignore the human king, but the sages of the human race could not. After persuading the human king to abdicate, the sages of the human race discussed and decided to help the human king. After all, he was the king of the human race. Could the sages of the human race watch him die? Therefore, no matter what, the sages of the human race had to help the human king. After thinking about it, the sages of the human race took the treasures consecrated by the imperial ancestral temple from the ancestral land and handed them to the human king. They tried to use this method to help resist the backlash of the human Tao Dragon Qi. The treasures consecrated by the imperial ancestral temple were the ancient zither used by the heavenly emperor Fuxi to play music. the divine cauldron used by the earthly Emperor Shenong to refine medicine, and the 3 cauldrons refined by the human Emperor Xianyuan. These 3 treasures followed the 3 emperors all year round, and were each tainted with a trace of the emperor's aura. In addition, they were consecrated by the human race all year round. They could more or less resist the backlash of the human Tao Dragon Qi for a period of time, so that he could live a little longer. Perhaps, during this period of time, the human king would think it through and change his mind and decide to abdicate. No matter what, using these treasures was already the limit of the ancestral land. If the human king still did not change his mind, then the ancestral land could not do anything. They had already done their best. Next, they could only leave it to the heavens. With the support of the 3 treasures, the human king swept away his previous decline and regained his vitality. Once again, he ruled the world with an absolutely powerful posture. The human king maintained such a posture for a full 10,000 years. Only then did the 3 treasures reach their limit, and could no longer continue to resist the backlash of the human Tao Dragon Qi for him. They slowly faded, and he returned to the state of an arrow at the end of its flight. In other words, the human king was going to die of old age again. However, he still had no intention of changing his mind. But at this time, there were no more treasures to extend the human king's life. For a time, the human king's safety became the focus of everyone's attention once again. It was under such circumstances that someone proposed a bold idea. Since the treasures left behind by the 3 emperors could help the human king resist the backlash of the human Tao Dragon Qi, then, could the treasures that the 3 emperors used to attain the Tao also work? As soon as this idea came out, it immediately received the unanimous approval of everyone. After having a solution, the sages of the human race directly took action. After they spoke to the human king, they hurriedly ran to the fire cloud cave to borrow the treasures of the 3 emperors and 5 emperors. If the treasures of the 3 emperors could do it, then the treasures of the 5 emperors could naturally do it as well. Perhaps, with the support of the 8 human emperors' treasures, the human king could really become the 9th human emperor of the human race. The weakest of the human race's sages were the Daoyuo Taoist priests. Under their full speed, their speed was naturally extremely fast. Therefore, they quickly arrived at the fire cloud cave. "Your Majesty, please save the human king." In the cave, when everyone saw the 3 empresses, they hurriedly reported the human king's current situation to them in order to obtain the help of the 3 emperors. However, the result was completely different from what everyone had expected. They had thought that after they reported the situation, the 3 emperors would immediately help. But in the end, what awaited them was the silence of the 3 emperors. Silence, endless silence. In the fire cloud cave, after listening to everyone's report, the 3 emperors fell into a strange silence and did not say a word. Did they not intend to help the human king? No, that was not the case. It was not that they were unwilling, but that they could not. With the strength of the 3 emperors, how could everything that happened in the human race's territory be hidden from them? They naturally knew about the human king's situation. Long before everyone arrived, the 3 emperors had wanted to help the human king, but in the end, sigh. Take a look outside. The Earth Emperor Shenong sighed and said helplessly, When everyone heard this, their minds were filled with question marks. Why did he want them to look outside for no reason? However, although they were puzzled, they still looked outside the cave as they were told. However, this glance caused them to be greatly shocked. They saw that in the sky above the fire cloud cave, the shadows of 5 supreme treasures were hanging. The Tai Chi diagram, the Panga banner, the 4 immortal swords, the Eastern Cyan treasure lotus flag, and the 12th grade golden lotus of virtue. 5 saints' treasures. Other than Goddess Nuwa and Goddess Hutu, the other 5 saints had all taken action. When everyone arrived, they did not notice it. Now that they saw the 5 saints' treasures, they were shocked to realize why the 3 emperors had fallen silent. They wanted to help the human king, but under the watchful eyes of the 5 saints, how could they have the chance to do so? If 1 or 2 saints appeared, the 3 emperors might be able to deal with them. However, if 5 saints appeared at the same time, even the 3 emperors and 5 emperors combined would not be a match for them. With the saints blocking outside the fire cloud cave, the 3 emperors and 5 emperors could not make a move. When everyone saw this, they could not help but be speechless. This was too exaggerated. Was there a need for 5 saints to attack together to deal with a human king? However, they did not know that at this moment, the saints were also a little anxious. After waiting for 10,000 years, the human king was still not dead. Seeing that the human king was about to die, everyone thought of a way to extend the human king's life. If they really succeeded, the human king would live for hundreds of thousands of years, and the immortal god Calamity would not come. Feeling anxious, the saints were no longer cold. They directly blocked outside the fire cloud cave, preventing the 3 emperors and 5 emperors from saving the human king. And this was the origin of the scene in front of everyone. As for the saints attacking the fire cloud cave, why didn't Fengzichen help? Because there was no need. The human king had accumulated enough. Although he had not reached the level of becoming the human emperor, he had the ability to contend against the saints. In other words, the human king no longer had to hide his strength. It was time for him to show his strength in front of everyone. He could not become the human emperor if he kept hiding. Looking at the past human emperors, which one of them did not personally experience the great calamity of heaven and earth to become an emperor? The heavenly emperor Fuxi quelled the chaos of the ferocious beasts. The earthly emperor Shenong reorganized the earth veins of the primitive world. The human emperor Xianyuan unified the primitive world. The Xiaohao emperor suppressed all races, and the Zhuanqiu emperor isolated heaven and earth. All of these were the achievements of the human emperor. It was precisely because they completed these magnificent deeds that they became the masters of all races, and the emperors of the primitive world. If the human king wanted to become the human emperor, he had to complete the corresponding magnificent deeds. Otherwise, he would not be able to become the human emperor even if he became the primordial chaos Daoyuo Jingxian. If he wanted to become the human emperor, it was not enough to have powerful strength. He also had to have the corresponding achievements. The immortal god Calamity was the achievement of the human king becoming the human emperor. The saints wanted to use the immortal god Calamity to destroy the Shang dynasty. The human king also wanted to use the immortal god Calamity to complete his achievement of becoming the human emperor. The immortal god Calamity was a chessboard. Fengzichen and the saints each held one side and fought each other. The strength of the 2 sides depended on their methods. Just as the 5 saints were putting all their energy in the direction of the fire cloud cave, there was another change in the capital of the Shang dynasty. Rumble. In the palace, the current human king did not hide his strength anymore. The pressure that belonged to the late stage of the sage to be rippled from his body. In an instant, it swept across the whole primitive world. For a time, all the Daos of heaven and earth shook together. All the Daos of heaven and earth showed signs of submission. They trembled and wailed in front of this power. After all, the Daos of heaven and earth were not as numerous as the Daos of heaven and earth. Crack! As the current human king displayed his strength without any scruples, a huge hole suddenly appeared in the sky above the capital of the Shang dynasty. One could vaguely see the vast and unfathomable space-time inside. Whoosh! A river flowed out from the crack, carrying a 5-colored fire, and descending into the sky above the capital of the Shang dynasty. That was the fire, the fate of the human race. And that river was naturally the long river of destiny. The arrival of the fate of the human race in the capital of the Shang dynasty meant that the current human king had the qualifications to become the human emperor. He could be like Yu the Great, dominating the fate of the human race and opening his own path to becoming the emperor. Screech! Seeing the fate of the human race descending, the fate mystic bird screeched and turned into a ray of black light, fusing into the fire. Boom! In an instant, the fire's aura skyrocketed, and his figure completely stabilized, standing in the sky above the capital of the Shang dynasty. At this moment, the fire replaced the mystic bird, and the fate of the human race reappeared. The fate of the human race that had wavered for countless years after the fall of Yu the Great finally welcomed its master today and stabilized again. At the same time, this also meant that a new emperor of the human race had risen. With the help of the fire, Feng Zichen's strength immediately began to skyrocket. In the blink of an eye, he crossed the quasi-saint level and reached the realm of primordial chaos. That's right, it was primordial chaos Daoyuo Jingxian. The fate of the human race today was much stronger than back then. Back then, the fate of the human race could raise the strength of the human emperor to the level of half-step primordial chaos. Now, the fate of the human race was even stronger, so it could naturally raise the strength of the human emperor to the level of primordial chaos. This was also because Feng Zichen's current position of human emperor was not perfect. Otherwise, with the support of the fate of the human race, his strength would not stop there. He would at least reach the mid-stage of primordial chaos. Human emperor. Feng Zichen, with the help of the fire, could already be said to be the human emperor. However, he was not perfect as the human emperor, and could not enjoy the same treatment as the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. When he was in power, he was the human emperor. But after abdicating, he could only be the human king. If he wanted to become the true human emperor, Feng Zichen still lacked a great enough contribution. The immortal god massacre tribulation was his opportunity, conferring the title of human emperor to 10,000 gods. Chapter 729. How could this be? Outside the fire cloud cave, sensing the change in the destiny of the human race, the 5 saints found it difficult to maintain their calm. Things seemed to have gone out of their control. Not only did the human king, who they thought was about to die, not only did he not die, he even went one step further and cultivated to the quasi-saint realm, and sought the position of the human emperor. It was a mess. It was all a mess. All the plans of the 5 saints were in a mess the moment the human king became the human emperor. With the birth of the human emperor, how could the immortal god-killing tribulation proceed? The feeling of things being out of control made the 5 saints extremely uncomfortable. Saints should be strategizing and controlling the overall situation. They should not be so passive. With this thought in mind, the 5 saints wanted to take action. They wanted to take advantage of the fact that the human king had just been promoted and his destiny had not stabilized to seriously injure him and drive him off the throne. They wanted to set things right and lead everything back on the right track, so that the development of things would return to the trajectory that they had arranged beforehand. Boom, boom, boom. In the void, the 5 saint treasures trembled together. A supreme power burst out from their bodies, shattering endless space and billions of laws. They turned into a vast torrent that swept towards the human world. But at this moment, a burst of carefree laughter came from the fire cloud cave. Haha. I can't let you hurt the emperor of my race. At the same time, the 3 supreme treasures of the human race, the Khanate 8 trigrams diagram, the Shenong ruler, and the Xianyuan sword, flew out from the fire cloud cave and attacked the saint treasures in the void. At the same time, the fire cloud cave started to tremble violently. Then, 8 indomitable figures stood up from the cave and appeared in the myriad worlds. Rumble. In an instant, an invincible aura burst out. It was vast and ancient, containing unparalleled power. It swept across the universe and suppressed the past, present, and future. It was the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. They had made their move. The 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors had not expected the change in the Shang dynasty. They were thinking of a way to help the human king, but before they could think of a way, the human king had already solved the problem himself. This was really beyond their expectations. The current human king had really brought them too many surprises. This was exactly what the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors wanted to see. The stronger the current human king was, the greater the chances of him becoming human emperor. As a human, he naturally felt happy about this. How could the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors tolerate the fact that the saint wanted to kill the future emperor of the human race in front of them? It was inevitable that they would make a move. Previously, it was the saint who had stopped them from helping the human king. Now that the tables had turned, it was their turn to stop the saint and prevent him from attacking the human king. Whoosh! The moment the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors appeared, the laws of heaven and earth stopped moving. Even time and space froze. In the face of this power, The 5 sages' magic treasures first trembled for a moment before slowly calming down. Then, the 5 sages quietly appeared before the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. A tremendous pressure descended upon the 5 martial saints, trying to devour the 3 sovereigns and 5 monarchs. Fellow Taoists, since you're here, why don't you come in for a chat? If news of you leaving like this were to spread, wouldn't it be said that my fire cloud cave doesn't treat guests well? At this moment, Fuxi smiled and stepped forward. His tone was neither servile nor overbearing. Clearly, he placed himself in the same position as the saint. That was right. The 3 sovereigns were absolute saints, the top karmic position in the world. In terms of strength, they might not be as strong as the saint, but in terms of status, they were equal to the saint. In other words, apart from strength, the 3 sovereigns enjoyed the same treatment as the saint. This was what the heavenly axiom said, and it could not be false. In this way, the 3 sovereigns were naturally not afraid of the saint. So what if they offended the saint? Could the saint kill them? At most, they would be beaten up and lose some face. Greetings, fellow Taoists. 5 After the 5 sages put away their magic treasures, they bowed to the 3 sovereigns one after another. In their eyes, there were only the 3 sovereigns. As for the 5 emperors, because they were only half-step absolute saints, they did not take them seriously. Although the 5 emperors were angry, they felt more powerless. This was because they were far from being a match for the saint. Even if the 5 of them joined forces, it was the same. Therefore, the saint dared to look down on them. No. Perhaps the saint did not look down on them. It was just that he did not notice them and ignored them. This was the arrogance that only the saint was qualified to have. Apart from existences of the same generation, they could ignore all living beings below primordial chaos. Since fellow Taoist has invited us, Poor Wei and the others will come in for a chat. The imagined battle did not erupt. In the face of Fuxi's invitation, the Grand Pure One unexpectedly agreed. Actually, this was the right choice. If the 5 saints joined forces, even the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors would not be able to escape the fate of being suppressed. However, this would undoubtedly delay a lot of time. During this period of time, it would be enough for the human king in the lower realm to stabilize his position as the human emperor. The saint would also lose the opportunity to attack him. When the human king was promoted, there would definitely be a tribulation. If the saint attacked at this moment, he could completely transform into the human tribulation. Even if he killed the human king, he would not pay too much of a price. Under the tribulation, everything would return to nothing. Where would the karma come from? Therefore, at the juncture of the human king's promotion, the saint could use some methods to attack him without worrying about paying too much of a price. However, after the human king's promotion was completed, the tribulation would be eliminated. If the saint wanted to attack him again, the price would be too great for them to bear. Therefore, even if they defeated the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, the 5 saints would not have the chance to attack the current human king. Since that was the case, why would the 5 saints fall out with the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors and fight with them? They might as well go in and have a cup of tea before returning home to discuss the next step of the plan. In the 330,000th year of the Shang dynasty, the human king Zichen was blessed by the destiny of the human race and officially ascended to the throne. He became the new human emperor of the human race. At this point, the position of the human emperor of the human race, which had been empty for nearly 1,000,000 years after Yu the Great abdicated, finally welcomed its new owner. Emperor. 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 When the human emperor appeared, the humans all over the primordial world immediately sensed it and shouted the name of the human emperor, praising his virtue. In an instant, the name of the human emperor resounded throughout the primordial world. When Feng Zichen returned to the Shang dynasty's capital, the living beings here, whether it was the former officials of the Shang dynasty or the experts from the ancestral land of the human race, all bowed to him and said, "Greetings, Your Majesty." The human emperor was different from the human king. The human king was the king of a dynasty, but the human emperor was the emperor of a race. All humans had to respect the human emperor. This was the basic etiquette. "Everyone please rise." With a wave of his hand, a gust of wind helped everyone up. Feng Zichen said, Do you have anything to report? If there's nothing else, I need to make a trip to the fire cloud cave. Looking at everyone, Feng Zichen asked. Since he had become the human emperor, he naturally had to make a trip to the fire cloud cave. It was also a kind of inheritance for the new emperor to meet the old emperor. We're fine. Everyone shook their heads when they heard that, indicating that they had nothing to report. Seeing this, Feng Zichen's figure flashed and disappeared in front of everyone. He arrived outside the fire cloud cave. Yo! The human emperor is here. At this moment in the fire cloud cave, Fuxi, who was pouring tea for everyone, felt something. He turned his head to look outside the cave, and said to everyone. As soon as he finished speaking, a familiar yet unfamiliar voice echoed in everyone's ears. Human Emperor Zichen has come to visit the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. It was Feng Zichen who spoke. This voice. When they heard this voice, all the saints stopped what they were doing. Then, they stood up in unison and looked out of the cave in disbelief. This voice reminded them of a person who had long fallen. It was because of this that the 5 saints were surprised, shocked, and in disbelief. If it was really that person, then they would be in big trouble. However, there was one thing that the 5 saints could not understand. If it was really that person, how did he revive quietly and reincarnate into the human race? Puzzled, the 5 saints could not help but have doubts in their eyes. Unlike the saints' doubts, the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors became excited at the same time after hearing this familiar voice. Was that person really back? In a trance, everyone remembered the name of the human emperor of this generation, Zichen. Zichen. They should have thought of it long ago. Without a doubt, this must be that person. Because only he could complete such shocking achievements in such a short period of time, and become the human emperor, who shocked the primordial world. Just like in the ancient times, he led the human race to rise in ignorance. He walked out of the ancestral land, cut through thorns, and built a huge world in the primordial world, causing the human race to become one of the strongest races in the primordial world. Let's go. Everyone, follow me to welcome His Majesty. With an answer in his heart, Fuxi said to the people around him excitedly. Of course. The other human emperors agreed when they heard that. Fellow Taoists, do you want to go together? Although he was excited, Fuxi did not forget that there were still guests. Therefore, he turned his head and asked the Grand Pure One and the others. Of course, we'll go together. Poor Wei and the others haven't seen that fellow Taoist for a long time. The Grand Pure One nodded and said meaningfully. All right, let's go together. Just like that, the group of 13 people walked out of the fire cloud cave in a grandiose manner to welcome the legendary human emperor. It's really you, Gaochen. Outside the fire cloud cave, the heavenly lord of primordial beginning, Zhuan-Ti, and the other 2 were shocked when they saw the familiar face. Their expressions suddenly turned ugly. They could not forget how the primordial god had fallen in their hands that day. For that, the 3 of them had paid an unimaginable price. The influence brought about by the murder of the celestial emperor had not been completely dispelled until today, and it had been affecting them all this time. Why did the heavenly lord of primordial beginning, Zhuan-Ti, and the other 2 lose their intelligence and do all kinds of unwise things? It was because of that. Even if a saint killed the heavenly emperor, it was impossible for him to escape unscathed without paying a price. The consequences of killing the heavenly emperor had always affected them. First, it caused their luck to be low. Then it would affect their judgment at the critical moment. Why do you think Taoist Zhuan-Ti foolishly ran to Haotian? Why did the heavenly lord of primordial beginning say such unwise words in the purple cloud palace, and mercilessly embarrass the sect master of heaven? That was the reason. The heavenly lord of primordial beginning had the intention to kill Haotian in the purple cloud palace, but Tao ancestor Hongjun did not do anything to him. It was because he saw that his condition was not right that he did not argue with him. Otherwise, did he really think that Tao ancestor Hongjun was a good person? If the 5-element sacred beasts heard that, they would definitely spit on his face. Damn it, if Tao ancestor Hongjun was a good person, would they end up like this? The heavenly lord of primordial beginning, Zhuan, and the other two had clearly noticed that, but they could not deal with it. If the effects of killing the Heavenly Emperor could be dispelled so easily, wouldn't the Heavenly Emperor be killed every day if he still had the dignity of a hammer? Zhuan was still fine. He was an old homebody and would not step out of Mount Meru for no reason. Therefore this matter had the least impact on him. However, the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning and Taoist Zhuan were different. They often had to go out, which caused this matter to have a great impact on them, causing them to be miserable. For this reason, the two of them hated the North Star Emperor the most. The North Star Emperor's death did not have much to do with them. Did they kill the North Star Emperor? No, they did not. The North Star Emperor committed suicide. It was just that before he died, he schemed against the three of them and put the blame of killing the Heavenly Emperor on them. They took the blame for nothing and paid a huge price for it. One could imagine the anger in the hearts of the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning and Taoist Zhuan. At this moment, in front of their enemies, the anger in their hearts was ignited, and a terrifying murderous intent was born. However, before the two of them could make a move, Fushi Xinnong and the others stepped forward and bowed to Feng Zichen. Congratulations on your return, Your Majesty. Congratulations. The voices of the 8 people resounded in the ears of the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning and Taoist Zhuan. It was like a basin of cold water that extinguished the anger in their hearts. This was not the time to make a move. Fellow Taoists, it's been a long time. After the 8 people bowed, Feng Zichen returned the greeting. At this moment, there was no need for him to hide his identity. Previously, he hid his identity because he was not strong enough. He was worried that others would find out about his identity and destroy his plan. But now he was strong enough. Although his strength had not recovered to its peak state, it was enough to be comparable to primordial chaos Daluo Jingxian. With such strength, he could naturally solve all difficulties. Then there was no need for him to continue hiding his identity. He could appear in front of everyone openly. Moreover, even if he did not take the initiative to expose his identity would not be hidden for long. The saints were not fools. A fierce person suddenly appeared under their noses. How could they not investigate his origin? After this investigation, Feng Zichen's identity could not be hidden. After all, there were too many loopholes. In the past, the saints did not notice, so Feng Zichen could still fool them. But once the saints were serious, his disguise lost its meaning. P.S. I made a mistake. The name of the protagonist's reincarnation is Zichen, not Zichen. Sai. After all, Zichen is in line with the naming style of the Shang dynasty's royal family. In addition, I want to take a day off tomorrow. As a man, there would always be a few days every month when he understood everything. Chapter 730. Since that was the case, there was no need for Feng Zichen to hide his identity. Rather than being discovered by others, he might as well take the initiative to reveal himself. Actually, it hasn't been that long. However, Taoist Gaochen's methods are indeed brilliant. Not only did he use Poor Wei and the other two to fake his death to escape, but before he disappeared, he even put the blame on Poor Wei and the other two. At this moment, the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning walked in front of Feng Zichen with a gloomy face and said, "It's Taoist Yuanshi. Looking at your expression, it seems that the gift I gave you before I left is very popular with you." Seeing the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning, Feng Zichen greeted him with a smile. In his words, there was no hint of guilt for deceiving the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning. You. Hearing that, not to mention the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning, even the Taoist priest Jie Yin and Taoist Zhuan's expressions changed. They pointed at Feng Zichen and were so angry that they could not speak. It could be said that they liked the gift Feng Zichen gave them before he died. They liked it so much that in order to repay Feng Zichen's gift, the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning and the other two could not wait to skin him alive. Taoist Gaochen, the Heavenly Tao reincarnation, retribution is not good. What you did to Poor Wei and the other two in the past, in the future, you will definitely pay back double. Knowing that now was not the time to attack Feng Zichen, The heavenly lord of primordial beginning suppressed his anger and threatened him coldly. Then he walked to the side with his hands behind his back and did not speak. Behind him, the Taoist priest Juanti and the Taoist priest Jieyin did not speak, but the way they looked at Feng Zichen was also cold. Obviously, their plan was the same as the heavenly lord of primordial beginning. They wanted to give Feng Zichen retribution in the future. Haha. Feng Zichen was very disdainful towards the threat of the three. If the heavenly lord of primordial beginning and the other two had the ability to deal with him, they would not have waited until today. How dare you? The primeval lord of heaven and the other two were enraged when they saw Feng Zichen behaving in such a manner. But at this moment, a cool feeling suddenly rose from the depths of their hearts. In the blink of an eye, it flowed through their bodies, calming the anger in their hearts and calming the three of them down. At the same time, the shadow that had shrouded their hearts all year round also completely disappeared in an instant. Easy. Incomparably easy. At this moment, the long-awaited feeling of relaxation appeared on the three of them once again. While in a trance, the three of them came to a realization and learned the origin of their changes this time. That was the effect of killing the Celestial Emperor. It had disappeared. Since the North Star Emperor had returned, it meant that he was still alive. If the North Star Emperor didn't die, the Heavenly Lord of the Origin and Juanti wouldn't have killed the Heavenly Emperor. In this way, the many curses that the Heavenly Tao had attached to the three of them would naturally disappear. Once the curse was gone, the three of them felt their spirits clear up. The saint's calm state of mind once again appeared on them, allowing them to look at everything calmly. If one looked into the eyes of the Heavenly Lord of primordial beginning and the other two, they would realize that there was no longer any anger in their eyes. There was only endless calmness. After the saint's state of mind recovered, Feng Zichen's words could no longer shake the Tao hearts of the three of them. No matter what he said, the three of them could deal with it calmly. It wasn't that they didn't care, but they remembered it in their hearts. They would wait for the right time to settle the score with Feng Zichen. Fellow Taoist North Star is already the primordial emperor and the supreme of heaven and earth. Why didn't you return to the heavenly court to take charge of the North Star Palace this time? Instead, you lowered your status and went to the Shang dynasty to become the human emperor? After the few of them caused a ruckus, the Grand Pure One stepped forward and asked Feng Zichen. As soon as the Grand Pure One said that, be it Feng Zichen or the three sovereigns and 5 emperors, they all looked displeased and looked at him with unfriendly gazes. Lowered my status? Why can't the emperor of the human race compare to the emperor of the heavenly court and the primordial emperor? Did the heavenly Tao say that? Why don't I know? Without answering the Grand Pure One's question, Feng Zichen caught the loophole in his words and questioned him unhappily. Saint, please tell me, how are we inferior to the emperor of the heavenly court? Could it be that the 4 heavenly gods are the supreme beings of heaven and earth? Then the 3 sovereigns of the human race are grass by the roadside and not worth mentioning? After Feng Zichen, the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors asked the Grand Pure One with ugly expressions. The poor Wei has misspoken. Fellow Taoists, please calm down. Knowing that he had misspoken and been caught by the other party, the Grand Pure One did not quibble and admitted his mistake. The Grand Pure One admitted his mistake so straightforwardly that Feng Zichen, the 3 sovereigns, and 5 emperors had prepared a lot of words, but they did not know how to say them. Fellow Taoist, you're being too serious. Just be careful in the future. Also, although the human race is not strong, the 3 sovereigns are second saints personally conferred by the heavenly Tao. Their status is the same as yours. The human emperor of our race is also publicly acknowledged as the emperor of Earth. He is the master of all races, and is protected by the human Tao. Fellow Taoist, you have underestimated the emperor of our race today. In the future, you will have to fight to settle this karma. Please understand, fellow Taoist. After thinking for a long time, Feng Zichen said that, as the saying goes, trouble comes from the mouth. The Grand Pure One's words just now had already formed karma with the human race. If he did not get back at them, in the future, if this matter were to spread, where would the human race's face be? If the human race did not do anything when their emperor was being looked down upon, they would definitely be mocked by all living beings. Therefore, the human race had to have a fight with the Grand Pure One. Winning or losing was not important. What was important was to show that attitude. Look, in order to protect the reputation of the human emperor, the human race did not even hesitate to start a war with the saints. Presumably, the living beings of the primordial world who saw this scene would know the attitude of the human race. The human emperor could not be humiliated. This is indeed the fault of the poor way. Therefore, the poor way is willing to accept any price. The Grand Pure One was also a shrewd person. Naturally, he knew the meaning behind this. Therefore, he calmly accepted this karma and waited for the human race to settle the score in the future. The karma has been accepted. Fellow Taoist Gaochen, can you explain to the poor way why you reincarnated in the Shang dynasty and became the human emperor? After changing the topic, the Grand Pure One reorganized his words and continued to ask the question. Why do I have to become the human emperor? That's naturally because the heavenly Tao owes me the position of the human emperor. In the primordial world, the human race respects me as the sacred emperor. The Magi recognize me as the human emperor. The dragon race recognizes me as the human emperor. The phoenix race, the Qilin race, and the other Khanate races also recognize me as the human emperor. Even the mortal enemies of the human race, the demons, have to call me the human emperor when they see me. Even the East Emperor, Di Jun, calls me the human emperor. It can be said that all living beings in the primordial world respect me as the human emperor. However, the heavenly Tao did not recognize me as the human emperor. The heavenly Tao is the manifestation of the will of the primordial world. It does not recognize me as the human emperor. Even if everyone in the world recognizes me as the human emperor, I am not considered the human emperor. As the saying goes, if you don't have a proper name, you won't be able to go smoothly. If I steal the position of the human emperor as an ordinary person, I will definitely cause trouble in the future. Therefore, I specially reincarnated as a human and became the human emperor to make up for this flaw and make myself legitimate. After hearing the Grand Pure One's words, Feng Zichen first asked a question before speaking passionately. He could not say that he had reincarnated as a human this time to specially destroy the immortal god-killing tribulation, right? Naturally, he had to make an excuse. That was Feng Zichen's excuse. Actually, that was not all an excuse. Just as he had said, he was not the human emperor conferred by the heavenly Tao. He had conferred it himself. At that time, it was still the Khanate era. The human race was just an inconspicuous character among the 10,000 races. They could not enter the eyes of the heavenly Tao. Since that was the case, the conferment of the human emperor would naturally not alarm the heavenly Tao. Feng Zichen's position as the human emperor was jointly respected by the human race. He had only obtained the recognition of the human race and not the recognition of the heavenly Tao. By the time the human race was valued by the heavenly Tao and decided to nurture them into the main characters of the world, Feng Zichen, the recognized human emperor of the human race, had already fallen many years ago. The heavenly Tao wanted to prosper the human race. Even if it knew about Feng Zichen's achievements, it could not confer him the title of human emperor. Instead, it should focus on the present. Because of that, Feng Zichen, the first-generation human emperor, was deliberately forgotten by the heavenly Tao. That also led to Feng Zichen's awkward position in the human race. Although all living beings respected him as the human emperor, in fact, the heavenly Tao did not recognize him as the human emperor. To be precise, he was a fake human emperor. The human emperor was in reality, but he did not have the name of the human emperor. Therefore, apart from destroying the immortal god-killing tribulation, Feng Zichen might not have any plans to confirm his identity as the human emperor. After hearing Feng Zichen's words, the Grand Pure One was silent for a long time before saying, "Fellow Taoist Gaochen's identity is already noble enough. Even compared to the three Porway brothers, you are not weaker. In fact, you are even slightly better. In the primordial world, apart from the Tao ancestor and great emperor Ziwei, the Porway can't think of anyone else whose identity is more noble than yours. Fellow Taoist, since you have such a noble identity, Why are you greedy for the power of the human emperor? Even if you have the position of the human emperor, you can't add more elegance to you. That's because you're already resplendent enough. In the Grand Pure One's opinion, Feng Zichen already had enough halos. There was no need to add the glory of the human emperor. Just his identity as the great Taoist priest was enough for him to dominate the primordial world, not to mention that he was the postnatal Tao ancestor. Fellow Taoist, you don't understand? Feng Zichen shook his head and replied. The Grand Pure One was not human. How could he understand the attraction of the word, human emperor, to the human race? To Feng Zichen, becoming the human emperor was like becoming a saint to the Grand Pure One back then. That was his lifelong pursuit. Fellow Taoist, the poor way really doesn't understand. However, I can't ignore the fact that you want to become the human emperor. Knowing that Feng Zichen had already made up his mind, the Grand Pure One changed his calm attitude and said domineeringly, "Interfere. Fellow Taoist, you want to interfere in the matter of the change of the emperor of our race. Don't you think you're overreaching? Could it be that you think that you have really become the master of the human Tao after establishing Ren school, and can interfere with the internal matters of our race? Interfere? Don't joke. Even the heavenly Tao doesn't dare to be alone. What right do you have to stop me from becoming the human emperor?" Upon hearing the Grand Pure One's words, Feng Zichen laughed out loud as if he had heard a joke. As he had said, he was the great Taoist priest. If he wanted to become the human emperor, even the heavenly Tao could not stop him, let alone the Grand Pure One. It was heaven-defying for others to become the human emperor. If Feng Zichen became the human emperor, he would be following the heavens. The heavenly Tao would naturally change the situation for him. That was how arrogant the true Pangu clan was. Fellow Taoist Gaochen, if you don't believe me, you can try it in the future. As if he was not affected by Feng Zichen's words, the Grand Pure One continued to speak calmly. No matter how good Feng Zichen's reason was, he would definitely block his path to becoming the human emperor. It was because Feng Zichen was blocking his path. If Feng Zichen really became the human emperor, and controlled the human race for 1,000,000 years, would he still be able to transcend the immortal god tribulation? Moreover, it was enough for the human race to have the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. There should not be another human emperor. Otherwise, the destiny of the human race would definitely increase further. That might cause the human race to completely escape the control of the saints. However, how could the saints allow such a thing to happen? Therefore, if Feng Zichen wanted to become the human emperor, he would definitely face the full obstruction of the saints. It was not only for the smooth unfolding of the immortal god tribulation, but also for them to better control the destiny of the human race. This battle was unavoidable. This battle was different from the small fight when Yu the Great was conferred the emperor. In order to stop Feng Zichen, the saints did not hold back. After all, he was in existence on the same level as them. For that, the scale of this battle would definitely be shockingly huge, far beyond the imagination of the world. Oh, then let's wait and see. Narrowing his eyes slightly, Feng Zichen looked at the Grand Pure One and said. He knew that the Grand Pure One was serious. Otherwise, with his temperament, he would never say such threatening words. Fellow Taoist Gaochen has returned. I believe that all of you have many private matters to discuss. Since that's the case, poor Wei and the others won't disturb you any longer. Farewell. Without saying much, the Grand Pure One chose to leave. At this moment, it was useless to say anything more. In the end, they could only rely on their own means to speak. Your Majesty, is it really okay to become enemies with the 5 saints? After the 5 saints left, Fushi asked worriedly. It's fine. Who said that we're going to become enemies with the 5 saints? How do you know that none of the 5 saints are on our side? Facing Fushi's doubts, Feng Zichen smiled mysteriously and said. However, not only did his words not clear the doubts of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, but they also made them even more confused. What? From what His Majesty said, could it be that one of the 5 saints is on his side? But how is that possible? His Majesty instigated the saints to stand on the side of the human race. It's really impossible. For a moment, everyone fell into deep confusion. On the other hand, after the initial confusion, Fuxi seemed to have suddenly figured something out. He glanced in the direction of the East Sea and revealed a relieved smile. Chapter 731. After all, he was one of the few wise men in the primordial world. Just from Feng Zichen's words, Fuxi could roughly guess his plan. However, even though he had a guess in his heart, Fuxi did not say it out loud. It was good that he was clear about this matter. Once he said it out loud, it would inevitably cause unknown changes. Everyone, the human race, still has things to deal with, so I won't stay here for long. When everything is over, let's have a good gathering. After chatting with the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors for a while, Feng Zichen said goodbye. Your Majesty, you can go ahead if you have something to do. Seeing that Feng Zichen was about to leave, the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors hurriedly stood up to send him off. It's a pity that we're trapped in the fire cloud cave and can't leave easily. We can't help your Majesty much. We can only watch your Majesty run around for the human race alone. Otherwise, we'll definitely have a good fight with that saint. Outside the fire cloud cave, Fuxi said regretfully as they were about to part ways. Although the 3 sovereigns were absolute saints and had the same status as saints, it was not without a price. Although it was said that they were cultivating in seclusion in the fire cloud cave, they were actually suppressing the destiny of the human race in the fire cloud cave, and could not leave easily. In other words, the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors were trapped in the fire cloud cave. They could only leave for a short time when the human race faced a great calamity. They could not leave at all other times. For this reason, even if the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors wanted to go down to the lower realm to help Feng Zichen, they could not do it. Ha! Fellow Taoists, don't be anxious. You won't be free for long. When the 5 saints can't do anything to me even after using all their means, they will definitely launch a great calamity of the world to interrupt my path to the human emperor realm. At that time, it'll be time for you to make a move. Hearing Fuxi's complaint, Feng Zichen laughed and said, at the moment, the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors did not have the chance to leave the fire cloud cave. However, when the battle between Feng Zichen and the sage became more and more serious, it would be difficult for the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors to not take action. The chaotic battle between primordial chaos Zenith Heaven Golden Immortals was an unimaginable calamity for the entire untainted land, not to mention the human clan. When the great calamity arose and the human race was in danger, the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors naturally had to walk out of the fire cloud cave and carry out their duty to save the world. Haha, if what your Majesty said is true, then Fuxi is looking forward to the arrival of that moment. Fuxi chuckled and said with great yearning, don't worry, I won't keep you waiting for too long. After finishing his last sentence, Feng Zichen's figure slowly dissipated. He had already left the fire cloud cave and returned to the capital of the Shang dynasty. On the other side, after leaving the fire cloud cave, the Grand Pure One's expression became unusually ugly. He was no longer as calm and composed as when he faced Feng Zichen previously. Clearly, the Grand Pure One was not as confident as he appeared to be in stopping Feng Zichen from becoming the human emperor. He was not completely confident that he could stop Feng Zichen. That was different from stopping Yu the Great from becoming an emperor. Yu the Great was going against the heavens to become an emperor. The saints had the mandate of heaven, so they could naturally stop him from becoming an emperor without any pressure. However, Feng Zichen was different. From the moment he decided to become the human emperor, the heavenly Tao had already tacitly agreed to his identity. It was waiting for him to gather enough luck so that it could crown him as an emperor. At that moment, if the saints attacked Feng Zichen, the heavenly Tao would not stop them, but it would not help them either. In other words, in the battle between the saints and Feng Zichen, the heavenly Tao would choose not to help either side. The outcome would depend on the methods of both sides and who was better. Facing Feng Zichen, who was blessed by the destiny of the human race, the thought of it made one's scalp tingle. If the saints wanted to win this battle, it would be difficult. That was because they had to face not only Feng Zichen but also countless experts of the human race. Who in the world would dare to disobey the Saint Emperor's orders? At that time, Feng Zichen would give an order. The experts of the human race who had been in seclusion for many years would probably jump out one after another and come to the capital of the Great Shang dynasty to pay respects to the Saint Emperor. No one would doubt Feng Zichen's appeal. The human experts would definitely carry out every order he gave. In fact, the saints were still worried. Were the human experts the only ones who responded to Feng Zichen's orders? One had to know that Feng Zichen was the God-fiend Dao ancestor. Over the years, many experts had been born in the Dao of the God-fiend. If they also responded to Feng Zichen's orders, their scalps would go numb just thinking about it. Feng Zichen had such a huge force in his hands. What about the saints? What kind of power did they have in their hands? Yes, they had 4 sects in their hands: Ren School, Chan School, Jie School, and the Western sect. However, even if all these powers were added together, they were far from being comparable to the power in Feng Zichen's hands. Not to mention anything else, just the human race alone had hundreds of Daoyuo Taoist priests. But what about the 4 sects? There were many Daoyuo Jingxian, but there were only 4 Daoyuo Taoist priests. Xiandu of Ren School, Daoist Randang of Chan School, Xianqing and Duobao of Jie School, and none of the Western sect. That's not right. It was not that the Western sect did not have any. In the past, the Western sect still had a few Daoyuo Taoist priests. Unfortunately, when Feng Zichen killed the Western sect back then, he killed all of them. He did not know if they had been resurrected. The 4 sects were huge and had countless disciples, but there were only 4 Daoyuo Taoist priests. It was embarrassing. Moreover, not everyone could use the 4 Daoyuo Taoist priests. Xiandu of Ren School was from the human race, and was Feng Zichen's childhood friend. If the 4 sects really fought with Feng Zichen, it would be good if Xiandu did not help Feng Zichen. It was obviously impossible to expect him to stand on the same side as the 4 sects and deal with the human race together. As for Xianqing of Jie School, he was already best friends with Feng Zichen before he became the disciple of the Grandmaster of Heaven. It was obviously unrealistic to expect him to be enemies with Feng Zichen. In this way, the 4 sects could only produce 2 Daoyuo Taoist priests. Compared to the hundreds of Daoyuo Taoist priests of the human race, it was not enough. For the first time, the saints felt a huge pressure and an indescribable sense of powerlessness. In the past, they were a little too dependent on their own strength. They felt that as long as they were strong enough, they could sweep everything away. This method was not wrong, but it might not be completely right. Just like now, after being unable to crush Feng Zichen in terms of strength, the 5 saints began to look elsewhere. However, they suddenly realized that compared to other things, they could not compare to Feng Zichen. In terms of the power they controlled, they were too far behind Feng Zichen, so much so that they were a little helpless. Everyone, what should we do? On Mount Kunlun, the heavenly lord of primordial beginning frowned, and asked the 4 saints in front of him. Sai, the Gaochen is powerful. With the power of the Poor Wei and the others, unless they take action personally, it's really difficult to contend with them. Saint Jieyin sighed and said helplessly. Just as he said, under the circumstances that the saints did not take action, with the power that Feng Zichen had now, unless the ancient demon race reappeared, no force in the primordial world could contend with him. Even the heavenly court could not. As for the witch race, it was already good enough that they did not help Feng Zichen to fight them. They could forget about standing on their side. Wait, the demon race. Thinking of the demon race, a bold idea suddenly appeared in Saint Jieyin's mind. If he remembered correctly, there should be an irreconcilable blood feud between the demon race and the human race. If. Only if. What would happen if the demon race dealt with the human race? The current demon race was indeed no match for the human race, but what if the ancient demon race revived? Could the human race really withstand the counterattack of the ancient demon race and continue to dominate the primordial world? The more Saint Jieyin thought about it, the more ridiculous it became. Soon, he thought of the decisive battle between the human race and the ancient demon race, reenacting the grand battle between the witch race and the demon race in the past, turning the entire primordial world into ruins. But immediately Saint Jieyin put away all his thoughts. This idea was too crazy. He was just thinking about it. It was impossible for him to really take action. After all, the matter of the ancient demon race involved too many people. If Saint Jieyin really revived them, it would not only involve the human race. There were other forces. For example, the Kuan-Pung of the North Sea, the current Heavenly Court, and the Western sect. Saint Jieyin had not forgotten that in terms of hatred, the ancient demon race's hatred for the Western sect was far above that of the human race, second only to the witch race. Reviving the ancient demon race was helping the enemy. However, since the ancient demon race could not be revived, the remaining demon race forces could be used. With the current strength of the demon race, it was impossible for them to overthrow the human race, but they could still cause trouble for the human race. In addition, when things were really impossible, it was not impossible to revive some of the ancient demon race's experts. With an idea in mind, Saint Jieyin was about to speak, but at this moment, he heard the Grand Master of Heaven shouting at the side. "What are you talking about? You're just scheming." In Poor Wei's opinion, we should join forces and directly set up a large array in the primordial world to seal the world, so that the existences above the Daluo Taoist priests can't make a move. Then we'll each send our disciples to the capital of the Great Shang Dynasty. If we can overthrow the rule of the Great Shang Dynasty, that would be the best. If not, the dead disciples will be enough to fill the god role and complete the immortal god-killing tribulation. In that case, when the tribulation is over, we'll directly kill our way to the capital of the Great Shang Dynasty in the name of avenging our disciples and oust Gaochen from the throne. In that case, won't everything be solved? Hearing this, the other four saints all had stunned expressions on their faces. They were really shocked. How did the Grand Master of Heaven come up with this plan? He's not here to cause trouble, right? How many humans are there? How many people are there in the four sects? And they're attacking the capital of the Great Shang Dynasty? The disciples of the four sects would probably drown to death with just a mouthful of saliva from each human. If they really followed the Grand Master of Heaven's plan, the disciples of the four sects would probably die as many as they sent. The Grand Master of Heaven's words were indeed intentional. His idea was very simple. If they really followed his plan, the disciples of the four sects would definitely come out in full force and be involved in the immortal god-killing tribulation. In that case, whoever entered the god role could only depend on fate. It could be said that it was very fair. Unfortunately, although this plan was good, it was unrealistic. Third brother, be careful with your words. The human race can mobilize millions of Tai Jingxian at any time. With such strength, how can the disciples of the four sects compete with the human race? At this moment, the Grand Pure One said helplessly. He could guess a thing or two about the Grand Master of Heaven's idea. This method was indeed fair, but other than the Grand Master of Heaven, no one would agree. Moreover, even if everyone agreed, this plan would not succeed. Not to mention anything else, they could not even set up a large formation to lock down the world. Did they really think that Feng Zichen did not have any allies? As soon as they set up the formation, Niwa, Goddess Hutu, and Emperor Ziwei would probably interfere and stop them from succeeding. At that time it would be another problem. Zai. The Grand Master of Heaven also knew that his plan was a little presumptuous. Therefore, after sighing, he did not say anything else. With our current strength, I'm afraid we can't stop the North Star from becoming the human emperor. Therefore, we can only do it from another angle. In the Poor Wei's opinion, if the North Star wants to become the human emperor, it can only continue to strengthen the Great Shang Dynasty. Through this, it can gather enough providence to form the fruit of the human emperor. In that case, we can start from this aspect and secretly destroy the foundation of the Great Shang Dynasty, so that the North Star will not be able to gather enough providence. Over time, under the backlash of the Dragon Chi of the People Path, he will have no choice but to abdicate. After thinking for a while, the scheming Taoist Kundi came up with a solution. That makes sense. Hearing this, everyone came to a realization. Previously, they had all made a mistake. They thought that if they wanted to stop Feng Zichen from becoming the human emperor, they had to deal with him. However, that was not the case. The Great Shang Dynasty was Feng Zichen's foundation. As long as they destroyed the Great Shang Dynasty's foundation, They would be able to stop him from becoming the human emperor, even if they did not attack Feng Zichen. Thinking about it this way, things were much simpler. They could not do anything to Feng Zichen, but what could they do to the Great Shang dynasty? The Great Shang dynasty's territory was vast and there were countless living beings. No matter how capable Feng Zichen was, it was impossible for him to take care of everything. There would always be places that he could not take care of. And this was an opportunity for everyone. Using a single point to break the surface, the Great Shang dynasty would definitely perish. After confirming the general direction, everyone began to discuss in the Kunlun Mountain Jade Void Palace to perfect their next plan. After leaving the Fire Cloud Cave, Feng Zichen returned to the Great Shang dynasty's capital. The first thing that the human emperor had to do was to receive an audience from the various human factions to have a clear understanding of the current situation of the human race. Then he had to wait for the representatives of the myriad races to come and pay their respects to the human race to show the dignity of the human emperor. The human emperor was not only the emperor of the human race, but he was also the ruler of all races and the emperor of all spirits. When the human emperor appeared, the myriad races would naturally come to pay their respects to him to show their respect. If any race dared to not come, it would be even easier to deal with them. They would directly send troops to attack them, and use their blood to establish the supreme dignity of the human emperor. P.S. The next chapter is at night, the very late kind. Chapter 732. In the Human King Palace, Feng Zichen sat on the throne and accepted the worship of the representatives of the human clan. At this moment, the news that he was the reincarnation of Emperor Gaochen had spread among the Daluo Taoist priests. Therefore, after knowing this, the human clan in the ancestral land, the human clan in the Seven Stars continent, the human clan in the Heaven realm, and the human clan in the Undying volcano, people from all walks of life sent representatives to the Shang capital to worship the human emperor. Even the Sorcerer clan, the Dragon clan, the Phoenix clan, and other Khanate clans sent representatives to the capital. For a time, the capital of the Shang dynasty became the focus of all living beings in the untainted land. Greetings, Your Majesty. Seeing the familiar face, the elders of the human clan in the palace knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Feng Zichen. Greetings, Your Majesty. Seeing this, the juniors of the human clan who had never seen Feng Zichen also knelt down and kowtowed. You may rise. Feng Zichen raised his hand gently and helped everyone up. Greetings, Your Majesty. After everyone got up, they kowtowed to Feng Zichen again. However, this time they did not kowtow. Yes. I'm back. Everyone, it's been a long time. Looking at the familiar faces below, Feng Zichen felt a little emotional. As time passed, there were fewer and fewer people in the human clan who were familiar with him. Perhaps if he did not show up for a long time, the human clan would forget him one day. Time. It was the most terrifying weapon in the world. First, he reminisced about the past glory of the human clan. Then, they talked about business. Your Majesty, since you have become the human emperor, when will you go to the ancestral land and take control of the human emperor palace again? At this time, Feng Kangmeng stepped forward and asked. In his opinion, it was extremely inappropriate for Feng Zichen to still be in the capital of the Shang dynasty. Since ancient times, the human emperors had ruled the world from their ancestral palace. Only there, protected by the earth veins, the stars in the sky, and the chi of heaven and earth gathered there, was worthy of the identity of the human emperor. On the other hand, the imperial capital of the Great Shang dynasty was merely the land of the king. It could raise the king of men, but it could not raise the emperor of men. The human emperor felt a little wronged here. That's true. It's been a long time since I've been to the human emperor palace. It's time for me to go back and take a look. Hearing this, Feng Zichen paused for a moment before replying. The human emperor palace was established by him back then. The rule of the human emperor ruling there was also set by him. Now that he had become Ren Huang, he naturally had to return to the human emperor palace. It was inappropriate for him to stay in human palace. Furthermore, Even if all races were to pay homage to the human emperor, they would not come to the capital of Grand Shang. Instead, they would go to the ancestral land of the human race. Because this was the rule. Everyone, pass down my orders. I will return to the human race's ancestral land soon, and take charge of the human sovereign palace. With a thought, Feng Zichen ordered. Yes. When everyone heard this, they naturally had no objections and responded in unison. After receiving the order, the next thing to do was to arrange for the human emperor to return to the human emperor palace. On the shore of the East Sea, in the human race's ancestral land. At this moment, there were tens of thousands of golden rays and multicolored light. Hundreds of Taoist priests of the human race appeared together and escorted an ancient emperor back to the ancestral land. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Sensing the familiar aura, everything in the ancestral land began to tremble. There was a faint sense of excitement reverberating in the air. The spirits prostrated themselves on the ground as if they were worshipping and welcoming the return of their emperor. Emperor! With the arrival of Feng Zichen, the human race in the ancestral land began to cheer and praise his name. It was as if they were expressing the joy in their hearts. Rumble! At this moment, the human race's ancestral land began to shake. Dazzling human path light shot up into the sky and shook the earth. The human path in the unseen world seemed to have been summoned and suddenly appeared in the human race's ancestral land. An indescribable yet extremely shocking power suddenly descended upon them. At this moment, the living beings in the ancestral land were all encouraged and gained great courage. The human path had descended. Although they did not notice any abnormalities, the moment the inspiring power descended, everyone understood that the human path had descended. Whoosh, wisps of light emerged from the void and condensed into a dazzling divine halo. It hung behind Feng Zichen's head, making him look even more sacred. This was the human path halo, a gift from the human path to Feng Zichen. With this halo, no one below the primordial chaos could hurt Feng Zichen. Under the primordial chaos, any divine abilities, spells, and curses were ineffective against him. In other words, only the power of the primordial chaos could break the protection of the human path halo and hurt Feng Zichen. With the human path halo, Feng Zichen was in an invincible position. Damn it! Why does the human path love him so much and give him such a divine ability? The arrival of the human path was such a big matter, so of course, it could not be hidden from the saints' perception. Therefore they immediately looked over. Then they saw a scene that made them envious. The human path had given Feng Zichen the human path halo. With the saints' eyesight, it was not difficult to see the creator of the human path halo. This was an extremely powerful defensive divine ability that could be immune to all attacks below the primordial chaos. Even if it could not completely block a primordial chaos divine ability, it could weaken it by 20 to 30%. How could such a divine ability not be enviable? At the same time, this also intensified the saint's determination to oust Feng Zichen. He had not completely become the human emperor yet, but he already had such a phenomenon. If he completely condensed the human emperor Dao fruit, what would his phenomenon be like? Even the saints would have to retreat when they saw him. Human Emperor Palace. Since Yu the Great, no one had entered the Human Emperor Palace. At this moment, it finally welcomed its new master, who was also its original master, Feng Zichen. On this day, on the first day of the first year of the Zichen Saint Emperor calendar, the human race's Saint Emperor Feng Zichen entered the Human Emperor Palace and began his career of ruling the human race again. It was also on this day that the human race entered a new era. The human emperor was in power. The myriad races that were still in the primordial world hurriedly prepared a big gift. The patriarch personally led the team to the human race's ancestral land to pay respects to the human emperor. As for some of the more ancient Khanate races, after learning that Feng Zichen had returned, their patriarchs rushed back from the heaven realm and personally went to the human race's ancestral land to attend the human emperor ceremony. Even the patriarch was not qualified to come here. This was because the more ancient the race, the more they knew how terrifying Feng Zichen was. He was someone who dared to fight with the Eastern Emperor before he attained the Tao. He had even killed his way to the Western sect alone. The consequences of offending him were probably more serious than offending the saint. On the other hand, some of the younger races did not pay much attention to Feng Zichen because they did not know much about him. They casually sent their clansmen over. However, no one dared not to pay respects to the human emperor, even though they did not pay attention to him. Even if the younger generation was not sensible, they were not fools. When they saw so many people of the older generation going to pay homage to the human emperor, they naturally understood that the other party had a great background and was far from being someone they could provoke. After the worship of the myriad races, Feng Zichen finally had time to deal with the human race's matters. Next, he began to carry out a bold reform of the human race. First, he had to repair the teleportation array. In the past, under Feng Zichen's suggestion, the ancestral Magus Emperor Jiang had used his supreme divine ability to set up teleportation arrays on all the space nodes in the primordial world, thus connecting the entire primordial world to the primordial world. This was a great achievement. Therefore, after completing this feat, the ancestral Magus Emperor Jiang had a deeper understanding of the Tao of space and obtained the opportunity to become a primordial chaos immortal. The appearance of the teleportation array was indeed convenient for all living beings in the primordial world. However, the good times did not last long. With the outbreak of the battle between the Magi and the demon race, it actually triggered a world-destroying catastrophe, causing the world to be in danger of being overturned. Since the world was about to be destroyed, those teleportation arrays naturally could not be spared. When the great divine abilities succeeded in saving the world, the teleportation array set up by the ancestral Magus Emperor Jiang was almost destroyed. After that, no one was willing to repair these teleportation arrays. Over time, this matter was gradually forgotten by the world. But now, in order to better develop the human race, Feng Zichen decided to repair those teleportation arrays and upgrade them as a whole. According to Feng Zichen's idea, he wanted to change those teleportation arrays into teleportation doors and create void passageways in the void to connect these doors to each other. This way, it would be more troublesome, but it was safer. With a stable spatial passageway, it would undoubtedly be much safer to carry out spatial teleportation. Perhaps even mortals could use the teleportation door to travel to the primordial world. The teleportation array set up by the ancestral Magus Emperor Jiang could be said to be exquisite. It displayed his achievements in the Tao of space. Even the current Feng Zichen did not dare to say that he could defeat him in the Tao of space. However, although the teleportation array was exquisite, humans could not use it. To be precise, mortals could not use it. When Dijiang set up the teleportation array, there were no mortals in the primordial world. The weakest ones were in the postnatal realm. For this reason, when ancestral Magus Emperor Jiang set up the teleportation array, he did not consider the feelings of mortals at all. In fact, he had never even considered the feelings of an acquired realm creature. The thinking habits of Khanate godfiends were all from the Khanate realm. As for those below the Khanate realm? Sorry, was there such a weak living being in the primordial world? No, that's not right. Could such a weak person be called a living being? These words seemed funny, but they were a true portrayal of that era. Ancestral Magus Emperor Jiang could ignore mortals, but Feng Zichen could not. This was because most of his people were mortals. Therefore, the plan to build a teleportation door and a spatial passageway had to be put on the agenda. Moreover, in order to increase safety and practicality, Feng Zichen also decided to build some spaceships to carry passengers. How should he put it? The so-called spatial door was similar to the airport in Feng Zichen's later life. The spaceship was equivalent to the plane in the later life. The void passageway was the later life's waterway. Its operation mode was exactly the same. However, one was a technological version, and the other was a Xianxia version. Building a complete transportation system in the entire human territory was a huge project, and it involved a lot of knowledge. With the power of the human race, it was definitely possible to complete it, but it would take a lot of time. Therefore, Feng Zichen decided to ask for external help. As the saying goes, there was a hierarchy of knowledge, and there was a specialization in the field. Professional matters had to be left to the professionals. That disciple of the Jie school became Feng Zichen's best choice. Firstly, the Jie school was most famous for array formations. Its famous disciples were all array formation experts. Secondly, the disciples of the Jie school were professionals in building teleportation arrays. They had enough experience. One had to know that the plan of the teleportation array was originally proposed by Xianqing. The first teleportation array was also created by him. In order to adjust the teleportation array, Xianqing had asked the disciples of the Jie school for help. Under the influence of their ears and eyes, the disciples of the Jie school naturally had a full understanding of teleportation arrays. The first teleportation network in the primordial world, the teleportation array that covered the entire East Sea, was built by the disciples of the Jie school. He believed that with this experience, it would not be difficult for the disciples of the Jie school to build a teleportation door system for the human race. Of course, the purpose of Feng Zichen asking the disciples of the Jie school to help was not as simple as building a teleportation door. This was just an excuse that could allow the human race to be related to the Jie school. In Feng Zichen's mind, there were many ideas from the future waiting to be realized. For example, Xianxia cars, telephones, networks, and so on, they all needed the support of array formations. And these could not be done without the help of the disciples of the Jie school. In Feng Zichen's eyes, the disciples of the Jie school were all talents like engineers who could complete his thoughts. As long as the disciples of the Jie school built a teleportation door for the human race, they would be related to the human race. After that, when Feng Zichen asked them for help again, the loyal disciples of the Jie school could not refuse. Over time, when the disciples of the Jie school created all the strange ideas in Feng Zichen's mind, they would be inseparable from the human race. Think about it, the results of the disciples of the Jie school had integrated into all aspects of the human race and become an indispensable part of it. At this time, who would believe that the Jie school had nothing to do with the human race? That was not the way to fool people. When that time came, the Jie school and the human race would be one. As for the Grandmaster of Heaven, no matter how unwilling he was, he had to stand on the same side as Feng Zichen for the sake of the disciples of the Jie school. Feng Zichen was indirectly kidnapping the Grandmaster of Heaven by kidnapping the disciples of the Jie school, so that he had no choice but to stand on his side. In the Fire Cloud Cave, Feng Zichen had once said that there was one of his people among the 5 saints. The reason why Fuxi looked at the East Sea was that he had guessed Feng Zichen's plan. The Jie school was in the East Sea. With an idea in mind, Feng Zichen immediately took action. He asked Feng Kangmeng to bring his letter to the East Sea to seek help from Xianqing. If he went directly to the Jie school, there was a high chance that Duobao would reject him. However, if he found Xianqing first, Feng Kangmeng would definitely succeed. Although Xianqing was no longer in the Jie school, his influence in the Jie school had not weakened at all. With his help, there was no reason for the Jie school to refuse. Chapter 733. Now that the Grandmaster of Heaven was not in Jie school, Xianqing could be in charge of half of Jie school. That gave Feng Zichen a lot of room to operate. He could do whatever he wanted. Anyway, Duobao would not go against Xianqing. When the Grandmaster of Heaven returned from Kunlun Mountain, he would probably realize that Jie school was no longer the Jie school he knew. Instead, it was the Jie school of the human race. When Feng Kangmeng rushed to the 3 Immortal Island, Xianqing already had a plan. He walked out of the cave abode calmly, and used a special method to gather the disciples of Jie school who were familiar with him. Building a teleportation portal for the human race was a matter of great merit. Naturally, not everyone was qualified to participate. Those who could participate in this operation did not have to be virtuous. At the very least, they had to have no bad records. That was enough to exclude most of the disciples of Jie school. The disciples of Jie school were a mix of fish and dragons. There were ascetic cultivators who pursued the Tao wholeheartedly, carefree immortals who focused on studying the 100 arts, and quiet immortals, however, most of them were demons and ghosts. It was these demons and ghosts who did not cultivate etiquette, did not respect the rules, and killed without permission. It could be said that they had a lot of bad records. Not only did they cause Jie school to be in a mess, but they also had negative karma. More than 80% of the reason why Jie school had a bad reputation in the primordial world was because of them. All the disciples of Jie school were on the god roll. None of them were innocent. In fact, more than half of them were not qualified to be on the god roll. Those with deep negative karma did not even have the qualifications to be on the list. It was their fate that they could not escape from turning into ashes in the killing tribulation. The great tribulation of heaven and earth was targeted at them. What was the great tribulation of heaven and earth? It was because there was too much karma in the world, too chaotic, and too heavy that the heavenly Tao could not withstand it. Therefore, the heavenly Tao launched a great tribulation, causing the primordial world to change and the world to collapse to complete the goal of cleaning up all karma. When the great tribulation erupted, the first to be targeted were those with deep negative karma. If they did not die in the tribulation, who would die in the tribulation? They could not let those who had contributed die, right? Those with deep negative karma were people who had committed many evil deeds. It was a worthy death for them to die in the tribulation. It also happened to show the fairness of the heavenly Tao. Usually, the heavenly Tao might not pay attention to you when you committed all kinds of evil. However, once the great calamity erupted, these people would be the primary targets of the heavenly Tao. This was the so-called, good will be rewarded with good, and evil will be repaid with evil. It's not that there's no retribution, it's just that it's not time yet. Therefore, in life one should not seek to do many good deeds, but one should seek not to do any bad deeds. After receiving Xianqing's message, the disciples of the Jie school who were familiar with him did not dare to be negligent. They put down what they were doing and rushed to Punglai Island. On the other hand, Xianqing wasn't idle either. He was busy preparing the banquet. Since the disciple of the Jie school was here, of course, he had to entertain him first. After he was full, he could talk about business. After being in the primordial world for so many years, Xianqing was more or less affected by the pride of the living beings of the primordial world. When he did things, he was quite particular about ostentation. Before the banquet began, he was already busy. First, he ordered people to go to the orchard to pick immortal fruits. Then he ordered the boy to take out immortal pills and immortal wine. When Xianqing was done with his preparations, the disciples of the Jie school arrived one after another. The East Sea had an extremely perfect teleportation system. Therefore, it was very convenient for the disciples of the Jie school to come and go. The first to rush over was the three Shao sisters, who were closest to Punglai Island. They were one of the most outstanding disciples of the Jie school. Then it was the three true disciples of the Grandmaster of Heaven, the goddess of Golden Spirit, the goddess of Wudong, and the goddess of Turtle Spirit. These three people had the best relationship with Xianqing. After all, they were the disciples that the Grandmaster of Heaven had taken in before he became a saint. They were basically taught by Xianqing. It would be strange if they didn't have a good relationship. After these people, Zhao Gongming, Fairy Hanji, Fairy Rosy Cloud, and the other inner sect disciples also arrived. Although there were many disciples of the Jie school, only a few dozen people that Xianqing had his eyes on could be called over by him. They were either peerless talents, noble characters, or virtuous people. In short, they were all 1 in 100 people of the Jie school. Although these people were few, they could represent the entire Jie school. There were only a few other disciples who could stand shoulder to shoulder with them. Moreover, they were all negative karma and were not valued by Xianqing. After everyone arrived, the banquet began. During the banquet, Xianqing was not in a hurry to talk about business with everyone. Instead, he drank and had fun with everyone first. When the atmosphere was about right, Xianqing said, "Junior brothers, now that I have a matter of great merit on hand, I still lack some help. Are you willing to help? Listen, what is the art of speaking? This is it." Feng Zichen was clearly the one who asked for help from the Jie school. However, when it came to Xianqing, it became a matter of great merit that needed their help. How was this a request? It was clearly a gift. It had completely changed from passive to active. What was a matter of great merit? It was something that was beneficial to the primordial world. Once they participated in such a matter, everyone would more or less be able to share some merit after the matter was completed. And merit was a hard currency in the primordial world. When everyone heard that, they immediately became excited and asked, "Eldest senior brother, don't keep us in suspense. Quickly tell us what the good thing is. Wasn't it a good thing to be able to obtain merit?" Junior brothers, you all know that senior brother and the human emperor are best friends. A few days ago, when senior brother was chatting with him, I heard him mention unintentionally that he wanted to build a huge teleportation system in the human race. When the poor Wei heard that, she thought that this move could not only promote the development of the human race, but also further strengthen the dignity of the human emperor. Isn't it a matter of great merit? At this time, the poor Wei thought that the teleportation system of the East Sea was jointly built by you, junior brothers. Since junior brothers can build the teleportation system of the East Sea, it should not be difficult to build a teleportation system for the human race. Therefore, the poor Wei asked for this matter from the human emperor, so that junior brothers can get some merit. What do you think of this matter? After everyone quietened down, Xianqing said slowly. In an instant, the image of a hard-working senior brother, who was always considerate of his junior brothers, was established by Xianqing. Ah, senior brother has been wronged. It's us who have burdened senior brother, and made him lose face in front of his good friends. The disciples of the Jia school were touched when they heard that. At this moment, they had already imagined the scene of Xianqing asking the human emperor for this matter. Such a matter of great merit was extremely precious. If it spread, there would definitely be many people fighting to do it. However, for their sake, their eldest senior brother had actually taken this matter from the hands of the human emperor. Needless to say, even if Xianqing had a good relationship with the human emperor, he must have paid a huge price in order to do this. Thinking of this, everyone was even more touched. We will never forget senior brother's kindness. Everyone thanked Xianqing with a big bow. At this moment, they were all immersed in being touched. No one felt that there was anything wrong with helping the human emperor. In fact, there was nothing wrong with it, because that was what the disciples of the Jia school had always done. Under Xianqing's guidance, the disciples of the Jia school often participated in the development of the human race. Or they made some small inventions to promote the development of the human race. Or they entered the imperial court to help the human emperor govern the world. There were really too many such things. The disciples of the Jia school used this method to obtain merit. Over time they got used to it. And it was precisely because they were used to this method of obtaining merit that they did not feel that there was anything wrong with Xianqing's words. It had always been like this. What was wrong with it? Hey, junior brothers, please get up. I'm already very satisfied that you don't blame me for agreeing on your behalf. How can I accept your gratitude? Xianqing said hurriedly as he swept out a breeze to help everyone up. What are you saying, senior brother? After hearing such a matter of great merit, senior brother thought of us immediately, and did not hesitate to ask for this matter for us. We can't thank you enough. How can we blame you? Even beasts know kindness. If we blame senior brother because of this, wouldn't we be worse than beasts? Yun Xiao hurriedly stepped forward and said agitatedly after hearing Xianqing's words. Yes, fellow Taoist Yun Xiao is right. If poor Wei and the rest blame senior brother because of this, wouldn't they be worse than beasts? Behind Yun Xiao, the disciples of the Jia school also chimed in. Haha, junior sister, don't be agitated. It's good that you don't blame me. Xianqing hurriedly comforted everyone when he saw how agitated they were. After a while, when everyone quietened down, Xianqing continued. Since all of you have no objections, I'll call the messenger of the human race over and ask him to bring you to the ancestral land of the human race to discuss this matter with the human emperor. As he spoke, Xianqing looked at everyone and waited for their reply. We'll do as senior brother says. Everyone nodded and replied. No one would refuse anything that had to do with merit, not to mention building a teleportation system for the human race. They had no reason to reject at all. After the ancient times, merit had become more and more difficult to obtain. All right. Xianqing nodded and instructed the boy to call Feng Kangmeng over to get to know everyone. Greetings, fellow Taoists. In the hall, Feng Kangmeng greeted them in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing. Greetings, fellow Taoist. Seeing this, the disciples of the Jie school greeted him one by one. In front of Feng Kangmeng, the disciples of the Jie school did not dare to be arrogant. Although they were disciples of the sages, the other party was the Daoyuo Taoist priests, who was far more powerful than them. If not for their status as disciples of the sages, they would not even have the right to speak to someone like Feng Kangmeng, let alone treat him as an equal. At this point, one had to say that those Khanate divine demons were really unlucky to have become disciples of the sages. Not only did they not reap much benefits, but they also delayed their cultivation. They were almost crippled. After getting to know each other, Xianqing asked Feng Kangmeng to lead the disciples to the ancestral land of the human race, to discuss the details of building a teleportation system. Junior brother, since you're here, why don't you show yourself? Could it be that senior brother needs to personally invite you out? Not long after the crowd left, Xianqing suddenly shouted to the empty hall. Then the space in the center of the hall began to twist and distort. An otherworldly figure gradually materialized from the void and materialized. Greetings, senior brother. After the Taoist appeared, he bowed respectfully to Xianqing. From what the Taoist said, the person who came was Duobao, the only Daoyuo Taoist priests of the Jie school. This time, although Xianqing invited all his junior brothers to come here for a discussion, Duobao was not among them. Duobao was already the Daoyuo Taoist priests, and the merit was not very useful to him. Moreover, he was not as gullible as the other disciples. Therefore, Xianqing did not invite him this time. Unexpectedly, although Xianqing did not invite Duobao, Duobao came uninvited. Xianqing invited so many people to the gathering. As the eldest disciple of the Jie school and the acting sect master, if Duobao did not notice, he would be neglecting his duty. Junior brother, what are you doing sneaking here? Xianqing waved his hand and asked Duobao to find a seat to sit down. It's not what I'm doing, but what are you doing, senior brother? Duobao did not sit down. He just stood there and asked Xianqing in confusion. Oh, junior brother, what do you mean? Xianqing had a headache facing Duobao's question. He pretended to be puzzled and asked. Senior brother, you understand. You know that the human emperor is not on good terms with master and uncle masters. They are hostile to each other, but you still want to let junior brothers get involved in the affairs of the human race. What are you trying to do? Do you still have master and uncle masters in your eyes? Duobao asked loudly when he saw Xianqing pretending to be stupid. What does the poor Wei want to do? Of course, it's to save the lives of junior brothers. Xianqing was unhappy with Duobao's behavior, but he still suppressed his anger and explained to him. Save lives? Duobao was puzzled when he heard that. The immortal god-killing tribulation has descended. Other than the two of us, all the disciples of Jie school are in danger of dying. For this, I asked my junior brothers and sisters to go to the human race to seek merit, so that they can have a chance of survival in the killing tribulation. Is there anything wrong with that? Although Xianqing had the intention of using his junior brothers, his starting point was indeed for their own good. After all, having merit or not was completely different in the killing tribulation. Those with merit could turn misfortune into luck and misfortune into luck. They could survive the killing tribulation without any danger. Those without merit could only rely on fate. But how are you going to explain to Master? Now Master and Uncle Masters are thinking of ways to stop the human emperor from taking another step forward. But senior brother, not only are you not helping, but you are also helping the human emperor to strengthen his rule over the human race. If senior brother is like this, what should Master do? After hesitating for a while, Duobao still said. Xianqing's actions were indeed helping those disciples, but at the same time, he also made it difficult for the Grandmaster of Heaven. P.S. Don't panic. There's still one more update. I'll write it even if I don't sleep. I'm a little excited today. I can't write well. Chapter 734. It was obvious that the elders of the sect were racking their brains to plot against the human emperor. However, as a junior, Xianqing was actually helping the enemy. He kept pulling them back and creating difficulties for their plan. Was that appropriate? Obviously not. There's nothing to explain about that. Even if the poor Wei doesn't let the junior brothers do it, someone else will take over the matter of building a teleportation system for the human race. In the end, it will be done by the human emperor and become his merit. Since the outcome is already decided and we can't change anything, why can't the disciples of the Jie school complete this matter of great merit? It's better to let the disciples of the Jie school benefit than to let outsiders benefit, right? Since Xianqing dared to let the disciples of the Jie school go to the human race to help, he must have thought of an excuse in advance. He would not let anyone catch him. Just as Xianqing had said, the matter of the human emperor building a teleportation system for the human race was a foregone conclusion. Outsiders could not change or destroy it. The karma of destroying great merit was so strong that ordinary people could not bear it. Because they could obtain merit, if the disciples of the Jie school did not go, there would be plenty of people in the primordial world. The human emperor did not have to worry about not being able to build a teleportation system. If the disciples of the Jie school did not go, it would not affect the human emperor's plan. Instead, it would cause them to miss out on merit. Since that was the case, why should the disciples of the Jie school go? If they went, they would only make the Grand Master of Heaven feel uncomfortable, but they would be able to benefit these disciples. However, if they did not go, these disciples would not be able to get anything. Sigh. I already know senior brother's intentions, but it's not easy to explain to Master. Duobao sighed and said helplessly. Since he had already said so much, he had nothing to say. What could he do? Continue to blame Xianqing? It didn't make sense. Xianqing's words were already very clear. What he did just now was completely selfless. He was thinking for his junior brothers and sisters. It was really impossible to blame him. Junior brother, don't worry. If Master blames me, I will bear it alone. I won't implicate those junior brothers and sisters. Compared to the safety of those junior brothers and sisters, so what if the poor Wei is punished by Master? Either way, the poor Wei won't die. However, if those junior brothers and sisters die in the tribulation, they will truly die. Seeing how worried Duobao was, Xianqing comforted him instead. He was not afraid of being punished by the sect leader of Tongtian. If the sect leader of Tongtian punished him because of this, wouldn't his disciples' heart turn cold? Therefore, even if the sect leader of Tongtian came back, there was a high chance that he would not punish him. In fact, he would even praise him. How could a master have the heart to punish a senior martial brother, who loved his junior martial brother so much? One had to know that this was the primordial world, not the future. The status of a direct disciple was not inferior to that of a biological son. In fact, it was even slightly higher. The relationship between orthodoxies was much more stable than the relationship between bloodlines. Senior brother Yu, hearing this, Duobao was completely moved. He felt a strong sense of guilt in his heart. His senior martial brother had done so much for his junior martial brothers and sisters, but he still suspected that his senior martial brother's true purpose was to help his good friend, the emperor, attain the Tao. How despicable was that? When he thought of how well Xianqing treated him, the guilt in Duobao's heart grew even stronger. He bowed deeply to Xianqing and said sincerely, Duobao is here to thank senior martial brother on behalf of my junior martial brothers and sisters. If Master wants to punish senior martial brother after he returns, I will plead for senior martial brother, even if I have to risk my life. Duobao's bow could be said to be a display of his true feelings. His words came from the bottom of his heart. He was really moved by Xianqing's actions. Junior martial brother, please get up. There's no need for this between you and me, Xianqing said emotionally as he stepped forward to help Duobao up. At this moment, not to mention Duobao, even he was moved by himself. As the eldest senior martial brother of the Celestial Sect of Wonders, he was really too perfect. It could be said that he was worried about the future of his junior martial brothers and sisters. There was no other person like him in the entire primordial world. How could one not be moved by such a scene? That's not right. At this moment, Xianqing suddenly realized that as the eldest senior martial brother of the celestial sect of wonders, he was not perfect enough. Since he was the eldest senior martial brother of the celestial sect of wonders, he definitely could not only care about Jie school. Chan school should also help him a little. Only then could he match his character. Therefore, he had to help the disciples of Chan school. Otherwise, it would inevitably make the heavenly lord of primordial beginning unhappy. Thinking of this, Xianqing suddenly said to Duobao, who was beside him, "Junior martial brother, is there anything else? If there's nothing else, why don't you follow me to meet the junior martial brothers of Chan school?" Hearing that, Duobao could not help but frown. Unlike Xianqing, as the eldest disciple of Jie school, his relationship with the disciples of Chan school was not very good. "Senior martial brother, why are you meeting them? One or two of them? They're not big, but they're quite arrogant. They didn't learn anything about second uncle master's ability, but they learned his temper completely. They look down on this and that all day long. They're very arrogant. In the end, senior martial brother, look. Didn't they provoke someone they can't afford to offend? Not only were they tortured to death, but they also triggered the immortal god-killing tribulation, and implicated all the disciples of the heaven immortal Tao. Why are you meeting such people? You're making yourself angry for nothing." Speaking of the disciples of Chan school, Duobao was full of anger and complained to Xianqing. "Junior martial brother, calm down. No matter how many mistakes they have, they're still our junior martial brothers. We can't treat them as enemies. As for why senior martial brother wants to see them, it's naturally to save them. The immortal god-killing tribulation has descended. The disciples of Jie school are not the only ones who have entered the tribulation. There's also the disciple of Chan school. Poor Wei, as a senior martial brother, since he has already arranged a way out for Jie school, he can't be biased. He has to make plans for the disciples of Chan school." Shaking his head, Xianqing said, "What? Senior martial brother wants to plan for the disciples of Chan school?" As soon as Xianqing finished speaking, Duobao exclaimed in disbelief. Even his tone changed as if he had been greatly shocked. "That's right." Xianqing nodded and said affirmatively. Then, he used his divine ability and summoned the disciples of Chan school to see him. As the eldest senior martial brother of the Xian sect, Xianqing naturally had the means to contact all the disciples of the Xian sect. That was the privilege given to him by the Tao ancestor. Duobao frowned and was about to say something, but before he could speak, Xianqing glared at him fiercely. Seeing this, even if Duobao was dissatisfied, he did not dare to say anything. In just a few days, the disciples of Chan school came together and rushed to Penglai Immortal Island. Xianqing personally went out of the island to welcome them. When Duobao saw that, he naturally followed closely behind. However, as soon as they saw the people of Chan school, Xianqing and Duobao frowned. There was no other reason. The disciples of Chan school were not all here. 2 of them were not here. One of the 12 golden immortals of Chan school was missing. The great Taoist Master Numinous Treasure did not come. The unnamed disciples of the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning were also missing one person. The old man of the South Pole did not come. Seeing this, the faces of the 2 people who had rushed over excitedly darkened. If not for Xianqing holding him back, Duobao would have scolded him. "Greetings, eldest senior brother." "Greetings, senior brother Duobao." The disciples of Chan school were also a little embarrassed. After greeting the 2 of them, they did not say anything else. Why aren't the great Taoist Master Lingbao and the old man of the South Pole here? Xianqing asked Guangqingzi with a dark face. He was angry, but he did not even call him junior martial brother. He directly called him by his name. This eldest senior martial brother, the 2 junior martial brothers are seriously injured and can't go far. Please forgive us. Guangqingzi was still thinking about his junior martial brother, so he spoke up for them. However, before he could finish, he was stared at by Xianqing's cold gaze and could not continue. In the poor Wei's opinion, they just don't want to come. They don't take senior martial brother seriously at all. What serious injuries? How can they be injured on Mount Kunlun? At the side, Duobao shouted with a displeased expression. Hearing that, Xianqing's gaze became even colder, causing Guangqingzi to break out in cold sweat. Guangqingzi, tell me the truth. Why didn't they come? Don't lie to me. You should know what I'm capable of. Senior Martial Brother's pre-celestial divination was taught by Senior Martial Uncle. Staring at Guangqingzi, Xianqing asked word by word. This. Under Xianqing's gaze, Guangqingzi felt a lot of pressure. He did not know how to answer. He could not tell the truth. The great Taoist Master Numinous Treasure had always hated Xianqing, because he was punished by the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning back then. Therefore, he found an excuse not to come when Xianqing summoned him. As for the old man of the South Pole, after his identity as the Khanate Star God was abolished, he was a little depressed and could not raise his spirits about anything. Therefore he did not come. The old man of the South Pole was fine, but the great Taoist Master Numinous Treasure was a little troublesome. If he told the truth, would Xianqing let him go? Junior Martial Brother South Pole's Tao heart was injured and has been in seclusion. As for Junior Martial Brother Numinous Treasure, he is, at this point, Guangqingzi could not continue. However, even if he did not say it, Xianqing had calculated the reason why the great Taoist Master Numinous Treasure did not come. What a great Taoist Master Numinous Treasure! Poor Wei did not care about his disrespect to me. Instead, he hated Poor Wei. Such a narrow-minded person will have to go to the investiture of the gods. Furious, Xianqing wanted to kill him and send the great Taoist Master Numinous Treasure to the investiture of the gods. After all, he was the former celestial emperor. The moment Xianqing killed him, the heavenly Tao sensed it. One could see that the name of the great Taoist Master Numinous Treasure faintly appeared on the investiture of the gods. Xianqing's words determined the fate of the great Taoist Master Numinous Treasure. However, it was true that no one knew about this because Feng Zichen, Hao Tian, and Lei Zhe had joined forces to set up layers of seals on the Godrank roll, and it completely eliminated the possibility of others spying on it. Even the saints could not. After that, Xianqing flicked his sleeves and returned to the main hall. Although everyone was shocked, they only thought that Xianqing said it out of anger, and did not take it to heart. Seeing Xianqing leave, they immediately followed. The human emperor needs a group of blacksmiths to refine a large number of spaceships for him to carry mortals to travel in the Void Passage. This is also a matter of merit. If it is done, you can share some merit to protect yourself in the killing tribulation. In that case, are you willing to go? In the hall, Xianqing suppressed the anger in his heart, and said to the disciples of the Chan sect. The primeval Lord of Heaven was good at blacksmithing, and so were his disciples. All of them were blacksmithing masters, especially Yin Zhongzi. If it were not for Feng Zichen, the title of the #1 forger in the primordial world would have fallen on his head. The spaceships refined by the disciples of the Chan sect would definitely meet all of Feng Zichen's requirements. Building a teleportation system for the human race was a merit. Refining a spaceship that matched it was also a merit. And this was the merit that Xianqing prepared for the disciples of the Chan sect. It was the most appropriate thing to leave the task of refining the spaceship to the disciples of the Chan sect. It just so happened that it could complement the disciples of the Jie sect. The two sects each had their own duties. The Jie sect specialized in setting up teleportation arrays, and the disciples of the Chan sect specialized in refining spaceships. They did not interfere with each other, and they could obtain merit. In this way, Xianqing also seemed to be impartial. It could be said that it was the best of both worlds. To be honest, Xianqing's plan was really perfect. If he really succeeded, not only would he help Feng Zichen solve the problem, but also the three pure ones would not be able to find fault with him. Because what Xianqing did was for the future of the disciples of the two sections. It really made the three pure ones unable to find a place to vent their anger. As the senior brother, he cherished his junior brother so much. It's fine if you don't reward him, but you still want to punish him. What kind of logic is that? This. After Xianqing finished speaking, the disciples of the Chan sect could not help but hesitate. It would be a lie to say that they were not tempted. After all, Merit was the biggest life-saving talisman for them now. But if they accepted it, it would be difficult to explain to their master. You don't have to worry about second uncle master's attitude. Since senior brother mentioned this matter, he will naturally bear all the consequences. Seeing that they were hesitating, Xianqing knew what they were thinking, so he vouched for them. This, Xianqing had already said so, but the disciples of the Chan sect still did not make up their minds. The influence of Heavenly Lord Yuanshi on them was still too great. Think about it carefully. If you are willing to take this merit, go to the ancestral land of the human race within 100 years. If you are not willing, pretend that senior brother did not mention this matter. Okay, you can go back. With that, Xianqing waved his hand and asked them to leave. They could slowly make a decision after going back. Xianqing was not surprised by their attitude. To be more precise, everything was under his control. If the disciples of the Chan sect listened to him like the disciples of the Jie sect, the three pure ones would not be separated. Xianqing was sure that even if he told the disciples of the Chan sect how to obtain merit, there would not be more than half of them who would go to the ancestral land of the human race. The disciples of the Chan sect had a different way of thinking from others. It was difficult for outsiders to understand. Only they could guess it. Xianqing could only guess roughly. At this time there was a problem. Xianqing knew that he could not persuade the disciples of the Chan sect. So why did he do something useless? The answer was naturally that he was putting on a show. He was putting on a show for the three pure ones to play the role of a responsible senior brother. Moreover, he had worked hard to plan for the disciples of the Chan sect. Heavenly Lord Yuanshi naturally had to accept his kindness. As for whether the disciples of the Chan sect would accept his kindness, that was another matter. Chapter 735. In the ancestral land of the human race, after Feng Zichen sent away the disciples of Jie school, he welcomed the disciples of Chan school. Just as Xianqing had expected, not all the disciples of Chan school had arrived. Only 3 people came. Yin Zhongzi, perfected Huanglong, and perfected Lord Qingxiu. Yin Zhongzi had attained the Tao in the Khanate White Cloud. He was a born perfected immortal. However, he became a disciple a little late. He entered after the 12 golden immortals. Therefore, although he was favored by the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning, he was only accepted as an in-name disciple. Since he was an in-name disciple, he had much more freedom. He did not have to worry about the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning like the 12 golden immortals of Chan school. Perfected Huanglong was from the dragon race. With Feng Zichen's identity as the grandson-in-law of the ancestral dragon, how could perfected Huanglong not come after hearing that he needed help? Feng Zichen did not expect the 2 of them to come. However, the arrival of perfected Lord Qingxiu surprised him. To be honest, Feng Zichen had always suspected that perfected Lord Qingxiu was the incarnation of the Grand Pure One. Look, even their names are so similar. Unfortunately, Feng Zichen could not find any evidence. However, it did not matter. Regardless of whether perfected Lord Qingxiu was the incarnation of the Grand Pure One, it was not an important matter to Feng Zichen. At that moment, the most important thing was that they could help Feng Zichen. The refining techniques of the disciples of Chan school were unique in the primordial world. Especially Yin Zhongzi, who had obtained the true teachings of the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning. With them around, the human spacecraft would definitely set sail successfully. After arranging the construction of the teleportation system and the specific matters of refining the spacecraft to the disciples of Jie school and Chan school, Feng Zichen did not care anymore. If they did not do these things well, they would ruin the reputation of the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning and the Grandmaster of Heaven. Therefore, Feng Zichen was not worried that they would deal with the matter. He could use them boldly. For the sake of saving face for Primeval Lord of Heaven and Tongtian, the disciples of both sects would try their best to complete the mission. There was no need for them to play tricks on such matters. Compared to tricking Feng Zichen, it was obvious that the dignity of the saints was more important. Tricking Feng Zichen would only delay him for some time at most. However, the The price that the two sects had to pay was the reputation of Chan school and Jie school. This transaction was not worth it at all. The dignity of the saint and the reputation of the three sects were far more valuable than he had imagined. Saints were immortal and indestructible. What they cared about the most was their face. If you dared to embarrass them, they would dare to make you wish you were dead. Thinking about Di Juntai, because he looked down on Taoist Kundi, he ruthlessly humiliated him. In the end, he held a grudge in his heart, and used the matter of the 10 golden crows to plot against him to death. From this, it could be seen how much importance the saint attached to his skin. Pass down my order. Gather all the Daoyuo Taoist priests of the human race, and come to the human emperor's palace for a discussion. On this day, Feng Zichen's order suddenly came from the human emperor's palace, which had been peaceful for a long time. He wanted to gather all the Daoyuo Taoist priests of the human race. For a moment, the entire primordial world was alarmed. All the experts looked at the ancestral land of the human race and paid attention to the human emperor's movements. What was the human emperor doing? Ever since he entered the ancestral land of the human race, he had been living in seclusion and did not do anything. But now, he suddenly summoned all the Daoyuo Taoist priests of the human race to the human emperor's palace to see him. What was he doing? Was he going to sweep through the 10,000 races? Or was he going to start a war with the saints? Everyone could not help but look forward to the human emperor's next move. But what happened next made everyone a little dumbfounded. They did not have the mood to watch the show at all. Especially those who had a bad relationship with the human race. They were even more terrified. Because the human emperor gave an order. Everywhere in the primordial world, whether it was the heaven realm, the netherworld realm, or the human realm, there were boundless winds and clouds rolling. The great Tao rumbled and swept through the entire sky. That was the strange phenomenon of the Daoyuo Taoist priests traveling. One could see the Gochun imperial palace of the heavenly court, the land of extreme negative energy of the Yin court, the 7 stars prefecture of the East Sea, the 4 extremes, and the various famous mountains and rivers in the primordial world. There were Daoyuo Taoist priests of the human race who walked out and rushed to the ancestral land of the human race in response to the human emperor's order. If one counted carefully, there were no less than 500 Daoyuo Taoist priests rushing to the ancestral land of the human race. Seeing this scene, the mighty figures of the primordial world all gasped in their hearts. Was this the foundation of the human race? It was really too strong. They already had some of the aura of the magi and demons. They were worthy of being called the main characters of the world. Even the saints were shocked when they saw this scene. They had underestimated the human race. They had actually accumulated such a powerful strength silently. 500 Daoyuo Taoist priests. This power could really sweep through the entire primordial world. Regardless of whether it was the Jie school, which was known as the #1 sect in the primordial world, or the Western sect, which occupied the Western land, they could not compete with it. With the 4 sects combined, not to mention 500 Daoyuo Taoist priests, they might not even be able to gather 500 Daoyuo Jinxian. The gap between them was obvious at a glance. The gap between heaven and earth was nothing more than that. On this day, the 500 Khanate Taoist priests of the human race entered the ancestral land together, shocking the entire primordial world. This should be the first time the human race showed their sharpness to the primordial world. The effect was very pleasant. The tens of thousands of races were frightened. The great divine abilities changed expressions, and the saints frowned. They were all afraid of the power of the human race. At this moment, everyone understood that the human race was not a role that could be controlled by them. If they wanted to move the human race, they had to consider whether they had the ability to resist the joint attack of 500 Khanate Taoist priests. What is the human emperor doing? Why did he gather so many Daoyuo Taoist priests? Is he going to fight to the death with the saints? At this moment, the people who were watching the show finally panicked. The combined power of the ancestral land of the human race was enough to destroy the primordial world. If they fought with the saints again, it would be another decisive battle between the liches and demons. At that time, the primordial world would be destroyed. All the living beings in the world would not be able to stay out of it. They would all be affected. Bad things did not happen to them. Of course, they were willing to watch the show. However, once bad things happened to them, they would be more flustered than anyone else. They were so terrified that most of them looked at the ancestral land of the human race, waiting for the next step of the human emperor's plan. If the human emperor really wanted to fight with the saints, they would have to make plans early. The best choice was to seek refuge with a powerful person. Under the great tribulation of heaven and earth, even the Daoyuo Taoist priests were in danger of dying. Only the powerful people could protect themselves. Everyone was looking forward to the next step of Feng Zichen's plan. However, they did not expect that after he called the Daoyuo Taoist priests to the ancestral land of the human race, there was no movement. The ancestral land of the human race fell into silence. However, the more it was like this, the more flustered everyone was. Calm was often a sign of the coming storm. The calmer it was now, the more terrifying the storm that would come later would be. The human emperor must be doing something big. Everyone thought so. Just as everyone was worried and afraid, in another part of the primordial world, in the Jade Palace of Kunlun Mountain, a conversation about the human race was going on. 500 Daoyuo Taoist priests. The early stage of the demon race is just like this. The human race has hidden so well. If they were not exposed at this time, even the poor Wei would not know that there are 500 Daoyuo Taoist priests in the human race. After taking a deep look in the direction of the ancestral land of the human race, the heavenly lord of the Origin still said in disbelief. 500 Daoyuo Taoist priests was really beyond his expectations. The number of Taoist priests in the human race is indeed beyond expectations. The poor Wei also calculated that although there are many Daoyuo Taoist priests in the human race, there should not be more than 300 of them. But now 500 Daoyuo Taoist priests in the human race have appeared, which is more than 200 more than the poor Wei expected. It seems that we have underestimated fellow Taoist Gaochen. He must have some means to hide from our senses, so that we can't detect the breakthrough of the human Taoist priests. After the heavenly lord of the Origin finished speaking, the Grand Pure One said, as the most proficient schemer among the saints, he had been secretly paying attention to the human race. Every time a Daoyuo Taoist priest was born in the human race, he would secretly remember it. However, even so, he still missed more than 200 of them. Obviously, the Grand Pure One's methods were not as brilliant as Feng Zichen's. Otherwise, such a situation would not have happened. Fortunately, after the battle between the Magi demon race, the environment of the world degenerated from the Khanate era to the postnatal era, making it harder and harder to attain the Tao. If not for that, the number of Daoyuo Taoist priests in the human race would have doubled. At this moment, Taoist Kundi suddenly said with a look of fear. That was because he thought of a possibility. The environment of the world was already so bad, but the human race could still give birth to so many Daoyuo Taoist priests. What if the world did not change? What would happen to the human race? They would probably be as powerful as the Magi demon race. As soon as he said that, everyone immediately fell silent as they thought of that possibility. Moreover, who can guarantee that these 500 Daoyuo Taoist priests are all the Taoist priests in the human race? The Gaochen is good at scheming. Why would he expose all his trump cards in front of the world? After a moment of silence, Saint Jia-yin said leisurely. Hearing that, everyone's heart skipped a beat. That's right, the Gaochen was such a smart person. Why would he expose his trump cards when the situation was unclear? There must be other Daoyuo Taoist priests in the human race hiding in the dark. Thinking of that, everyone was even more determined to suppress the human race. The human race had become a big problem. If they did not suppress them, they would probably become another Magi demon race. Why do you think the human emperor would summon the Daoyuo Taoist priests to the human race's ancestral land with such great fanfare? Wouldn't it be better to summon them secretly? Is he provoking us by doing this? As if he had thought of a possibility, the Grand Master of Heaven said. He could not help but think so. It was obviously more appropriate to summon the Daoyuo Taoist priests in secret. However, Feng Zichen wanted to do the opposite. He summoned everyone to the human race's ancestral land with great fanfare, and made everyone know about it. This move. It was quite a show of force to the saint. Just as the saint decided to suppress him, Feng Zichen pulled out hundreds of Daoyuo Taoist priests. His intention was very clear. He wanted to go against the sage. What's the big deal? Not to mention provocation. Even if he really attacked, it's not like he wouldn't dare. Hearing the Grand Master of Heaven's guess, Daoist Kundi said indifferently, "In this world, was there anything that Gaochen did not dare to do? Just provocation was already giving the saint a lot of face. If it was in the past, he would have directly attacked. In the untainted land, Feng Zichen was the only one who dared to attack a sage without a word. Even Di Jun and Di Jiang were not so arrogant." That's true. The Grand Master of Heaven thought about it and agreed. Emperor Gaochen was famous for being arrogant. Before he attained the Tao, he dared to fight with Tai. After he attained the Tao, he had repeatedly clashed with the saint and did not suffer much. It could even be said that he had taken advantage of him. Rumble. Just as the five saints were discussing Feng Zichen, a huge fluctuation suddenly came from heaven and earth. The saints felt something and looked up at the sky. They saw the Xianhuang merit qi gathering in the sky and descending toward the human race. Seeing this, the five saints were stunned at first, but they immediately understood what had happened. Feng Zichen's plan had succeeded. The disciples of the Chan school and the Jie school had completed the construction of the human race's teleportation system and officially put it into operation. For this, heaven and earth had specially given merit to reward the disciples of the two schools. Good job, Xianqing. Taoist Grand Master of Heaven really taught a good disciple. After being stunned for a moment, Taoist Kundi shouted at the Grand Master of Heaven with a face full of anger. The saints knew everything in the world with just a thought. Xianqing's plan could not be hidden from their senses. Of course, this also had something to do with Xianqing not hiding it at all. Xianqing thought that he had done this matter openly, and with a clear conscience. Since that was the case, why did he hide it? There was nothing that could not be told. Ha! Cough cough. Taoist Kundi is right. Xianqing's actions are indeed a little too much. When we return to Golden Ao Island on behalf of the poor Wei, we will definitely punish him severely. To be honest, after learning about Xianqing's plan, the Grand Master of Heaven's first reaction was not anger, but joy. Look! He almost laughed out loud just now. Xianqing's plan could be said to have solved one of the Grand Master of Heaven's worries. Ever since he returned from the Purple Cloud Palace, he had been worried. The Grand Master of Heaven knew what his disciples were like. Therefore, he also knew that some disciples were destined to be on the God roll, and some would die in the tribulation. The Grand Master of Heaven had already planned to give up on these disciples. But his outstanding disciples such as the three direct disciples, the three Shao immortals Zhao Gongming, and the like should not be on the roll. Therefore, the Grand Master of Heaven had been thinking of ways to protect them. But he did not expect that before he could think of a way, Xianqing had already solved it for him. How could the Grand Master of Heaven not be happy? It was just that he did not want to laugh out loud because of the occasion. He had to pretend to be angry for everyone to see. Seeing that the Grand Master of Heaven almost laughed out loud, Taoist Kundi was undoubtedly even angrier. P.S. There's one more update, but it's very late. So go to sleep. You can read it tomorrow. Chapter 736. What was Xianqing trying to do? They were thinking of ways to deal with the North Star. But not only did Xianqing not want to help, he even stabbed them in the back. Now, the North Star had completed this matter of great merit with the help of the disciples of the two sections. It was undoubtedly one step closer to achieving the Tao fruit of the human emperor, and became more difficult to deal with. Xianqing was stabbing them in the back this time. Originally, when they were dealing with the North Star, they did not know where to start. Now that Xianqing did this, it undoubtedly made it more difficult for them to deal with the North Star. That was unbearable. All right. Taoist Kundi, don't say any more. Poor Wei and the others will teach Xianqing a lesson after this matter is over. At that moment, the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning said unhappily. He was very angry, very angry. Of course, he was not angry at Xianqing but his disciples. The Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning was very satisfied with Xianqing. Looking at his performance in this matter, no one could find any fault with it. He was impartial between the Jie sect and the Chan sect. That made the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning very satisfied. There was no difference between sects in his heart, and only the disciples of the Xian sect in his eyes. That was the demeanor of the eldest senior brother of the Xian sect. The more satisfied he was with Xianqing, the more dissatisfied the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning was with his disciples. What people were most afraid of was comparison. Compared to Xianqing, the disciples of the Chan sect could not stand it at all. Look, Xianqing had taken the initiative to send merit to them, but the disciples of the Chan sect did not want it. Are they stupid? The moment he knew that the disciples of the Chan sect had chosen, the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning really wanted to call his disciples over and ask them loudly, "Are you stupid? Why don't you go to heaven if you don't want merit that is sent to you?" But he could not. He cared about his reputation. Even if his disciples were in the wrong, he could not reprimand them in front of everyone. Let's not talk about this anymore. Even if Xianqing does not let his disciples do it, the human emperor will find someone else to do it. It will not affect his plan. So it's meaningless to talk about Xianqing's merits now. It's better to think about how to deal with the North Star. Seeing that the Taoist Kundi still wanted to say something, the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning's words. In his opinion, what Xianqing did this time was not wrong. Instead, it was meritorious. When he saw that things were not going well, he immediately changed his attitude and went with the flow, thinking that he was seeking the greatest benefit. That was very in line with the way the Grand Pure One dealt with the world. The success of the North Star plan was inevitable. Seeing that he couldn't stop them, Xianqing decided to join in and seek benefits for his side. This was obviously the way of a smart person. It was also the most practical method. The Grand Pure One was the most practical person among the saints. He always looked at the results, not the process. As long as the result was beneficial to him, the process did not matter at all. Taoist Kundi was not an iron-headed person. Since the three pure ones had said so, he naturally would not pursue the matter. 500 Daoyuo Taoist priests. This force is beyond our control. If we want to deal with the human race, we can only rely on external forces. In order to prevent Taoist Zhuan from being surrounded by the three pure ones, Saint Jieyin hurriedly changed the topic. External force? Could it be demon race? Hearing Saint Jieyin's words, the Grand Pure One seemed to have understood something and looked at him inexplicably. This fellow was a little black-hearted. He actually thought of using the demons to deal with the human race. There were not many external forces that could threaten the human race in the entire primordial world. It was not difficult for the Grand Pure One to guess. Apart from the three Khanate races, there were only the Magi and demon races. The three Khanate races and the Magi were allies of the human race. They would definitely not attack the human race. That left only the Yao race. Speaking of the demons, the North Sea demons and the 10 demon gods of the ancient heavenly courts could produce about 100 Daoyuo Taoist priests. This force was indeed very suitable to restrain the human race. The Grand Master of Heaven and the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning could naturally think of what the Grand Pure One could think of. They looked at Saint Jieyin with strange gazes as if they were meeting him for the first time. This Saint Jieyin was quite something. He did not expect that under his compassionate appearance, he was also hiding a bellyful of evil tricks. One could not judge a book by its cover. Using the demons to deal with the humans was not just bad. It was so bad that smoke was coming out of it. No matter who won or lost, it was a good thing for the saints. It would be even better if both sides suffered heavy losses. Be it the demons or the humans, they were all targets that the saints wanted to suppress. That was because they could shake the ruling position of the saints. While the saints were thinking this, what Saint Jieyin said next gave them a huge shock. Yes and no. Saint Jiayin shook his head and said, "The demons that the poor Wei mentioned are the demon gods that have fallen into a long slumber." "What? Fellow Taoist Jiayin, are you crazy? You actually want to revive those demon gods that have long fallen?" Hearing that, everyone could not help but stand up in shock. The ancient demons were much stronger than the current humans. If they were revived, they could fight against the humans. However, if they were not careful, perhaps they would not only deal with the humans, but also them. The ancient demon clan was so powerful that even the saints had to retreat. It was not something that the current human clan could compare with. Although the current humans were strong, they were only valued by the saints and did not make them have the thought of retreating. However, the ancient demons could. From the attitude of the saints, it could be seen that there was still a big gap between the humans and the ancient demons. Only by making the saints fear the humans could the humans be on par with the ancient demons, and then surpass them. Fellow Taoists, don't be agitated. The poor Wei is just saying. She doesn't really intend to put it into action. This is the last resort. Unless it's a last resort, it must not be used. Seeing that everyone was so agitated, Saint Jiayin hurriedly explained, "It's good that you know the severity of the matter." Hearing that, everyone heaved a sigh of relief and sat down again. It was no wonder that they were so nervous. The ancient demons had touched on the taboo in the hearts of the saints, Dijun and Tai. A revived ancient demon god was not terrifying, nor was it worthy of the saints' fear. Even if all the fallen ancient demon gods were revived, it would be the same. The strength of the saints was not something that mere ancient demon gods could shake. What really made the saints fear were the two people that they could not forget, Dijun and Tai. No, to be more precise, it should be Tai, the existence that had once been invincible in the primordial world. Tai's strength was recognized by the primordial world. Even the three pure ones had been defeated by him in a one-on-one battle. His strength could not be measured by common sense. He was not a saint, but he was better than one. It was because they were afraid of Tai that the saints were unwilling to revive the ancient demon gods. If the ancient demon gods were to revive, the first thing they would do would not be to attack the human race or the witch race. Instead, they would think of a way to revive Tai and Dijun. Therefore, the saints would never allow the ancient demon gods to revive. In fact, not to mention the fallen ancient demon gods, even the 10 great demon gods who were still alive were under constant surveillance by the sages. Their purpose was naturally to prevent these demon gods from secretly reviving Dijun and Tai. To this day, there was still no news of Dijun and Tai in the primordial world. This was the work of the saints. In an unknown corner of the primordial world, the saints had set up countless methods to prevent the return of Tai and Dijun. If it were not for the witch race still having goddess Hutu, the saints would also interfere with their return, even if it were the 11 ancestral wizards. The ancestral Magi Palace could stand in the primordial world for so many years not because the saints could not see it, nor because they had the merit of suppressing the primordial world. Instead, it was because goddess Hutu was behind them. If it were not for this, the saints would have destroyed the ancestral Magi Palace long ago. Dijun and Tai were at a disadvantage because the demon race did not have a powerful figure like goddess Hutu. As a result, after they died, they were targeted in all kinds of ways, making it difficult for them to return. The ancient demon gods can be used as trump cards. We won't use them for the time being. However, the current North Sea demon race and the 10 great demon gods can be used. Also, the human race has dominated the primordial world for so many years. Many races are dissatisfied with them and want to replace them. And these races that are dissatisfied with the human race are also targets that we can use. With their strength, although they can't touch the foundation of the jade human race, they can create some chaos for the human race. The more chaotic the human race is, the greater our chances and the lower our chances of success. With the discussion of the 5 saints, a complete plan against the human race was sorted out by them. Then it was time to implement it. Just as the saints were discussing how to deal with the human race, the ancestral land of the human race was bustling. From afar, one could see that in the sky above the ancestral land of the human race, endless wind and clouds were gathering, constantly surging and surging. There were also huge waves of Khanate Taoist rhymes rushing up from the ancestral land, colliding and intertwining in the air, deducing all kinds of mysteries of the great Tao. This was the aura that the human Taoist priests naturally emitted. Every Daoyuo Jingxian could be said to be the incarnation of their corresponding great Tao. Naturally, their bodies carried the aura of the great Tao, and when 500 Daoyuo Taoist priests gathered together, the aura of the great Tao on their bodies overlapped, creating a strange phenomenon. At this moment, the human race's ancestral land seemed to have turned into a supreme Tao domain. Inside, thousands of Taos intertwined. The Khanate Taoist rhymes filled the air. An endless luck gathered. How could it not be a Tao domain? 500 incarnations of the great Tao gathered together. The Taoist rhymes on their bodies could turn a mortal land into a sacred land, not to mention the extraordinary ancestral land of the human race. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was a Tao domain. At this moment, the cultivators in the human race's ancestral land were very lucky. Cultivating here was more than 100 times faster than cultivating in the outside world. Especially the cultivators who cultivated the Khanate Tao. Cultivating here was as if they had returned to the ancient Khanate era. Not only did they get twice the results with half the effort, but they also had a deeper understanding of the Khanate Tao. At this moment, what were Feng Zichen and the Daoyuo Taoist priests of the human race doing? Could it be that they were discussing how to deal with the saint as everyone thought? Of course not. Feng Zichen was discussing the Tao with them. 500 Daoyuo Taoist priests were indeed a very powerful force, but in front of the saints, it was completely not enough. Unless each of them had a supreme-grade Khanate spiritual treasure, the 500 human Taoist priests would not be able to defeat the saints with one hand. In that case, why would Feng Zichen send them to their deaths? It should be known that the 500 Daoyuo Taoist priests could be said to be more than 70% of the power of the human race in the untainted land. They could not be lost. At present, the number of Taoist priests of the human race was definitely more than 500. Just as the saints thought, Feng Zichen could not expose all the resources of the human race, so he had to leave something behind. Therefore, Feng Zichen deliberately hid some Daoyuo Taoist priests. In fact, there should be about 600 Daoyuo Taoist priests of the human race. 500 of them were in front of Feng Zichen, while the other 100 were hidden by him. They were hidden in the boundless starry sky. In this era, it was not easy to cultivate Daoyuo Taoist priests, but it was not very difficult for Feng Zichen. Because not only did he have a lot of resources, but he was also willing to spend them. Just by relying on resources, Feng Zichen could cultivate many Daoyuo Taoist priests. Over the years, the production of the boundless starry sky had been used by Feng Zichen on these Daoyuo Taoist priests. This was the reason why there were so many Daoyuo Taoist priests of the human race. It should be known that countless years had passed, and under the hard work of the god Pengu, the boundless starry sky had returned to its peak, and there was a trend of further improvement. However, Feng Zichen had been keeping it a secret, so no one knew about it. Back then, the demon race relied on the boundless starry sky to cultivate 3,000 Daoyuo demon gods. Now, Feng Zichen controlled the boundless starry sky that was stronger than before. Even if he did not control it for as long as the demon race leader, it was not too much to cultivate more than 100 Daoyuo Taoist priests for the human race at all costs, right? It could be said that nearly 1/3 of the 600 Daoyuo Taoist priests of the human race came from the boundless starry sky, and the other 1/3 more or less received help from the boundless starry sky. Only 1/3 of the Daoyuo Taoist priests were cultivated by the human race. From this point of view, it was not too much to say that Feng Zichen had raised half of the human race alone. Feng Zichen had paid a price for cultivating so many Daoyuo Taoist priests. For this reason, the overall improvement of the boundless starry sky had been delayed for a period of time. In other words, in order to cultivate these Daoyuo Taoist priests, Feng Zichen did not hesitate to delay the incubation of the innate star gods, innate spiritual treasures, and innate cardinal treasures in the Zhousing. The loss was almost equivalent to half of an innate cardinal treasure, and it was enough to make Feng Zichen feel heartache for a long time. However, the result was still gratifying, and his efforts were not in vain. The human race had hundreds more Daoyuo Taoist priests, and they really had the capital to dominate the Eldritch Wilderness. And these 600 Daoyuo Taoist priests were only the Taoist priests of the Eldritch Wilderness. P.S. When I say late, I usually mean 3 in the morning. Chapter 737. Outside the primordial world, in the realm sea, there were still 400 Daoyuo Taoist priests of the human clan. These were all direct descendants of Fengzichen, the foundation of the path of gods and demons, and the greatest trump card of the human clan. In total, there were more than 1,000 Daoyuo Taoist priests of the human clan. Although this force was still incomparable to the shaman and demon clan at their peak, it was definitely enough to contend with them. The human clan had already risen. But this was not enough. Although the human clan was becoming stronger, the saints were not standing still. They were also becoming stronger. If the saints had just attained the Tao, with the current strength of the human clan, they might not be afraid of the saints. But now it was obviously not possible, because the current saints were much stronger than the saints of that time. If the human clan did not want to be afraid of the saints and get rid of their control, they had to continue to become stronger. Become stronger. Become stronger. Become stronger again. Fengzichen gathered these Khanate Taoist priests of the human clan. His purpose was not to fight the saints as everyone thought, but to increase the strength of the human clan. As for why all living beings would think so, it could only be said that they were scaring themselves. Becoming stronger was not something that could be done overnight, but a gradual process. In ancient times, the human clan had the 5 elements Tao scripture, which was used as a foundation to increase the strength of the human clan. But the human clan at that time was much stronger than the human clan now. Moreover, the 5 elements Tao scripture was a foundation cultivation method that matched the path of gods and demons. Now it was still a little outdated. For this reason, Fengzichen specially called these Daoyuo Taoist priests over. He wanted to combine everyone's wisdom to deduce a new cultivation method that was suitable for the entire human clan to cultivate and popularize it among the human clan. He wanted to use this cultivation method to spread martial arts throughout the world and popularize martial arts among the human clan. If everyone in the world was like a dragon, how could the saints dare to continue scheming against the human clan? This cultivation method could be said to carry Fengzichen's great ambition. Everyone worked together and spent 1,000 years to create a cultivation method. It was called the World's Martial Arts Master Guide, and Fengzichen called it the Martial Arts Code. With the martial code completed, Fengzichen first engraved it on the heavenly steel of martial arts. Then he used a supreme divine ability to scatter it all over the human race for the human race to browse. As soon as the martial arts codex appeared, the human race's luck shook. Although it didn't increase by much, it became more stable. Compared to the slight change in the human tribe's providence, the change in the martial path's providence was much greater. It increased by several times, overshadowing the heavenly immortal Tao in one fell swoop before gradually coming to a stop. And this was only the beginning. With the popularization of martial arts in the human race, the fate of martial arts would become stronger and stronger, until it was replaced by the immortal Tao of the celestial sect, and became the mainstream of the untainted land. After deducing the martial arts codex, Fengzichen did not let everyone leave. Instead, he pulled them along to deduce the human path Abhijna. What was the human Tao divine ability? It was a divine ability that was useful to the human race. God for human use. Fengzichen wanted to integrate the divine ability into the daily lives of the common people. Cultivators could soar through the clouds and summon the wind and rain. But mortals could not. A cultivator could travel between a city and a place in a short time, but a mortal would need several days or even several months to do so. Cultivators could not eat or drink, but mortals could not. Cultivators did not need to work at sunrise and rest at sunset, but mortals had to. And what Fengzichen wanted to do was to change this situation. He wanted to study some divine abilities to save the ordinary human race from endless labor, so that they would have time to cultivate martial arts. Feng Zichen popularized martial arts, causing the human race to enter the stage of cultivation. But mortals had to run around every day for their livelihood, so how could they have time to cultivate? Therefore, Feng Zichen wanted to change this situation. The human path Abhijna was born for this. Integrating the Abhijna into the daily lives of ordinary people would help them reduce the time they had to work and have more time to cultivate. To put it bluntly, the so-called human path Abhijna was the Xianxia version of high-tech. When there was a drought, use the Abhijna to rain. When there were too many weeds in the ground, use the Abhijna to remove the weeds. When the weather was too hot, use the Abhijna to cool down. When the weather was too cold, use the Abhijna to heat up. In short, it was to use the Abhijna to control the environment, turning it from uncontrollable to controllable. It was said to be an Abhijna, but it did not have to exist in the form of an Abhijna. Naturally, it had to be as convenient as possible. It could be a talisman, a magic artifact, or an array disk. For example, a talisman that could automatically adjust the temperature. Wasn't that much more convenient than an air conditioner? Wasn't a flying boat powered by a cultivation pill more convenient than a car? Could a car fly? An array disk that could automatically drive dust was much more useful than a sweeping robot. And so on. The technology that Feng Zichen had seen in his previous life would be recreated by his extraordinary means. These were the tasks that Feng Zichen had given to the human race, Daoyuo Taoist priests, to turn them from ideas into reality. In the ancestral land of the human race, Feng Zichen used his supreme Abhijna and pulled the human race, Daoyuo Taoist priests, into his dream, bringing them to experience the elegance of an interstellar civilization. Everyone, you've all seen the scene in my dream, right? After waking up from the dream, Feng Zichen said to the people below, I saw it. It was very exciting. This is a civilization that is different from the immortal path system. It seems to have developed external forces to the limit. It can give us a lot of inspiration. After coming back to their senses, everyone said with some unfinished words. They had really taken a good look at this journey in the dream realm. They had never thought that there would be other civilizations in the world. The optical computer, the network, the spaceship, the mecha, the genetic modification. It really gave them a refreshing feeling. It was a pity that it was just a dream. It was all illusory and did not exist. Otherwise, if they could be allowed to comprehend in that interstellar civilization for tens of thousands of years, then they might have the possibility of taking a step forward. The collision of civilizations and the impact of ideas would ignite the sparks of wisdom. And these sparks of wisdom would be the capital for everyone to take a step forward. It's good that you've seen it. Then I'm relieved. What do you think of what you saw in the dream? Was it both real and illusory? Nodding, Feng Zichen asked. Your Majesty, please forgive us. We are ignorant and can't tell whether what we saw in the dream is real or not. But from those creations, we can see that the dream world has great wisdom. Everyone thought for a moment before answering. Feng Zichen's dream world was both real and illusory. With their strength, it was indeed difficult to tell the difference between real and illusory. But this did not prevent them from studying the things in the dream. Based on their many years of cultivation experience, it was indeed a civilization that was different from the immortal path system. It did not seem to belong to the primitive world. Perhaps, everything in the dream before did not exist. But at this moment, since it can be seen by you, then it is real. The charm of cultivation lies in this. Turning the illusory into reality, refining the false into the real, and turning the impossible into the possible. After listening to everyone's answer, Feng Zichen said slowly, but he was guiding them on the true meaning of cultivation. There was nothing that cultivation could not do. If there was, it meant that you were not strong enough. Refining the false into the real was to turn all the illusory into reality. Even if it was just a dream, it could be turned into reality. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your guidance. Hearing this, everyone bowed. It's fine. I have a request for guiding you. Since you have seen everything in the dream, you should know how important it is to the human race. So, I want you to use the immortal path to refine it for the human race to use. So can you do it? Waving his hand, Feng Zichen asked. We will not disappoint your majesty. Everyone stood up and promised Feng Zichen. After all, they were Daoyuo Taoist priests. It was not difficult for them to refine what they saw. Feng Zichen's request was not difficult for them. Since you are confident, I will not say anything else. I just hope that you can understand that the future of the human race lies in your hands. After saying that, Feng Zichen's figure disappeared in front of everyone. The mission had been given, so there was no need for him to stay here. After all, he was the human emperor. There were many things to do. After leaving everyone, Feng Zichen returned to the human emperor's palace and summoned the disciples of the Jie school and the Chan school. His purpose was to thank them for their contributions to the human race. Secondly, he had a new mission to give them. That was to build a city for the human race. That's right, it was to build a city. Build a huge city during the ancient human race. In ancient times, Feng Zichen led the human race to build many huge cities in the primordial world to resist the invasion of foreign races. The huge city of the human race was connected to the stars and the dragon vein. It gathered the power of the two to nurture the dragon chi and resist foreign enemies. It was really mysterious. Unfortunately, after the ancient war, the human race was no match for the power of the demon race, and was forced to fall into depravity. The huge city that was built previously was also destroyed in the hands of the demon race. It became a great regret of the human race. If those huge cities were still around, the human race's current strength would probably be stronger. Now Feng Zichen had regained control of the human race. Naturally, he had plans to build a huge city. No, it should be called a divine city. That was because the conditions to build a huge city were much better than in ancient times. In ancient times, to build a huge city, one had to first explore the terrain and find the location of the dragon vein. But now there was no need for that. There were 365 universe divine palaces in the human territory. And these heavenly cycle temples were the best coordinates. If the human race wanted to build a huge city, there was no need to explore the terrain and search for the dragon vein. They could just use these heavenly cycle temples as the center and build a huge city. They were all on the nodes of the earth vein. Every one of them was a unique land of creation. The starlight of the heavenly cycle temples hung up and drew an endless stellar power. The huge city built here could no longer be called a huge city. It should be called a divine city. As for why the disciples of Chan school and Jie school were allowed to build divine cities for the human race, other than to rope them in, it was more because they were more familiar with the huge cities of the ancient human race. Back then, when Feng Zichen built the huge city for the human race, he had completely refined it as a Dharma treasure. This move could be said to be the peak of the knowledge of the primordial world cultivators. It turned out that Dharma treasures could be refined in this way. This groundbreaking move attracted many people to come and observe the huge city of the human race to understand its structure and refining methods. The disciples of Chan school and Jie school were among them. Therefore, after the ancient human race fell, the disciples of the two sects became the people who knew the huge city of the human race the best. In the entire human race, there were not many people who knew the huge city of the human race better than them. Most of the people who knew more than them were dead, and a small number were in the realm C. For this reason, the disciples of the two sects became Feng Zichen's best choice. He was not afraid that the disciples of the two sects would reject him. That was because when the human race fell and the demons destroyed the traces of the human race, the disciples of the two sects had secretly taken away a few huge cities of the human race for collection. What was karma? This was it. With this karma, Feng Zichen was not afraid that the disciples of the two sects would reject him. Who asked them to be greedy back then? At the right time, the human race became the main characters of the world. The geographical advantage was 365 heavenly cycle temples. The people and the disciples of the two sections. According to this, it was the best opportunity for Feng Zichen to build a divine city. He had no reason to refuse. Under the threat of karma, the disciples of the two sects finally agreed to build a divine city for the human race. However, the human race still had to be responsible for the materials needed to build the city. In this regard, Feng Zichen had no objection. This was what he should do. With the current foundation of the human race, it was more than enough to take out the materials needed to build a divine city. It was an exaggeration to say that it was a drizzle, but it was not to the extent of hurting the muscles and bones. After all, the human race had not developed in vain all these years. They had accumulated some foundation. Now what Feng Zichen wanted to do was to convert the foundation of the human race into strength. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, 1,000 years had passed. After 1,000 years of preparation, the project of building a divine city was finally put on the agenda by the disciples of the two sects and began to take action. 1,000 years was enough for martial arts manuals to spread among the human race, causing many changes to the human race. After all, in this world, practicing martial arts could really change one's fate. For this reason, many people yearned for martial arts. Now that there was a better introductory cultivation method, everyone naturally practiced it enthusiastically. For a time, there was a craze for practicing martial arts in the human race. More and more people practiced martial arts. The prosperity of martial arts naturally affected the other orthodoxies. The path of gods and demons and the path of immortals all showed signs of weakening. The path of immortals was fine. Its foundation was deep. Even if it weakened, it would not shake its foundation. However, the path of gods and demons was not good. It had been abandoned by the times, and was about to become a legend. If it were not for the fact that the martial arts were also created by Feng Zichen, the situation of the path of gods and demons was enough to make him vomit blood. The decline was too great. It was almost extinct. In the ancestral land, the Daoyuo Taoist priests also had some results. They were making the final adjustments and putting them into use. Everything was developing in a good direction. The human race as a whole showed a trend of prosperity, and their luck was getting stronger and stronger. If nothing unexpected happened, Feng Zichen would be able to successfully condense his own human emperor Dao fruit in tens of thousands of years. Unfortunately, unforeseen events always happened inadvertently. It was the sages. They were going to attack the human race. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.